Welcome to Requiro. Today we are going to be talking about Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings that happened in December last year in 2025. I'm going to be going over Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings in December last year because, like we already know, it lasted about 3 weeks when suppression hearings are meant to only last 1 week. Like Karen Alcafillo said, it did just turn into a mini trial, and I also feel like for a lot of people out there, and also me included, very much felt like we were on the outside, not knowing what was going on in the December hearings, because again, there was so much coming out, and there was so much we all just didn't know, but we wanted to know. So, like I said on my last updated video on Luigi Mangione's case, I will make a dedicated video going over the December hearings as best as I can. This video is strictly just going to be about the December suppression hearings, and these videos will be in 3 different parts, so I'm going to go over each week just because of how long it was. So this video will be part 1, and I'll be going over December 1st, 2025, December 2nd, 2025, December 4th, 2025, and also December 5th, 2025, and then December 8th, 2025, and also some little details that were relating to the suppression hearing itself as well in this video. And then my next video I'll be going over the second week in the suppression hearings. The last video will be part 3, and that will be the last week, basically the last 2 days in Luigi Mangione's suppression December hearing in 2025. So that's how it's going to be structured. I feel like this one will be the longest one because just how many days I'm covering, and then next two probably won't be as long. So basically this will be part 1, and then the rest will be part 2 and 3, and then I'll go over the updates in Luigi Mangione's case, because again, there were updates happening as well when the December hearings were happening as well. And I do want to say this here, do take this video with a little bit of skepticism, because I am pulling notes from all different sources just to give you guys a rough timeline of what was happening in the December suppression hearings in 2025 in Luigi Mangione's case, just because again, we still don't officially have the official transcripts that happened in the December suppression hearings. So I am going to be pulling sources from different places. Like, I'm going to be looking at the live tweets. It's basically a rough transcript what was happening. Again, when I was reading over the live tweets, I could tell there are probably some things missing, because you know, one person would be tweeting and they could miss something because they're busy typing and all that. So where I'm going to be getting the live tweets from, I'm going to be getting them from the Luigi Times on Instagram. Huge thank you to them, because again, they have them all in one place and all in order, compared to when to the Reddit mega threads. They did have the live tweets linked there, but sadly with Twitter it does scatter, and it was very much hard to find and look at where all the live tweets were, compared, because again, that did happen a month ago in this moment in time. So huge thank you to the Luigi Times for posting them on Instagram and having them in order. So huge thank you to them. They do a lot of live tweeting and stuff in Luigi Mangione's case, so huge thank you to them. And then also I'm going to be pulling things from other sources, like from notes I got from someone who was very kindly DM'd me and telling me what was going on, because again, you guys know I'm Australian, and over there in America it was around 9 a.m. For me it was like 3 a.m. in the morning. I was sleeping. So I'll be using some notes from that person who very kindly DM'd me and gave me updates and gave me little things to note and all that, what was going on. And they do wish to stay anonymous, so I will not say their name or anything like that, but you know who you are. So thank you very much for letting me use your notes. And later on in probably next week's video, I am going to be going over and watching a video from a actual attorney who went to Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings twice. honestly was surprised she was managed to get into the courtroom twice instead of once, so that'll be next week's video. So I am just pulling as much information as possible in as many different sources as possible, just so we can get a vague timeline until we get the official transcripts, or even if the official transcripts do actually come out. Now, if you guys are on Reddit, you guys are probably thinking, but Meg, they're on the Free Luigi subreddit. Yes, I did see them, and I was just a little bit skeptical about them, just because, like we've seen many times in the past with every other document from Luigi Mangione's case, including transcripts, we saw they're basically posted everywhere, like on every single other Luigi Mangione subreddit, and also on Instagram, Twitter, Tumblr, etc. They're like posted everywhere, compared to the transcripts I saw on the Free Luigi subreddit, where they were only posted there and nowhere else. And I did ask the person who posted one of the transcripts on the Free Luigi subreddit, where did they get them, just so I can like go check them out myself and show you guys. And they kind of just gave me a vague answer, not truly saying, oh, I got them here, but then they also did at the same time. Again, this isn't me bashing on the person who runs the Free Luigi subreddit. This is just me just pointing out I'm a little bit skeptical about it. Of the transcripts that are on the Free Luigi subreddit, if I am wrong and these are the official transcripts from the December hearings, I will eat my words and I will apologize profusely. Again, this isn't me attacking the person who runs the Free Luigi subreddit or anything like that. I'm just a little bit skeptical just because it isn't from the official sources or anything like that. Again, is what I do here. I say that with every document I get. You guys know that I don't get from the official sources. I say I got it from here. Please take it with a little skepticism, because you know, people can make things up and all that. But again, this isn't me attacking that person. I'm just a little bit skeptical about it. That's all. I am wrong. I will eat my words and apologize. I'll make a little apology video to that person, because I do know the Free Luigi subreddit is like one of the biggest subreddits in Luigi Mangione's case, next to a couple of other ones. And funnily enough, I actually did look into like finding the official transcripts for you guys before they even like were posted on the Free Luigi subreddit, so I found that kind of interesting. Like, I did look into it, and there's a couple of places you can get official transcripts for court cases. So the first place you can get them from is the Public Access to Court Electronic Records, also known as PACER, or you can also get official transcripts from the New York State Unified Court System, or you can also officially get them from Luigi Mangione's official website as well. That's where I'm going to be getting the 12th of December 2025 transcript from, because it's officially there, so we don't have to look at the live tweets for that one. But the person on Reddit who replied to me, they got them from the Court Reporter. You can also get transcripts from the Court Reporter, but again, like I said earlier, I was just a little bit skeptical about it. But yeah, again, this isn't me attacking that person who runs the Luigi Mangione subreddit. I'm just saying a little bit skeptical about it, and I expect other people to do the same thing with me. Oops, sorry guys, hit the microphone. There's like 50 million dogs just deciding to have opera outside right now. Why are you barking so much? Chill. So, but I will put them up on this week's episode on the website. If you guys want to go check them out and say I'm wrong, they'll be up on the website if you guys want to go check it out yourselves. So again, please take this full video with a little bit of skepticism. I'm just trying to give you guys a vague timeline with all the information we have, so I can give you guys, including myself, what was happening in the December suppression hearings. Because again, like I said earlier, I felt like a lot of us felt like we were like on the outside, not knowing what was happening in the actual courtroom itself, except for the people that were there. And again, I know a lot of people aren't in the US and can't be able to go there in person, and apparently it's a lot of money to actually get into the actual courtroom itself as well. Now, I do want to say this here. Sorry this video came out a little bit later than expected. If you guys follow me on my social medias for this channel, or just saw my little community tab post, basically I was busy in the first 2 weeks of January, January, and I basically just moved, and so many things just kept happening, and things are still happening now. I can do them when I'm making these videos, but I basically just had to put everything on pause, especially like making these videos. So because there was so much shit going on, there was so much, and then things just kept happening, so I just had to put everything on pause. And then I made this video like 2 days ago, and then the audio didn't record for some reason that I connected to my laptop. I do not know why. I made a community post about that too, so I don't know why it did that, but this video will come out later on in January, so thank you for your understanding and patience, because I haven't uploaded in a while at this point. Again, I do apologize. I know near the end of the year my uploading schedule was a bit frantic, just because I had a lot of things I needed to do, and these videos do take a very long time to make, you know, with the like script writing, research, editing, mostly the editing, and then filming these. Sometimes these take like a day to film, because some notes are longer than others when I make these videos. So thank you for your understanding and patience, but here I am back again. Things have calmed down now. I can like start making these videos again for you guys. I know I'm a little bit behind in Luigi Mangione's case. Again, a lot of things were happening in January in Luigi Mangione's case, and again, I was busy in the first 2 weeks of January in Luigi Mangione's case. Now, I do know Luigi Mangione did have a court appearance on the 9th of January 2026, and he also had another court appearance on the 23rd of January 2026. I did record this on that day, but you know what happened. Didn't happen. So I will cover those updates in Luigi Mangione's case on my next video, going over updates and all that in Luigi Mangione's case. Well, I didn't stop caring about Luigi Mangione and his case. I just got busy and I had to put things on pause. So I think it's more important for me now to talk about Luigi Mangione and his case, just because of how quiet the internet community surrounding Luigi Mangione is now. It's actually really sad. Like, ever since the September hearings, it's slowly been slowly fading away, and it's actually incredibly sad. There's still a lot of people there, but it's not as hyped as it was. So I think it's more important for me now than ever to talk about Luigi Mangione and his case, and I'm still very much going to be making these videos. When I took a little break and then I came back to be really angry for some reason about the gossip and shit in Luigi Mangione's case. I hate not making these videos. I realize that. So again, I'm gonna keep doing these until I die with 5 doggos. And all the information, all the sources I used in this week's video will be up on the website on this week's episode. So if you guys want to go check it out, it's all there. And if there's anything I got wrong or anything like that, please let me know in the comments down below, and I'll sure to pin it or bring it up in my next video, because I am one person working on all these videos, so I do make mistakes and I am human. So again, if I make any mistakes or anything like that, please let me know in the comments down below. And now, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, I'm freshly 25, buckle up, this is gonna be a big one. Let's get into the video. The 1st of December 2025, day 1 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. A couple of things I do want to add here before I show you guys the live tweets that I think are important. So basically, this hearing started at 9:45 a.m. New York time, and also Luigi Mangione did not walk down the hallway like we saw in the past, where they like to parade him down the hallway and dehumanize him, but Luigi Mangione was led through a side door, and honestly, I think that was kind of smart for them to do that, because I feel like for Luigi Mangione and just how stressful and important these hearings are, making Luigi Mangione walk down the hallway with all the cameras and reporters and all that would make him feel very stressed out. So I think it was very smart of them to lead Luigi Mangione through a side door instead of making him and parading him down the hallway like we've seen in the past. But this time around, Luigi Mangione was wearing a suit and also a button-up shirt, looking very presentable compared to what we've seen in the past, where they make him wear his prison uniform and have him handcuffed and all that. Compared to this time around, Luigi Mangione was not handcuffed for the entire time when Luigi Mangione had his hearings, and he was in court approval clothing, and I think that is great. I think he looks very handsome in all the photos of what we've received in Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings. So again, I will scatter them in this video to make this a little bit more interesting to watch if you guys are visually watching, but I know you guys aren't really here for the visuals for these videos. I know these are very long and they just pop in the background. This is just for the people who like watching the screen, but I'll just scatter them in because there is a lot of photos. Now I'm going to be popping up the live tweets up on screen for you guys, and I do want to note this here. I have not altered or changed any of the wording whatsoever on these live tweets. Again, I don't do that. I want to show you guys the most accurate information and all that here. So there are some wording that has been shortened just because, again, Twitter I think only gives you a limited amount of words you can type. I don't remember, I'm not on there, but I just remember you get a limited amount of words, and also there's some words that have been changed because you can't say certain words or the post will be taken down. So I just want to put that here, so if you get confused going, what does G word mean? It means gun. This video is already going to be taken down. I'm not censoring myself. Kids don't watch these videos. You shouldn't if you are. Don't let your kids watch this content. Let them watch Cocomelon or something. Not this. Or Teletubbies. So they bring a couple of different witnesses in this day as well, instead of just the officers like we heard. So they bring in someone who works in CCTV cameras in Pennsylvania for the footage and all that from the CCTV camera footage from the McDonald's, and they also go over and talk about the 911 call from the McDonald's worker in this as well. So I'm gonna pop the live tweets up on screen for you guys.
Karen, Mark and Kaplan, and prosecution including Joel Siegerman, have gone out of the courtroom through a side door. Mark and Kaplan, and ADA Siegerman, have re-emerged and returned to their respective tables. So did Karen. Now, come to order. LM entered the courtroom through a side door. LM just sat at the defense table, wearing a grey suit/pants with a red and white patterned shirt. A court officer uncuffed his hands before he sat down. A smallish red table has been brought out and placed in front of LM's lead counsel Karen. Now wires are being brought out for something, apparently some sort of projector. Judge Caro, let's get started with the Mapp and Huntley hearing. ADA, the people call Chris McLaughlin. He works for the Deputy Commissioner for Public Information. Karen Friedman Anafilo, object on relevance. Justice Caro, overruled. ADA, what does NYPD's DCPI do? McLaughlin, we distribute information to the media and social media. ADA, what sort of media outlets? McLaughlin, local and national. We blast. ADA, is it preserved as a business record? McLaughlin, yes. ADA, here's the hand drive. ADA, what were images 1, 2 and 3? McLaughlin, 3 has an incident video of the shooting. ADA, who obtained it? McLaughlin, Detective Diaz. Karen Friedman Anafilo, we object to these images. Some are not relevant. These are not business records. Judge, overruled. ADA, let's show this. Photo of LM with mask and backpack on, with bench behind him, from NYPD's Facebook. McLaughlin, this was a photo from a Starbucks. ADA, next photo, Crime Stoppers of S-word, and bicycle ride with backpack. ADA, and this one, McLaughlin, enlargement of individual holding a G-word. ADA, next, McLaughlin, male in a jacket inside of a hostel, mask is down, it says, person of interest in Midtown Manhattan. H-word on December 4th, call Crime Stoppers, $10,000 reward. ADA, and these photos, McLaughlin, we put them on Twitter, now known as X. ADA, and this one, McLaughlin, man inside a hostel. ADA, without a mask. McLaughlin, yes, without a mask. ADA, and this, McLaughlin, person of interest. You can DM on X or Instagram. McLaughlin, this is a photo of a male inside a taxicab wearing a mask, and outside the taxicab. ADA, second folder, People's Exhibit Twaka and Friedman Anafilo, we object, not relevant to this hearing. Judge, overruled. McLaughlin, this is from Fox News Digital. McLaughlin, here are scuba divers looking for a G-word. ADA, and this, McLaughlin, more photos from the taxicab. It says, new images of alleged United Healthcare CEO K-word. ADA, People's 3, video of S-word, paused as Brian Thompson starts falling. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, how many people did you send these photos to? Hundreds. McLaughlin, could be. We wanted help in identifying the subject KFA. There was an NYPD tips line. How many tips did you get? ADA, objection, judge, overruled KFA, 100S, A, IDK. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, here the cheering says, 1,600 people have been S-word in NYC in 900 incidents. How many of those did you send photos out of? ADA, objection, judge, sustained KFA. Isn't it true you only send it because? Judge, sustained, KFA. No more questions. Next witness, 1 a.m. Bernard Piles, in from Pennsylvania, supplier of security cameras and alarm systems in Moon Township. PAADA, what's your position? Piles, sales, to get them the products ADA, INDEC, 2024, where did you work? A, R&D, electronics, installation. ADA, did you install and maintain video from the McDonald's in Altoona, PA? Piles, yes. The system was ultimately operating properly. ADA, did you export the video with date and time stamps? Piles, yes. ADA, on December 10th did you download from December 9th, the morning? A, yes. ADA, who did you meet at the McDonald's on December 10th? Piles, managers, and several from NYPD. ADA, what were you looking for? Piles, a certain individual. ADA, how did you decide what to download? Piles, the NYPD detectives told me. ADA, People's Exhibit 4A to D, a civilian witness's face is redacted. Piles, yes. ADA, did you send aside the hard drive? Piles, yes. Video inside McDonald's shown. ADA, can you pay in cash at the kiosks? Piles, no, you cannot. LM was watching the S-word video as his finger touches his chin. ADA Zachary Kaplan, what time was this? As marked. Piles, 8:59. LM is studying screen intently, chin resting in his hand. Fourth video shows police entering the McDonald's. ADA, now another angle. Video is labeled lobby restrooms. Figure goes in. ADA, what time is this now? Piles, 9:03. ADA, does he remain there until police officers enter? Piles, yes. At 9 hours, 28 minutes, and 30 seconds, officers summon. New video, labeled lobby side door. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, Your Honor, may we briefing approach Justice Caro? Yes. LM has been recuffed and led out for a 5-minute break. He put his thumbs up and waved hello to members of his legal team. LM was also writing notes before. New angle of surveillance video shows beige beanie man dropped his belongings at a table in back of store and then walked back to the front, possibly grabbed condiments or utensils/napkins, then to the back to sit at table. This is at 9:03 a.m. on December 9th, 2024. At 9:28 a.m. officers are seen approaching beige beanie man at the back table. They've back. Cross-examination. LM's 3D lawyer Jacob Kaplan, are these more civilians walking into this door? Piles, correct. Jacob Kaplan, and the officers remain in the same position. Piles, same area. They're watching two officers approach LM on MCD video. He hands them, presumably, an ID. He grabs more food out of his bag and unwraps it. Officers return to him and stand him up. He puts arms up behind his head and is patted down, then sits again. Kaplan, there's a Kaplan on prosecution also, points out there's a wall to the side and behind LM in the McDonald's, a table in front. We watch as civilians walk in and out of frame as well. He is in the back corner of the McDonald's, looks like he's still eating. LM is watching the courtroom monitors. We see 7, 8 officers in McDonald's come into video surveillance frame. In video, he at this point has taken off his mask and is sitting in the back corner of MCD with arms crossed. 9:45 a.m. timestamp. They are watching sped-up camera footage now of McDonald's. CLM's hands up on wall then cuffed. A police officer goes over with his phone and snaps a photo of him at 9:50 a.m. This was later released as his first mugshot against wall of McDonald's. Kaplan ends his questions. LM drinks water and then gets into a whispered discussion with Kaplan once he's returned to the defense table. New witness called. Justice Caro, Mr. Kaplan, I can watch this video myself. This is a hearing. Next witness. Witness, 1 a.m. Miss States, Blair County 911, Depth of Emergency Services. We have a Motorola recording system. ADA, you keep the 911 calls. States, yes. Kaplan, prosecution, questioning new witness. A Blair County 911 operator LM has stopped chatting with Kaplan, legal team, and is watching the witness testify, sometimes glancing back. LM keeps glancing back at the court audience while the 911 operator speaks about what's recorded in 911 calls. On cross, they see the two initial Altoona cops approach LM. Over the next 13 minutes, the restaurant is filled with officers. Defense lawyer Kaplan asks Piles to tally them. Hard to count now, he says as the eighth cop enters. LM's 2D lawyer Mark, we object. These are not business records. ADA. Hearsay is allowed at this hearing. Justice Caro, I am admitting it at this hearing. ADA. People's Exhibits 5C and 5D. When was this? States. 9:14. To the McDonald's. Audio played. I have a customer here that other customers say looks like the CEO's word. What's your name? Audio ends, or is paused/redacted. I believe he is wearing. Let me look at my security camera. He's wearing a black jacket, a tan beanie and mask. Audio continues. White male. Yes. I mean, he has his beanie down. I don't know what to do here. I tried to call the non-emergency line. How about height and weight? Mid-height. With the hoodie on he looks heavier. I mean, I hope she's wrong. Looks like he has a CVS or a Walgreens bag in front of him. Sound of typing. I ate all the bagels. 84 bagels. One of them, no butter. Just keep an eye on him. Let us know if he leave. Judge. Break. Little note here. So there was typing, and if you ever had a government phone call or whatever, you can normally hear noise in the background, so I feel like that's what this bagel thing is. Or from the audio, I have a customer here that some other customers were suspicious of, that he looks like the CEO's word in New York, and they're just really upset and come to me and I'm like, I can't approach him. He's in the back of our lobby by the bathroom. I believe he's wearing a black jacket with a medical mask and a tan khaki-colored beanie. The only thing you can see is the eyebrows.
Hi, it's voiceover me. So if you guys are confused of like why there's like random bagels mentioned and breakfast and all that, so basically if you guys ever had like a government call or anything like that and you put on pause, you would just hear typing in the background. It's very much something similar to that, but on the McDonald's side of things, where you could hear them taking orders and all that and noise in the background. So basically that's what it is. You do hear a little bit of that in the McDonald's call, and same thing with the live body cam footage as well. I just want to put that here, so don't get confused. It's not part of the report of them talking about bagels and stuff. It's just the noise in the background from the 911 call. Okay, bye.
The McDonald's manager is remarkably calm throughout the call, almost apologetic that she's calling 911. I tried to call the non-emergency number, she said. She even took orders while on the phone with 911, yelling to a co-worker, more bagels. One of them is no butter. The only thing you can see is his eyebrows, kind of hard to tell with just his eyes and his eyebrows. McDonald's employee says she doesn't want to approach him. Now the break for lunch is until 2:15 p.m. The lunch break is over. The press is back in the courtroom, and officers have gone to retrieve the public observers. Karen just walked in. Public is seated. Dickie just returned as well, and is chatting with Mark in the front of the courtroom. LM returned 2:20 p.m. Back in courtroom after its lunch break, ADA's wheel in with cart of exhibits/evidence come to order. Karen, Mark come in through side door, followed by LM, handcuffed behind his back. The cuffs are taken off. ADA Zachary Kaplan. Before the break we heard the 911 call. Now let's turn to this radio transmission file. What time was it? States. Looks like the officers were dispatched at 9:15 ADA. And did they initially get the subject's NJID number wrong? States. Yes, states. They checked the ID in other states in the region. Nothing. Audio played. It's LM. Mike. Alpha states that ID came back valid from Maryland. Shown on screen. Call for service detail report. Call narrative. Looks like NYCS word. They look at the call for service report from the 911 call reporting someone at McDonald's that looks like the NYCS word. Looks like the priority was initially marked as low. Witness read out that LM's driver's license came back as a result at 9 hours, 53 minutes, and 29 seconds AM on December 9th. Karen has no questions. New witness called. ADA. When did they realize the first ID didn't exist in the databases they checked? States. 9:31 ADA. When did they finally run the correct spelling of LM? States. 9:53. Photo shown on 5 big screens. ADA, no more questions. KFA, no questions. Next witness, Pennsylvania Corrections Officer Rivers. ADA Zachary Kaplan, whereas SCI Huntington. Rivers, half a mile from Altoona. It's high security. ADA, what did you do before? Rivers, British Army, then a G-word store. ADA, had you ever been required to read someone their Miranda rights? Rivers, no. ADA, which inmates are housed in RD? Rivers, could be a high-profile case. The inmate is at risk. They are placed under watch. ADA, who did you monitor? Rivers, LM. Rivers is testifying that he's never read anyone Miranda rights, interrogated anyone, or participated in a criminal investigation. He was assigned to monitor LM and points him out in the courtroom. What did you know about the allegations in New York? That it was alleged that he is a CEO of a healthcare or health insurance company. ADA, what did you know about the allegations? Karen Friedman. Anafilo, objection. Justice Caro, overruled. Rivers, that he was accused of a health industry CEO. ADA, did you have an interest in this case? Rivers, no, I don't care. Laughter in courtroom. USA, why was he moved? Rivers, we have more security. We wanted to prevent extortion of him, and to prevent staff leaking information to the media. I'm to write down his movements 7 times an hour and feed him. Rivers said LM was placed under constant watch in a special area outside of Gen Pop, because he was told by the superintendent of SCI Huntington. I was told that SCI Huntington did not want an Epstein-style situation. ADA, what were you told? Rivers, that SCI Huntington did not want any Epstein-like incident with LM. I would not have said it that way. It was said to me. ADA, how is he treated? Rivers, meal at the same time, but he got printouts of mail. He has no tablet. Specifically, I believe he had books. ADA, could you see his cell? Rivers, yes, it's see-through plexiglass. ADA, do inmates have entertainment? Rivers, it depends. He had books. ADA, did he ask you anything? Rivers, he asked where I'm from. ADA, do you speak with an accent? Rivers, everyone does. Apparently LM was biting his nails before. ADA, did he tell you anything? Rivers, about fighting ladyboys in Asia, how people have a greater experience of intolerance for suffering there. ADA, Q&A or a back and forth? Rivers, a back and forth. ADA, are there rules what to say? Rivers, a code of ethics. ADA, did you speak about health care? Rivers, yes. We spoke about the difference between private and nationalized health care, and the perception of the media or social media. I said the mainstream media focused on the crime, social media on wrongs in the industry. Rivers is testifying about the first conversation he had with LM. He says LM opened the conversation asking where he was from. When ADA Kaplan tried to ask why, LM asked that. Karen's objection was sustained. ADA, did he bring up Ted Kaczynski? Rivers, yes. He said he was disappointed he was being compared to Kaczynski. ADA, what else did he say? Rivers, that he wanted to make a statement to the public. ADA, what did you think? Rivers, I don't care. Rivers said he and LM talked about traveling in Asia. He was telling me about something he witnessed. It was a gang fight between ladyboys in Thailand, and brought up something to do with monkeys on public transport. ADA, do you carry a service W word? Rivers, no. It'd be too dangerous. ADA, did you use any force when you spoke to him? Rivers, no. ADA, did he sleep, eat and go to the bathroom? Rivers, yes. ADA, and did he speak to you on December 17th as well? Rivers, yes. LM is taking notes. ADA, did he discuss literature with you? Rivers, yes. He said he liked Orwell, Thoreau and Huxley. He gave me Huxley's Doors of Perception. ADA, did you read it? Rivers, no. ADA, why not? Rivers, because I don't care. Rivers said LM was interested in hearing how the public perceived the crime he was accused of, if people were more interested in him as a person or the crime, how it was being discussed, etc. ADA, did he discuss health care? Rivers, yes. He spoke about obesity in the US. ADA, was he allowed to leave his cell? Rivers, yes. On Form 17X it says he refused exercise ADA. Was he allowed to use the phone? Rivers, he called his attorney. He was calm. Rivers testifies that LM was upset he was being compared to Ted Kaczynski because of reviewing his manifesto on Goodreads. Rivers said LM said he wanted to make a public statement, but Rivers never asked him what it was. LM laughed and shook his head when the Latter Boy story was brought up. ADA, did it ever seem he didn't want to talk with you? Rivers, no ADA, did you make T-words or promises? Rivers, no ADA, did you see yourself as part of law enforcement? Rivers, no ADA, did we interview you in January 2025? Rivers, yes. When prosecution asked officer witness assigned to LM why he had no interest in the Mangione case, and he answered, I didn't care, LM immediately broke into a large smile. LM has written quite a few pages of notes on his yellow legal pad so far. LM shook his head when Officer Rivers said he recommended a book to him and that he didn't care. ADA, at some point did the defendant kick the door? Rivers, yes. At 14:28, ADA, okay. No further questions. Karen Friedman Anafilo, can we have a break? Justice Caro, yes. KFA is up for cross and requests a 5-minute break. LM discussed something with Karen for a while at the defense table. LM is back at the courtroom. 3:57 p.m. LM brought back and cuffed, then uncuffed. Karen Friedman Anafilo, Indec. 2024, where was your usual station? Rear D, Rivers, Rear D is not always open. I got assigned KFA. You have special training? Rivers, no. Karen Friedman Anafilo, the cell door is locked at all times. Rivers, yes KFA. If he leaves the cell, he's handcuffed. Rivers, yes KFA. Did he have TV or radio? Any news? Rivers, no. And no visitors? KFA. He had an attorney call. Rivers, yes. Karen Friedman Anafilo, you knew this was a high-profile case, with news trucks outside. Rivers, yes KFA. You are trained to keep things calm. Rivers, there are schools for that, but I didn't go to one. KFA. You were trying to keep him calm. Rivers, not outwardly. You knew that LM was not a sentenced prisoner like most of the people at SCI Huntington. Yes. You knew he was a pre-trial detainee. I knew he hadn't been sentenced. Are you sure? He said Vietnam. Yes. Interesting. Rivers, he said he went to Thailand and Vietnam. KFA, Vietnam. Are you sure? Rivers, yes KFA. Okay. What did you say about third world countries? Rivers, levels of suffering and happiness. KFA, you know what Miranda warnings are? Rivers, yes. Karen Friedman Anafilo, you told him you took Mugwort, that you saw gnomes. Rivers, I don't recall saying that. KFA, but how else would I know it? ADA, objection, judge, sustained. KFA, you spoke about health care, your opinion, what was it? LM is checking his nails and bit them. Rivers, I don't remember what I said. Karen Friedman Anafilo, you only remember what he said, not your side of the conversation. Justice Caro, come on, no more commentary. KFA, on December 16th, you start at 13:49. Multiple entries use the word talking and sitting. Mugwort came in the form of gnoming your dreams. KFA asked, Rivers, who is British, said on direct that he has experienced both private and nationalised health care, so he gave LM his opinion on the matter. You say you don't care, but you certainly spent a lot of time sharing personal information with him. KFA, do you recall him saying that he was upset that law enforcement was leaking things about him? KFA clarification, transcript repeated. And do you recall Mr. Mangione telling you he was upset that law enforcement was leaking things and attributing them to him? Karen Friedman Anafilo, what did you write down? Rivers, a book recommendation he gave me. KFA, Your Honor, I'm almost done. Mr. Rivers, did you say you didn't want to speak about his case? Rivers, I don't remember saying that. Karen Friedman Anafilo, no further questions for this witness. Redirect. ADA Zachary Kaplan, what did you mean by you didn't care? Rivers, I did not care about his case. ADA, so your questions were not designed to learn anything. Rivers, right, they were not. I don't have a clear memory of a casual conversation I had a year ago. Rivers answers. Both defense and prosecution have no more questions for Rivers. Karen and LM speaking to each other. ADA, what did Corrections Officer Henry state? Rivers, it says, standing at the door. ADA, nothing further. Justice Caro, next witness. ADA, Corrections Officer Matthew Henry. ADA Siegerman, are you nervous? CO Henry, agitated. I do care. Custody and control. ADA, what did you know about LM? CO Henry, I'd seen a video of the S-word in NYC, and his was the name associated with it. ADA, did he speak to you? CO Henry, yes. He volunteered that he had a 3D printed W-word and foreign currency in a backpack. CO Henry, he said people thought he was a foreign agent because he had foreign currency. ADA, did you respond to that? CO Henry, no. I was just watching him. ADA, who wrote, laying on bunk. CO Henry, I did. ADA Siegerman asks Henry if LM spoke to him about having a 3D printed G-word and foreign currency on him. Henry says he didn't respond. Did you have any interest in getting involved in this conversation? None. ADA, what type of 3D F-word did he say he had? CO Henry, a H-word. ADA, nothing further. Judge, Cross, Mark Anafilo, he just blurted out, I had a G-word. CO Henry, define blurting out. He said it. Mark Anafilo, out of nowhere. ADA, objection. Mark Anafilo, did you write that down? CO Henry, no. Mark Anafilo, do you have access to paper? CO Henry, yes. Mark Anafilo, you knew this was a M-word case involving a G-word. CO Henry, yes. Mark Anafilo, but you did nothing to memorialize it. CO Henry, no. During cross, Mark is emphatically asking, you weren't saying anything to him, and out of nowhere he says, I have a 3D printed P-word. Mark Anafilo, they wrote you said there were 2 cells, but now you say there are 5. CO Henry, yes. Mark Anafilo, so their report is wrong. There are cameras, right? Did he say if the magazine was 3D printed? CO Henry, I don't remember. Mark Anafilo, did any words leave your mouth to him? CO Henry, yes. He asked me about jail. Mark Anafilo, but you didn't write anything down. We're going to get you out of here and back to Pennsylvania today. He just said these things to you. CO Henry, yes. Mark Anafilo, nothing further. ADA, do you have any interest in this case? CO Henry, no. ADA, nothing further.
So that is the end of the live tweets for day 1 that I find incredibly interesting. So now we are going to be moving on to my little notes and things I want to bring up and talk about from the live tweets and talk about a little bit more, because again, there are some things in here that are like very small that can add a lot of things to Luigi Mangione's case in a big way. So I'm going to do that now. And like I said earlier with the live tweets, they're kind of like a mini transcript, so it's like we don't get the full context, and I can tell when I was reading over the live tweets to write notes for you guys and all that, I could tell there are things missing that could have been there for context or anything like that, or there's some words missing. So again, it's like a it's like a rough mini transcripts, these live tweets are just something I want to note. But there are things coming out in these mini live tweet transcripts. We have basically adds a lot more to what we learned about in the past, and we learn new things that we didn't know before in the past as well. So again, I find it incredibly interesting. So there's lots of little things in these December hearings we learn about that add more layers to everything, I think, anyway. Again, when we get the official transcripts, if they ever do come out, I feel like we'll get more context in those compared to the live tweets, but this is all we have to do now. Even if I said earlier in my last video I didn't really like that, but I have to bite the bullet and do it anyway to give you guys a vague timeline for you guys. If they do ever come out, I will probably do another one of these videos, probably more so like a summary video like I do with the motions, again just giving you guys a breakdown and all that here. Also, another thing I do want to note here, you could also see this in the back of one of the photos of Luigi Mangione on the 1st of December 2025. You could see Thomas Dickey was there as well. He was also there on the 2nd day as well of these suppression hearings, but I just thought I wanted to note that. I thought that was really cool, and it's like, oh, Thomas Dickey's there. That was really cool. Thomas Dickey was also there. I do want to bring this up here. So I'm not sure if I talked about this on here before, I just talked about this to someone else. So the McDonald's worker goes over Luigi Mangione's appearance, and basically she just describes very much pretty similar to like a lot of other men have. Like we already know, Luigi Mangione's facial structure is pretty similar to a lot of other men out there. It isn't very like unique or different compared to a lot of men out there. So again, he has a very similar facial structure to a lot of men out there. Hi, it's voiceover me. So I literally just went on to Google and just wrote man, and I'm showing it up on the screen for you guys just so you guys know I'm not like making it up. Like, he actually does have a very incredible similar facial structure to a lot of men out there, and I'm showing you the example of just basic men out there with like thick eyebrows and like the same facial structure as Luigi Mangione. I just felt like I needed to show you guys this because again, I feel like people would just say, you're making this up. It's like, no, he actually does. So you can see on screen here, there's a lot of men out there that have a very similar facial structure and eyebrows to Luigi. Same thing with his eyebrows. A lot of men have bushy eyebrows. So again, the McDonald's worker literally just said some very basic things about Luigi Mangione that like a lot of other men have out there. So I don't really remember if I talked about that here. Literally just someone else I was talking about this with. Again, Luigi Mangione's facial structure isn't very different to a lot of other men out there, so it is pretty easily to make that mistake, especially with like wearing a face mask, because again, you can't tell very much from someone's appearance just by looking at the eyebrows and this part of their face, unless they have something very defined. Like me, I have 2 moles on my eyebrows you can't see from here. So like me, I have 2 moles on my eyebrow. You can't see it because I wear my hair like this, compared to say someone who would not have that, if that makes sense. I have 2 moles on my eyebrows. Someone like probably could tell if I was wearing a mask and you could only see my eyebrows, but I have hair on my face. You probably can't even see them at this point. I just like wearing my hair like this, okay? By the way, there you go, you get to see what my eyebrow looks like if you ever wanted to know. So yeah, Luigi Mangione does not really have any like defined features that separates him from like a lot of other men, if that makes sense. What the McDonald's worker was talking to the 911 caller. And they also do a cross-examination to another interviewer. He was a officer. His name is Officer Rivers. He was a officer that was looking over Luigi Mangione when he was in Pennsylvania. And again, little things came out in these officers' stories that literally the Luigi Mangione's defense team poked holes in their stories. I got this feeling when I was reading the live tweets. Again, it's live tweets. You don't know the tone of everything. But I just got this feeling when I was reading the live tweets from Officer River that was looking over Luigi Mangione. He wasn't exactly telling the truth. Like, again, we'll see later on, it very much is the case with a lot of all the other officers. Again, little things will come out that will like add up to like, oh, they're bullshitting. And sad fact is that isn't really uncommon with cases with dodgy police. It's sad that is a fact and people know about that. It came out Officer Rivers has never told someone their Miranda rights before whatsoever, and basically it comes out also by Officer Rivers as well, basically saying the reason why Luigi Mangione was moved is because they don't want anything leaked to the press, and also they want more security over Luigi Mangione, because Officer Rivers said his lieutenant, again the guy who was above him, basically said they don't want another Epstein thing happening. Again, I found that very odd they literally worded it like that. Officer River also said they wouldn't have worded it like that. I just thought that was something to note here. They literally made that comparison. Again, like literally when Luigi Mangione was being held in Pennsylvania, and it also comes out he was there to monitor Luigi Mangione and write his movements and all that. And again, that little thing will be important in a couple of minutes that I'll bring up. So basically, Officer River said earlier, he said he did not care about the shooting of Brian Thompson's case whatsoever. He did not pay that much attention to it. He did not care whatsoever. And also, he did not really care what Luigi Mangione had to say whatsoever. Again, this will be important in a minute. And Officer River also said Luigi Mangione really wanted to make a statement to the press, and he said something to the press when he was first arrested, and like we all know, know, he did not whatsoever. The only time we heard Luigi Mangione make a statement to the public or even say anything to the reporters of when Luigi Mangione just had his first court hearing in Pennsylvania, where he screamed to the media,
"As completely out of touch, and as an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience."
That's the only time. And Officer Rivers said he said something. He said that to the reporters when he was first arrested. And like we all know, if reporters actually heard something like that, they would have posted it right away. But apparently we heard nothing whatsoever. So again, little things coming out here. And also another thing that came out, Officer Rivers said, apparently Luigi Mangione said he was curious to see what the public think of him. Do they care more of Luigi Mangione as a person, or do they care more about the crime he allegedly committed? Apparently Luigi Mangione said that. And if Luigi Mangione actually said that to Officer Rivers, yes we do, we care about you as a person. If we didn't, I wouldn't be making these goddamn Lord of the Ring essay videos. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be doing these. We all care a lot more than you think if Luigi Mangione actually said those words. But again, like I said earlier, Officer River did not care. Officer River knew this was a big and viral case, but then on top of that, he also didn't care, and he did not care about Luigi Mangione. So why does he care so much about telling Luigi Mangione's side of the conversation than what he said about the conversation if they actually talked whatsoever? Again, little holes are forming. Officer's story, again, you can slowly see it as we keep going on. Apparently Luigi Mangione also said to Officer River his opinion about the American healthcare system, and like I said earlier, also another thing I do want to add, Officer River does talk quite a bit about what Luigi Mangione said to him than what he said to Luigi Mangione. He's paying a lot of attention to what Luigi Mangione said if he did not care whatsoever. I just thought that was interesting. Also, another thing that came out, Officer Rivers said Luigi Mangione went to Vietnam and also Thailand. Like we all know, Luigi Mangione never went to Vietnam, but Officer Rivers said Luigi Mangione definitely mentioned he went to Vietnam. Just want to add that there. And apparently another thing Luigi Mangione said to Officer River is apparently Luigi Mangione said he did not like the media were comparing Luigi Mangione to a terrorist because of his Goodreads account. There was a book there over about a terrorist. I do want to say this here, you're allowed to read other people's opinions about things and not like agree with them, because again, I don't know, broaden your horizons, I guess, and then you leave still more confused than ever, going, why do they think this way? But apparently it came out like that, but it also came out, Karen Rockefeller asks, and basically confirms, how would Luigi Mangione know how the media is talking about Luigi Mangione and how they're calling him a terrorist? Luigi Mangione does not have a TV in his cell. He also does not have a radio in his cell whatsoever, and the only person Luigi Mangione was talking to was his attorney. And again, how would Luigi Mangione know how the media is talking about him when he does not have access to the outside world, and the only person who is talking to him is his attorney? I'm pretty sure Luigi Mangione's attorney is not talking about what the media is talking about Luigi Mangione to him. I'm pretty sure there are more important things to discuss than what the media says. So again, holes are forming. So like, how would Luigi Mangione know what the media is saying about him if he just did not have a TV or radio? Something to think about there. It also comes out as well, Karen Rockefeller basically, when she was doing the cross-examination, asks Officer River, why does he care so much about telling Luigi Mangione's side of the story of things compared to what he said to Luigi Mangione, apparently talking to each other? If he did not care, why is he paying so much attention to what Luigi Mangione said compared to what he said to Luigi Mangione? Something to think about there. I found that incredibly interesting. Again, holes are forming in people's stories in this as well. So another officer that was called as a witness on this day was Officer Henry. He was another officer who was looking over Luigi Mangione in Pennsylvania, and we got a cross-examination from Mark Acafillo. If you don't know who he is Karen Acafillo's husband. Yes, but we get a cross-examination from him to this officer. A lot more things do come out that are like a little bit sus from this officer's story that you can clearly see there are holes in his story. Basically, Officer Henry basically said Luigi Mangione just blurted out to him, by the way, saying he had a gun when he was looking over Luigi Mangione, and Mark Acafillo asks, did he write that down? And Officer Henry said no, and then Mark Acafillo asked him, did he have access to paper? He said yes. Did he have access to a pen? He said yes, and then he questioned him, why did he not write that down when something as important as this should be written down? Why did Luigi Mangione blurted that out randomly if they weren't talking to each other whatsoever? Why would Luigi Mangione randomly blurt that out? Mark Acafillo asks Officer Henry, basically, earlier he said there were 2 cells, and then later on he says there were 5. Now, again, holes are forming, where earlier he said there were 2, but now there are 5, and he says, which one is it? The officer was very much incisive and wasn't really know what to say, and then it also comes, and then Officer Henry said after that, when he was questioned why there were 5, and then earlier he said there were 2, and then there were 5, Officer Henry said yes, there were 5. Again, holes are forming in this man's story. Acafillo basically asks to Officer Henry, so does that mean the report is wrong? He also asked, is the magazine 3D printed? I'm assuming it meant, like, was it a 3D printed, like, magazine? Again, this is just from the live tweet, so again, there could be things missing. And then also Officer Henry said he wasn't sure. Again, things coming out, you need to write things down or have things recorded like this, because you will forget things in a year's time. I don't remember things after I post these videos. I don't remember what I said, like, when I started this channel, like 7 or 8 months ago. I don't remember. That was a while ago. But yeah, again, little things like this just add a lot more detail to things of like, suspicious shit going on. So yeah, I just thought that was incredibly interesting, just hearing the holes coming out from Officer Henry's story from Mark Acafillo. And I remember when the December hearings were happening, I remember I had like a knot in my stomach the entire time for those 3 days, again, and also the other weeks as well. Again, I don't know why I just had that feeling. I just had that knot in my stomach the entire time. So I hope you guys are okay after the December hearings. That's how I felt like at the time. So when I saw the photos of Luigi Mangione, again, we have not seen photos or videos of Luigi Mangione in like such a long time, so it's really nice to see them, and he's actually smiling in these photos, and I think it's like really nice and sweet. We've not seen his smile in such a long time, so it's like really lovely to see he's smiling. And honestly, the thing that surprised me the most is like his hair looked kind of straight. It's like, I'm not used to seeing Luigi Mangione's hair being almost straight. I didn't know that was possible unless you spend a lot of time straightening your hair if you have naturally curly hair like Luigi Mangione. So let me know in the comments down below, how is this possible? I have questions. Let me know, because I'm pretty sure Luigi Mangione did not have time to straighten his hair with a hair straightener. I know that takes a while when you have naturally curly hair. Let me know, I'm very curious. That's the thing that surprised me the most. It's like, why is his hair not as curly? Don't worry, it comes back in every other photo. It was just those first photos. I think it was just because of like how it was cut. Someone explained to me, just of like many curls going on top of each other, making it look flat. So that is the end of my little notes of day 1 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. So now we are moving on to December 2nd, 2025 suppression hearing. So I do want to add this here, so I found quite interesting of me just not doing this for a couple of weeks, and kind of funny at the same time. The more feminine presenting I look in these videos, it pisses off a lot more men out there for some reason. It triggers something inside them, and I'm talking about Luigi Mangione. It makes men infuriated. So I'm gonna keep dressing how I like to dress, and I'm gonna keep talking about Luigi Mangione's case and get the accurate information out there. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I just found that incredibly funny. I noticed that quite a bit. So So anyway, 2nd of December 2025, day 2 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings. Photos here, you could clearly see Luigi Mangione has quite big bags underneath his eyes. I feel like going through these suppression hearings would be incredibly stressful, so he did have quite big bags underneath his eyes. On this day, we go over quite a bit over the body cam footage. We kind of go over the body cam footage over the next 3 days in Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing, but this is the first day we go over it quite a bit. Another officer was called to the stand as a witness. His name is Officer Detler. He was the officer with the rookie officer who was first at the scene questioning Luigi Mangione, and a lot of things came out here basically of him just going in with an unfair bias, basically proving he 100% thought Luigi Mangione was the right guy right off the bat in the suppression hearing. These are the live tweets for day 2 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. I'll pop them up on screen for you guys. Same thing as before, haven't changed anything like that, so I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
Dickie has arrived, defense table still empty. Suddenly the 5 video screens show a loud video clip, apparently outside the McDonald's in Altoona, PA. It is quickly turned off. Justice Requiro did say 9:30, and they're in less than 5 minutes. Defense team marches in, Karen Friedman, Anna Fillo, Jacob Kaplan, Tom Dickey, and bringing up the read, Mark Anafillo, ADA Joel Seidelman confers with ADAs in front row. Karen and Kaplan, defense, speaking to Zed Kaplan, prosecution, at the front while Mark and LM's PA attorney, Dickey are chatting and laughing. Apparently they are queuing up video from outside of the Altoona McDonald's on December 9th. Courtroom still photographers were just let in to sit down. LM enters again, this time in a navy suit jacket, with a light colored button down. Photographers are let up to take pictures of him as he whispers to Jay Kaplan. They are let out again. LM arrived in a black suit and a buttoned down shirt. Judge Requiro arrived first. Witness called. LM turns the pages of his large yellow legal pad and prepares to take notes. ADA Seidelman, they have stipulated to the authenticity of the body-worn camera video. Karen Friedman, Anna Fillo, with caveats. Next witness, Altoona Police Officer Joseph Detwiller, ADA Seidelman, how long have you been with APD? Detwiller, 14 years. I was in Iraq. LM is shackled again. Detwiller saying Altoona, Pennsylvania is a high crime area and his officers are very busy. LM is watching the officer testify with serious expression. ADA, you were a contractor and you do. Detwiller, convoys. Then I went to Academy in Harrisburg. ADA, what was your shift into? Detwiller, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. ADA, are there foot patrols in A? Detwiller, no, we're in cars. Detwiller says Fryer had only been on the streets for a few months, and they were riding in the police car so he could teach him traffic law. 10-4, we'll be on that. Detwiller says, was being semi-sarcastic when I said it. I did not think it was going to be the person that I thought it was. Detwiller's lieutenant texted him, if you get the New York City S-word, I'll buy you a hoagie from the local restaurant. I said, consider it done. Detwiller, Seidelman is questioning him. DA, you said, we'll be on that. In what tone? Detwiller, sort of joking. I thought it was unlikely. ADA, your supervisor texted you what? Detwiller, that if I got the NYCS word he'd buy me a hoagie at a local restaurant. Did you respond with lights and sirens? No, why not? Because I didn't think it was going to be him. I watch a lot of Fox News and I saw a lot of video and articles on the S word. I saw the person's picture many times prior to that. 5 days. Detwiller, I watch a lot of Fox News. I saw the video. Ada, how many times? Detwiller, a lot. ADA, you saw this on Fox. Karen Friedman, Anna Fillo, objection, he's leading the witness. Seidelman is showing photos of the UHCS word and asking which ones Detwiller saw and which he didn't, and where he saw them. Fox News. Detwiller had seen the hostel photos of the suspect without the mask. Detwiller remembers seeing the photo of the UHC suspect in the back of the taxi with a blue medical mask, on Fox News. Playing a clip of the video of the Thompson S word again, Detwiller says he saw the entire video, and he saw the Starbucks photo as well. He did not see the diving video, but remembers reading about law enforcement searching for AM word W word in NY Pond, playing the full video of the Thompson S word from a different angle. LM is staring straight ahead at the courtroom monitor as it plays, hand on his chin. Detwiller asked what he thought of crime when he saw video last year. I thought it was awful. I was disturbed. It appeared that he was lying in wait. ADA, okay. People's too, we can display for everybody. Video of S-word shown. ADA, what did you think of it? Detwiller, I was disturbed. It appeared he was lying and waited. ADA, did it look premeditated? Karen Friedman Anafilo, objection Justice Caro, sustained. LM is looking down and taking notes. They're going to watch bodycam footage from Detwiller's camera. Show footage of Detwiller's camera driving to McDonald's. Karen asks to approach before they play from Fry's bodycam footage. ADA, okay, the body cam video, when did you activate? Detwiller, a little prior to getting on the scene. ADA, let's watch it. Karen Friedman Anafilo, to judge, may we approach? Justice Caro, yes. Lawyers still debating at the front with judge. LM turns back and looks at audience, then faces forward again. Friedman asks Detwiller if he saw himself on other bodycam footage. PFA steps into cross. Were times when you walked out of the McDonald's, correct? Yes. Karen Friedman Anafilo, Officer Detwiller, you walked out of the McDonald's, and later the precinct, and didn't see everything that happened. Detwiller, that's true, but I've seen the other officers' video. ADA, let's see Patrolman Fry's video. You weren't present and you didn't see what was happening with your own eyes when their videos were on. KFA correct. Back to Siedelman now playing Fry's bodycam footage. KFA objects. Overruled. They're watching Fry walking in behind Detwiller into the McDonald's, from Fry's bodycam footage. No audio yet. They see the police walk up to LM, who closes his laptop and pulls down his mask when asked. I knew it was him immediately. Detwiller, I stayed calm, and then I asked him if he'd been to New York recently. Detwiller. ADA, who was in the back? Detwiller, the male. I walked by to see how he would react. Video plays. Detwiller asks, what's your name? Mark. Detwiller, someone called saying you were suspicious. Take down your mask. ADA, what did you see? Detwiller, I knew it was him. They hear the footage again when they ask LM for his name and ID. He says Mark. Mark Rosario. They tell him some people thought he looked suspicious. They thought you looked like someone guilty of, and the officer stops talking to go run the license. They hear him say in video, were you up in New York recently? LM sounds muffled in response, has mask hanging off his ear. He reaches back into his brown bag for food. What were you doing up in New York? LM doesn't answer. In video, Detwiller frisks LM. Do me a favor, stand up real quick here. Put your hands on the top of your head. You seem a little nervous right now. Why are you nervous? Detwiller says he frisked him because he knew firearm hadn't been found in New York. S-word. I thought he was the NYC word of the CEO. On video. Detwiller, where are you from? New Jersey. Detwiller, were you up in New York recently? Affirmative. What were you there? ADA, did you get an answer? Detwiller, no. ADA, you frisked him. Why? Safety. Detwiller, I knew they hadn't found the G-word. ADA, from the E-word of Brian Thompson. Karen Friedman Anafilo, objection Justice Caro, I heard it. Overruled. ADA, in your search, did you find a jar of peanut butter? Detwiller, no. Yes, he's here, Tom. It's him. I'm not kidding, Tom. It's him. He's real nervous. Tom, I'm about 100% sure it's him. Why don't you come out here, Tom? I appreciate it. Okay, bye. Detwiller overheard when he steps out to make a call to his lieutenant. Detwiller said he thought LM appeared nervous because I saw his fingers shaking a little bit. Tom, on phone, didn't catch last name, was surprised because he was the one that sent me the hoagie text message. Bodycam footage around 9:32 a.m. An officer asks LM what he's doing in Altoona. He mumbles, can't hear his answer. His arms are crossed. He's leaning back in chair with medical mask dangling. There's an uneaten hash brown in front of him. In court, LM is leaned back and looking at prosecution. A blown up, human-sized exhibit of the NJ Mark Rosario license is being shown to the court. Detwiller said he thought it looked real. LM's reply to if he was visiting family was homeless. You been up in New York at all lately or not? Detwiller, second time asking. No. LM, arms still crossed. This is all from bodycam. I said we are going to confirm your ID, then we're going to get out of here. That was inaccurate. I was trying to keep him calm, keep things normal, make him feel like things were going to move on and we were going to go. Detwiller says he was waiting for other officers. He identifies LM in the courtroom as the one wearing a black suit. You tell him they have a policy if you're here too long they call us. Siedelman. Detwiller says he said that to keep LM calm and it wasn't true. Video. Audio. Detwiller, it's him. He got real nervous. Come over here, Tom. ADA, who's that? Detwiller, Lieutenant Hanley, on video. Seems a hash brown is sitting on the McDonald's table in its white paper wrapper as Detwiller paces around, NJ license shown. On video. Detwiller, do you have family down here? ADA, what did he say? Detwiller, homeless. ADA, do you see him here in court? Detwiller, they're in the black suit. ADA, what did you tell him? Detwiller, that we'd verify his ID and he could go. It wasn't true on video. Detwiller, we came because they have a policy if you stay too long. ADA, why did you say that? Detwiller, to keep him calm until Lieutenant Hanley came. On video, hash brown is picked up and bitten into. ADA, what is he doing? Detwiller, he's eating a hash brown. Now watching LM biting into a hash brown on bodycam. What is the defendant doing? He's eating a hash brown. The police ask LM where he is from and he keeps biting into the hash brown, saying he hadn't been to Jersey in a while. Eventually answers he's from DMC, Delaware/Maryland/Virginia, on video. Detwiller, are you from Jersey or somewhere else? DMV, ADA, what did you come to understand it meant? Detwiller, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, on video. Some light bluesy singing, surreal McDonald's music. Detwiller, I wanted him to feel good. LM puts hash brown wrapper down, has 2 fingers to his chin on body cam. The police are lying and saying they have come out to MCDs multiple times for people staying too long. Say this was to keep him calm. LM takes a bite of his burger, wipes his hand on his napkin he is chewing, and has his hands in his lap leaning forward. Another bite of burger. Takes off mask. That the steak? Yeah, that's my favorite. Detwiller to LM in video. Video, eating. ADA, what did you ask him? Detwiller, if it was the steak sandwich, that it was my favorite. I just wanted to keep him calm. ADA, what did you say there? Detwiller, come on Blair, we've got other calls. ADA, who is Blair? Detwiller, Blair dispatch. LM is still eating his steak, asks Detwiller something. He asked what could he do next time. I said maybe not stay as long. Detwiller on stand. LM is taking notes. ADA, what did he ask? Detwiller, what can I do next time? I said, maybe just don't stay so long. ADA, who is whistling? Detwiller, I am ADA. Why? Detwiller, to make him think it was normal. A regular call. Jingle Bell Rock plays. Detwiller is swaying in front of LM, who is still eating bites of his steak sandwich. LM in court takes notes. Another police officer approaches. Detwiller shakes his head. Officer takes Rosario ID from him. Then Detwiller goes over to move backpack behind him. LM is finished with his steak sandwich, wipes his hands on his napkin. LM takes his beanie off and runs his fingers through his curls. Crosses hands with beanie in hand. He's sitting with back to the corner of the wall in McDonald's. Detwiller goes outside to speak to Lieutenant and other officers. Officer McCoy comes to stand near LM and backpack. ADA, what did you do there? Detwiller, I moved a backpack away from the defender. I thought there might be an F word in it. ADA, who are you calling? Detwiller, Patrolman McCoy, to come stand where I was standing, so I could go out and speak with Lieutenant Hanley. LM is facing forward, head cocked to the right, neutral expression as they play more video of police entering McDonald's. Seidemann asks about local customs of mask wearing in Altoona, PA. KFA objects. Overruled. Yeah, we don't wear masks. We have antibodies. Courtroom laughs, including Seidemann. Big smile from LM. Nobody wears a mask, so he had to be the person we were called there for. Detwiller testifies. On video. Another officer comes in. Can you take the mask off? ADA, what are the customs with masks in Altoona? Detwiller, we don't wear masks. Pause, we have antibodies. ADA, who comes in now? Detwiller, Lieutenant Hanley. Did you ever tell him he was under arrest? No. Did you ever tell him he was not free to leave? No. Did you ever pull out the R word? No. Did you ever mention the S word in NYC? No. Detwiller steps out of the McDonald's with 2 other officers and says he's 100% sure it's him, and then another officer pulls up UHC photos. There's a better one than that, Detwiller says to police. We've been going for an hour and a half. Can we get a recess? Yes. LM stands up and is recuffed, led outside door. Move a backpack away from the defendant. I thought there'd be a possibility that there could be an F word in the bag. I moved it behind me, so I was in between him and the bag. Detwiller testifies. ADA, was the bag heavy or light? Detwiller, heavy. ADA, what does Hanley say? Detwiller, they released new photos. ADA Siegelman, Your Honor, may we take a recess? Justice Kero, yes. ADA, what did you do there? Detwiller, I moved a backpack away from the defender. I thought there might be an F word in it. ADA, who are you calling? Detwiller, Patrolman McCoy, to come stand where I was standing, so I could go out and speak with Lieutenant Hanley. Proceedings have started again, and LM is sat there back in and Detwiller is testifying again. Whole, UHC, S-word was very strange because we didn't know any motive. Lying in wait, came up behind him. It was just different. He says when LM put mask down he felt it was a safety issue. Biederman asks Detwiller if he remembers hearing writing on the B word, KFA objects, overruled. I remember there were 3 words denied. A later post backpack is now on the table at McDonald's. Detwiller muted his camera to talk to Fox. Sometimes we turn our cameras off when we're away from people involved for administrative reasons. When it comes to strategy, what we're going to do when we're going to do it, Detwiller says he does not have recollection of what he was talking about with the other police officer there. Siegelman is showing policy and procedures to witness. LM is watching Detwiller. Biederman is going through the exemptions of when audio/video have to stay on for Bodicum's reads rule saying officer can temporarily suspend audio if provide reason. We were talking about what we were going to do. I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but it had something to do with that. Detwiller, when Detwiller steps back in, audio is still muted. 6 officers in frame, backpack on top of table to the right of LM. Sitting in corner, Detwiller identifies officers. Audio turned back on. Lieutenant asked if he had given him his false ID warnings, if we believe they've lied about their name. If they lie about their name again, if they give true name, then usually don't get arrested for that. ADA, did you turn your body-worn camera off while speaking with your colleagues outside the McDonald's? Detwiller, yes. We do that sometimes when we are talking about plans. ADA, are you aware of the policy on this? Detwiller, yes. ADA, page 11, G1. Detwiller, activate for all interaction with citizens, except where exempted. There may be occasions where temporarily suspend recording, but the reasons should be stated. D. Administrative conversations. ADA, and here, Detwiller, planning does defendant saying true name? Why about charges for forged documents? No, you're under official police investigation again. If you give a false name again, you will be arrested for false ID. LM nods on screen. Sleigh Ride is now playing in the video. LM has arms crossed. Is your name Mark Rosario? No sir, what's your real name? LMADA, you were asked if you'd given a false ID warning. What did you say? Detwiller, I had not given a warning yet. So then I did, saying if you do it again you will be arrested for false ID. On video, Detwiller, you are under official investigation for false ID. Why'd you lie about your name? Fox I clearly shouldn't have, said LM, eyebrows up. But why do you lie? Fry, that was the ID I had in my wallet and it was a fake ID. LM. Trollman Fox, read him his Miranda warnings. This was after Mangione said he had a fake ID. Do you want to talk to us? He shakes his head no. You're not in custody at this moment. Fox on video. Detwiller, so what is your real name? LL what? M officer, what's your middle name? N for Nicholas. Patrolman Fry, why did you lie? That's the ID I had in my wallet. Q, you had a fake ID. Detwiller, he shook his head. Yes, on camera. LM has his arms crossed as the police talk to him. He seems calm and solemn, sometimes jiggling his right leg. In court, LM leans forward and writes something down, then looks up at courtroom monitor in front of him. Bodicum has cops saying he admitted the ID was fake, so he can be taken into custody. Defendant was seated there with a K-word in his pocket. Siegelman asks. LM is told to put hands up against the wall and is frisked. Defendant said something about a jar of his peanut butter in his pocket. Had you found the K-word he referenced? LM is placed in cuffs. Detain him, one officer says. Another. Detained means they are not free to leave until we're done investigating what we are doing. Detwiller, the music coming from McDonald's was playing the whole time over the loudspeakers, he says. Video officer, anything you say from this point forward may be used against you in a court of law. ADA, what did it mean? He was detained. Detwiller, he might still be released. but they are not free to leave until we have finished investigating. They are jumping back and forth from the minutes before LM is cuffed and after LM is staring ahead watching the courtroom TV monitor. Detwiller says police were talking to Altoona dozen people from New York City. ADA, the music, where was it coming from? Detwiller, the McDonald's, through loudspeakers. It played the whole time. ADA, what did Trent ask you? Detwiller, if that was his stuff on the table. I said yes, that I had pushed it away from him. LM is cuffed, chin up. Back to Thailand, police talk to Dus and NYC. Detwiller mutes camera just after he steps outside and another officer says to him that's definitely him. That's the guy that checked into the hostel with that ID. Anything in that bag to know about? Fry says, indicating to backpack. Detwiller has black gloves on and is searching LM. I put it inside of his brown beanie. Blue and white item with flower on it. Wallet type case that held money. It appeared to be a lot of money. Also some foreign currency inside. ADA, did there come a time when a decision was made to put this individual under arrest? Detwiller, LT Hanley, with Pete Wicks and McCool, for false ID and the license. Those were the charges at that time. ADA, now what's happening? Detwiller, placed into custody, black puffy jacket being removed. Cuffed LM wearing green jacket underneath. McCoy walks over, reaches and pulls out a small piece of paper and places it inside the beanie. ADA, and now, on video, things being taken out of jacket. ADA, who took that out? Detwiller, I did. It was a wallet, with a large amount of cash, and some foreign currency. There were at least 3 layers on his person. There's a piece of paper. We put it in his hat. 10 a.m., change removed from pockets. Green jacket peeled back, blue top underneath. Going through backpack next to him after his arrest. Not Price. Seidemann has Detwiller confirm. Karen asks to approach before more bodycam footage played. LM looks ahead at their discussion, thumbnail back in his mouth, facing forward as lawyers talk. ADA, now what? Detwiller, they are going through his bag. ADA, before or after his arrest? Detwiller, after. Karen Friedman. Anna Philo, may we approach? Your Honor, Justice Caro, sure. Now they are watching as a jar of peanut butter is removed from LM's pocket. Hadn't been found on first frisk. They are seeing another angle of the frisk. Is he carrying a W word? Coins taken out of his pocket. 2 jackets put back on. 10 hours, 0 minutes, and 46 seconds. Start walking forward with LM leading him out. ADA, what did you find? Detwiller, jar of peanut butter, then a piece of stringing. We put it all in the beanie and took it with us when we took him to the station. ADA, did you watch the video of Officer Sam McCoy? Objection overruled. It's admitted. Stopping for lunch until 2:15 p.m. LM puts his notes in brown envelope. Gets cuffed, looks back quickly and then is led outside door. The legal team has returned from the break. 2:18 p.m. and they're back out as roll in with evidence cart. Defense lawyers into side door, presumably to confer with LM before he's brought out. 2:22 p.m, Karen, Mark and Jacob have come back and LM is walked out, handcuffed behind his back, cuffs and removed. Large display of NJ license still up on easel. Detwiller is back after some back and forth between prosecution and defense about authenticity of bodycam and whether or not witness should be able to testify about bodycams that were not their own. ADA Seidemann, we wanted to know if the defense is going to stipulate on Sheriff Hoyt. He has travel plans. Karen Friedman. Anna Philo, we only stipulate when witnesses have personal knowledge. Detwiller returns to stand. ADA, did you review other officers' video? Yes. Karen asks that the giant Mark Rosario fake ID exhibit be taken down since they are done with it. Karen is having Detwiller testify as to when he was not physically present for bodycam footage he's reviewed so they can object to evidence coming in through this witness. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm allowing this as his business records. Caro, they're not business records for a host of reasons. Mark, ADA, and they're all business records. Detwiller, yes. ADA, I offer them as business records. Justice Caro, come on up to the sidebar. Then, you may only ask about using them. ADA, what is happening at 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 1 second? Detwiller, placed in custody for forgery. They are watching a new angle of the officers searching his person. Video shown, search of the backpack on table. ADA, where did you take the brown beanie? Detwiller, back to the station. ADA, any conversation? Detwiller, he asked for my name. ADA, anything else? Detwiller, no. Video shows windshield wipers. Now video in police station. Voice, Take off your shoes. Ankle cuffed to the floor. ADA. What happened there? Detwiller. He dumped out the belongings that were in the beanie. ADA. What did he tell you about his passport? Detwiller. That it was in his bag. Another prisoner was being taken to the hospital. While they were speaking with LM at Altoona, they asked him for ID with his real name. He says his passport is in his bag. Detwiller indicates they were in the holding area for a few minutes. He asks LM if he's right or left-handed, and says this is standard to ask. He is right-handed. No of cash shown. ADA. Did you know how much that was? Detwiller. No. A lot. ADA. And this. Detwiller. Change. String and mask. ADA. That's all. I move into evidence. Who decided what charges? Detwiller. The DA's office. PA criminal complaint on screen. Evidence is now being shown on the screen, with an objection from Karen as Detwiller couldn't previously identify select items: cash, wallet, laptop, foreign currency, watch, Sharpie, string, loose top. The watching BWC from 10:10 a.m., LM exiting a squad car and being walked into the police station. Once inside the intake area, he is asked to take off his shoes. There is a desk shown with forms and some plastic bags. They see LM standing facing the wall, still cuffed. Another officer empties the contents of the beanie on the desk. They hear LM say something about the police having his passport. It was in his bag. Aaron asked about B4 and B5 camera footage. Was Detwiller present? He says he doesn't remember, and looks at the screen in front of him, before answering, "No, I wasn't." Defense now objects to B4 and B5 as to this witness. Overruled. Mark wants it on record that these are not business records. LM just looked back. Detwiller is testifying about policy and procedures of Altoona police when searching and arresting someone. The Altoona PA police criminal complaint is now on the screen, with LM's address redacted. Detwiller describes it as standard. We see the charges: forgery, F-word carried without a license, tampering with records for identification, possessing instruments of the crime, false identification to law enforcement officer. Detwiller confirms these charges were only in PA, and not for NY. PA. Is this the policy of the Altoona Police Department on searches incident to arrest? Detwiller. Yes, admitted without objection. ADA. What is the rule? Detwiller. We search everyone being arrested, their person and any bag. ADA. Do you know anyone in the NYPD? No. ADA. Joel Seidelman. I have no further questions. Justice Caro. How about we take a break? Short break. LM is being handcuffed again. Examination of Officer Joseph Detwiller. 3:31 p.m. EST. By Karen. Karen, you testified earlier about not getting a search warrant, correct? BWC footage is displayed from 10:03 a.m. at the McDonald's. An officer's voice can be faintly heard saying something about getting a search warrant for it. Detwiller confirms he heard it. State objects because Detwiller isn't present in the footage. Judge lets the answer stand. 3:30 p.m. They bring LM back into the courtroom. As they uncuff him, he looks back into the gallery. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo. Fast forward to 10:03. Did you hear Corporal Trent say, warrant? Officer, is that your name? Mark Rosario. LM, no sir. Officer, what's your name? LM, L. Officer, how do you spell your full name? LM, spells it out. Officer, Dob. LM, May 6th, 1998. Old man Fox, why you'd lie about your name? Yeah, talk of his middle name. Patrolman Fry, SP, but why did you lie? LM, that was a fake ID I had, a little unclear. Patrolman Fox, you had a fake ID. LM shakes head yes. It's 9:48 a.m. LM is read his Miranda warnings by Fox, after he was instructed by a higher-up, and answers yes sir after he is asked if he understands. Patrolman Fox, do you want to talk to us? You're not in custody at this point. You are in an official police investigation, so anything you say from this point forward, anything you provide us now that's false, you'll be arrested. Aaron pulls up the Altoona criminal complaint. She asks who signed the complaint, and Detwiller says DA Weeks. KA asks him to read the charges, and asks him to confirm that forgery is a higher crime than unlicensed firearms. He confirms. KA reads from the bottom of the complaint about falsifying statements to police, and asks why LM was charged with that when he told the truth when confronted. Detwiller says he was told to. ADA, I object to her asking him about things when he wasn't there. Justice Caro, only ask about who was in the video. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, did LM change after the false ID warning? Detwiller, yes KFA, so why was he charged? Detwiller, I was told to the local restaurant referenced in the hoagie talk is called Luigi's. By the way, Detwiller just clarified. Karen brings up the text from Hanley about promising him a hoagie if he takes down the NY shooter. Paraphrasing, she confirms this was done over text, not by dispatch. She also confirms that he didn't use his lights or sirens when driving to the McDonald's with his fellow officer Fry. Karen asks if they pulled up a picture of the suspect before they arrived on scene or discussed any strategy. He said no, because he didn't think it was going to be him. Karen asks about the entrances to the McDonald's and the layout, the front entrance doors and the side entrances, etc. She asks if he spoke with anyone upon arrival. Did he speak to any concerned customers or the manager who called 911? Did he need help identifying? He said no. He said he was the only one in there with a mask on. Aaron Friedman, Anna Philo, on your way to McDonald's, did you come up with a plan? Detwiller, no. I didn't think it would be him. KFA, you asked him to take down his mask, and you immediately knew it was him. Detwiller, I knew it was the person they were looking for. Karen confirms that Detwiller walked straight to the back and knew within 2 seconds of LM pulling down the mask, he knew it was him. He says yes. She points out the layout of LM's table, and that there was an opening next to the table, and Fry stood there at Detwiller's direction. KA asks if this was so LM couldn't get away. He says he's not sure. Karen, did you stand there to block him once you knew who he was? Detwiller, well, we needed to stand somewhere and we weren't going to stand there and hold each other's hands. Karen, so you strategically placed yourself there so he wouldn't leave. Aaron Friedman, Anna Philo, you stood there so he couldn't get out, right? And, ADA, was there an answer to that, or just a statement? Justice Caro, was there an answer? Detwiller, I did not answer. KFA, you strategically placed yourself. Detwiller, I just stood there. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, you wanted information about New York. Detwiller, I wanted to find out who he was. KFA, understandable. ADA, move to strike. Judge, counsel understands. KFA, am I going too fast? Detwiller, you're doing great. WC footage is played from the initial interaction between officers and LM at 9:29 a.m. Now we're at 9:30 a.m., and Detwiller has asked LM where he's from and if he's been to NY, after he handed over a false ID. Karen confirms that at this point, they have no idea the ID is false and that the loitering complaint was not accurate. They are just having casual conversation. Detwiller says he wanted to see how he reacted. There is an objection to Karen making comments, and judge says he thinks counsel gets it by now. No comments. Detwiller tells her she's doing great after she tells him to feel free to clarify anything she is unclear on. LM opened the large envelope. There was a stack of EWC footage continues to play. At 9:31 a.m. Karen points out that a brick wall outside appears to be curved, but it's just a camera distortion and it's a flat wall, not curved. We can hear Detwiller speaking to Hanley saying, Tom, it's him. I'm 100% sure it's him. Why don't you come out here, Tom? We now see footage back inside the McDonald's. Karen points out an employee going into a supply closet of some sort to LM's right. Karen points out we heard the third time that he asked him if he's been to NY. Detwiller says it was the second time. She points out that Detwiller and Fry are on either side of Mangione. We hear the officer tell him about the loitering policy, and Karen says, but that wasn't true, right? He says he actually doesn't know if they have a policy. Karen, and at this point, you didn't fear for your safety. Detwiller, that's not true. Karen, at this point, you didn't move the bag away from him, and you were in fear for your safety. Wouldn't you have moved his bag right away? Detwiller, I don't know. Officer, have you been up in New York lately or not? LM, no. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, when you pat down, it's only for W word. Detwiller, only W word, not peanut butter or anything else. KFA, did you unzip anything during that pat down? Detwiller, I don't remember. Video. Detwiller, family here. LM, no, I'm homeless. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, you are making small talk to keep him there. You'd patted him down. You weren't in fear. Detwiller, not true. KFA, but wouldn't you have moved the bag then, if you were afraid? Detwiller, I don't know. On video, Detwiller, is that the stake? EWC continues. One of the officers was whistling loudly along to Jingle Bell Rock on the BWC, and a court officer yelled for the gallery to quiet down. Karen Friedman, Anna Philo, you told him steak is your favorite. Detwiller, that is true. BWC at 9:41 a.m. shows Detwiller moving the backpack behind him. Karen points out the narcotics officer in the corner view who signals for Detwiller to pat down the suspect. He confirms and identifies the other officers in the footage. Karen asks if Detwiller saw a customer leave the restroom casually at 9:42 a.m. He says yes, Mom. Karen then points out that Detwiller then says McCoy 3X to come and replace where he was standing so he could step outside. He says yes. Karen asks, because you were strategically standing there. Karen, why are there two BWC videos here? Why isn't there one continuous? There are missing minutes it seems. Detwiller, because I turned it off so we could talk. Karen, but couldn't you just turn the audio off? Detwiller, I don't know exactly what we talked about. I didn't want our conversation to be heard. Karen, but it was intentional. Detwiller answers yes. Karen then asks him to identify the officers in the footage we are viewing. Karen asks him if he knows the distance, wall to wall at the McDonald's. He says 6 feet. She says, would it surprise you that it's 13 feet? He says, oh, wall to wall. I thought it was table to backpack. Karen notes that LM is about 10 feet from the backpack. Karen Friedman Anafilo, why did you turn your body cam off when you could have just cut the sound? Detwiller, I don't know what we talked about. KFA, is that Officer Fox smiling? Detwiller, yes KFA, and you muted so the conversation wouldn't be recorded. Yes BWC is paused, and Karen asks, is that Officer Fox smiling? Detwiller, it is. LM is shifting his head between watching the BWC and then watching Karen Anafilo question Detwiller. Sometimes he even changes his position to get a better view of her. Now he's taking notes as the BWC continues to play from 9:48 a.m. on. When an officer asks him about why he gave a fake name, Karen asks was that to better gather evidence. Objection sustained. Karen, it's 9:49 a.m. and there are 10 officers there. Detwiller, correct. Karen, now at 9:35 a.m., he's reading the Miranda. Correct. Detwiller, yes. Karen, at 9:50 a.m., we see another customer walking towards the bathroom. Correct. You weren't worried about not having control of the place because 10 officers were there. Karen, it's 9:50 a.m., what is Officer Fox doing? OD, he's patting him down. Karen, but differently than when you did it. Correct. His hands are on the wall, and you had his hands on his head. OD, correct. Karen, at 9 hours, 50 minutes, and 6 seconds, we see Officer Fox placing handcuffs on LM. We see 3 officers behind LM, correct, and other officers in the area. OD, correct. Karen, I believe you testified during direct, around this time, that Trent and Hanley had been communicating with the NYPD. OD, I think they possibly already had been. Karen, and with the DA's office about the possible false ID charges. Correct. OD, correct. Karen, and do you know if they were trying to contact the FBI? OD, yes, I believe they were trying to contact the FBI. Karen, and that's what they were talking about when all huddled around the trash can. He is not sure. Karen Friedman Anafilo, Mirandize him, who said it. Detwiller, Corporal Trent KFA, were they trying to contact the FBI? They're from the trash can area. Detwiller, I believe so, but I don't have details. Karen points out another customer leaving as they watch more BWC. Karen points out that at no point was LM given back the NJID. Detwiller confirms that to be correct. BWC follows Detwiller and Fox outside where they discuss being 100% confirmed it's the NYS word suspect. Karen points out another female customer walking to the restroom. She pauses when it's 9:53 a.m. and points out that more officers have arrived. Detwiller confirms about a dozen at this point. Karen asks about a red light on their BWC. Detwiller says yes. The red light turns on when it's activated. You can see when it's on or off. LM is discussing something with Mark and Jacob. Here's OD, correct. LM is discussing something with Mark and Jacob. Here's breaking into a wide smile. Coughs. Karen Friedman Anafilo, do you need some water? Detwiller, I'm good. Justice Caro, come on up. Apparently to discuss how to proceed, it's 4:50 p.m. KFA puts her glasses back on. They are proceeding. KFA, now there's a minute without audio. Before you cut off your BWC, it looked like Officer Wowser, SP, said wow to you. Correct. OD, correct. Aaron, and you turned your camera off, but turned it on again at some point. OD, correct. Directed to footage without audio. Officer McCoy appears to be throwing away LM's McDonald's garbage. Karen, you didn't think to keep the wrappers or anything for evidentiary purposes. OD, I didn't even think of that. Karen brings up that Detwiller was made an honorary NYPD officer because of this arrest, and asks if he was proud. To me, this is another arrest. Karen, you posted on social media, yourself getting an award by the NYPD. OD, I didn't. My wife did. Karen, fair enough. Karen Friedman Anafilo, and here you are taking LM out of the McDonald's. Who decided who was the arresting officer? Detwiller. I had a family thing to do, so became only the co-arresting officer. KFA, NYPD made you an honorary officer. You're proud. Detwiller, I'm proud of my family, of doing a good job. Yes. Karen Friedman Anafilo, you posted on social media a photo of yourself getting an award from NYPD. Detwiller, I didn't post it. Pause. My wife did. Karen confirms that when Detwiller has LM cuffed in his squad car, he does not speed, nor use lights or sirens. They hear the officers speaking in the car, saying the fake name was ridiculous. Apparently, LM said something to them prior, but Detwiller doesn't remember. Karen shows via BWC that Detwiller parked significantly far away from the entrance to the precinct. Just like McDonald's, you felt like you had everything in control. OD, correct. Video is car ride to the precinct. Detwiller and Fry say their names. Karen Friedman Anafilo, what did LM say to you? Detwiller, I don't remember. KFA, do you know when you left the precinct? Detwiller, around 3 KFA, where were you? 10 to 3, roll call room. Karen Friedman Anafilo, how often have you met with the ADAs? Detwiller, 6 or 7 times. KFA confers with Mark then Jacob Kaplan. KFA, thank you for your service, for coming to NY. I have no further questions. Judge, redirect. It is 5:11 p.m. Detwiller tells Karen he did an incident report the following day. Detwiller tells Karen he did an incident report the following day. Karen, did you consult with other officers? OD, I don't remember. Karen, did you review other officers? BWC, OD, I don't remember. Karen, you met with the DA's office prior to coming here. How many times? OD, maybe 5 or 6. Karen, did you talk to anyone from the US AD's office? OD, no. Karen, you didn't talk to any prosecutors? OD, maybe I spoke to an agent initially, but I don't remember. No further questions. ADA Siegerman, who chose where he sat? Detwiller, he did. ADA, did you tell him he couldn't leave? Detwiller, no. ADA, is it a crime for a wife to be proud of her husband? Detwiller, no. ADA, no further questions. Karen Friedman Anafilo, you and Officer Fry moved LM to that location. Detwiller, yes. ADA, was he under arrest? Detwiller, yes. Justice Caro, you may step down. Redirect. State asks if Detwiller's wife was proud of the work he did in PA. He says yes. State asks, is that a crime? Karen now briefly approaches to clarify a certain placement of LM by Detwiller and Fry. Witness is dismissed. Defense is now arguing that BWC footage should not be released to the media, as it would create an issue for him to get a fair trial. Judge Carroll will seal every exhibit for now, until the trial starts, then the press can move to unseal. A member of the press stood up to argue, and was kicked out. Court is adjourned until Thursday. Defense, we object to videos being given to the media. It will prejudice potential jurors, including to the federal D-word penalty case.
That is the end of the live tweets of day 2 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing on the 2nd of December 2025. Now we are going to be moving on to my little notes and things I want to bring up that I think are quite interesting on this day, so we're going to move on to that now. Also, I do want to say this here, if it does look like I randomly have my hair blowing for the wind, and like I look like one of those stereotypical oh my god dreamy person you see in films, it's just because I have a fan. Yeah, it's very hot where I'm filming, and I'll rather not get heat stroke. You know, it's not an enjoyable thing to have. So I just have like the fan here, so if you magically see my hair moving, that's why. Anyway, moving on. Also, one thing I want to note here is, on this day as well, it comes out they found a jar of peanut butter on Luigi Mangione, and also a pocket knife as well that Luigi Mangione mentioned to the officers, and then they gave him another pat down, and then they found a jar of peanut butter. That jar of peanut butter, ever since I heard about it, lives rent-free in my brain. Like, how can you miss a jar of peanut butter the first time around? Like, later on it does come out of like what brand it is, but it kind of does make sense why Luigi Mangione would have a jar of peanut butter. It does kind of come out as well as these hearings go on of how Luigi Mangione's living circumstances was, and it kind of makes sense why he would have it, because peanut butter is quite cheap. It does have a lot of fats and stuff in it, and you do get a lot of stuff out of peanut butter as well, and also bread is quite cheap as well, so he's probably making peanut butter sandwiches to eat, because again, it's incredibly cheap, but it has fats and stuff you need, if that makes sense. Like I said earlier in the last notes, Thomas Dickey was also here on this day, but I didn't see him in the background or anything like that. But apparently he did appear in the live stream briefly, walking down the hallway with Karen Acafillo and the other people in Luigi Mangione's legal team. I'm sorry I don't remember all their names, except Mark. I'm not good with names. Officer Dittler was driving around Officer Fry. Officer Fry was the rookie officer that arrested Luigi Mangione. He was very proud of himself. If you guys remember, at the start of all this, Officer Fry did an interview saying he was only at that police station for 6 months, and it does come out here he was only at that police station for 6 months. We will go over his crossover when we get to it. Officer Dittler was driving Officer Fry around, showing him the ropes of basically different traffic violations and all that, before they got the call for the 911 call to go to the McDonald's and investigate what the 911 call was. And it does come out here, basically they were joking around, adding another layer to basically the bias towards Luigi Mangione before they even got to the McDonald's. Officer Dittler's lieutenant, or a guy above him, basically sent him a message, oh, if you catch the CEO shooter, I will get you a hoagie, and I think that's a sandwich or something, I don't really know, I'll look it up. And basically, again, adding another layer and bias, basically catching the right guy. It's like, oh, I'll give you a little treat if you catch this guy, when, again, they said they weren't expecting it to be him whatsoever, when in reality, they wanted it to be him deep down inside, and no matter what Luigi Mangione said, they went in with an unfair bias. It also comes out Officer Dittler, his full information about the CEO shooting was just from Fox News, and he's got all his information from Fox News about this case, not from any official sources, say higher up at the police station or in FBI or anything like that. He only got his information from Fox News. And another thing to add here is he's only seen photos of the CEO shooter from Fox News, and we've all seen those photos of what the police released in New York to the public. That's what the photos he saw of the shooter of Brian Thompson, and he did not look up the shooter whatsoever when they were going to the McDonald's looking at photos or anything like that. They just went in with memory, and again, that's not a really reliable thing. Like, you would get a fresher memory of looking at photos when you were going there instead of just going off what you remember. Again, it's very infuriating, and you will hear this a couple of times with some other officers as well going forward. We all know what it means when people watch Fox News and what type of people they are. And also, when I was reading these live tweets, I could very much tell basically Officer Dittler's statement was very much fucking bullshit as me reading it, and we will go forward, you guys can tell as well. And again, like I said earlier, it's a sad fact. We all know it's not uncommon for officers to lie at the stand about any of this. Again, it's very infuriating. And also, I do want to add this, later on when we hear Officer Fry's statement, it very much disproves a lot what Officer Dittler said. And Officer Dittler is his, like, superior, again, compared to Officer Fry, so thanks Officer Fry for outing the guy above you of the bullshit he said. But he also lies as well, but I just want to add that here too. It also comes out as well, basically, Officer Dittler, once he got to the McDonald's with Officer Fry, once he got to Luigi Mangione's table and asked him to take his mask off, he basically said he knew it was 100% him once he saw Luigi Mangione's face, and at this moment in time, they have not not done any investigation work whatsoever. Like, literally, he made that decision once Luigi Mangione took his face mask off. And it also comes out they went directly just to the table with a guy wearing a face mask compared to any of the other people that were at the McDonald's as well. And they did not talk to the 911 caller who worked at McDonald's. They did not ask them any questions or anything like that. They just went to the one table with the guy wearing a face mask. Again, coming in with a unfair bias, just thinking, oh, it's 100% him whatsoever. And this is just when they got to the McDonald's and asked Luigi Mangione to take his face mask off. But basically, Officer Detler just admitted he went in with an unfair bias right then and there. It also comes out Luigi Mangione had his laptop open to go use the Wi-Fi as well. And like we already know this, like we've seen in documents before from Karen Alcafilu and also motions from Karen Alcafilu, like we've seen in the past, Officer Detler went in with a unfair bias. Again, they all did in this case. And that is not fair for Luigi Mangione when they're literally meant to do their job and do investigation work, but they did not do that whatsoever. It also comes out as well in the body cam footage that were playing in the courtroom as well of how sternly they were talking to Luigi Mangione at the McDonald's compared to the rose-tinted glasses version we got from the prosecution's motion that, again, I made a little video about it. I'll remember to put it here if I remember when I'm editing this. But again, in that motion, it very much came out when they were arresting Luigi Mangione in the prosecution's motion. They very much painted it as very much like rose-tinted glasses, but in the actual body cam footage itself, it very much did come out. They were very stern towards Luigi Mangione when they were asking him questions at the McDonald's. It also came out on this day they found a jar of peanut butter on Luigi Mangione on this day when they did a second pat down, not the first pat down they did towards Luigi Mangione. I do want to add this here, this jar of peanut butter lives rent free in my mind ever since I heard about it, and we still don't have any photos about it. Why, show me the peanut butter, prosecutions, give me what I want. I want the jar of peanut butter. I want to see how much you guys missed a jar of peanut butter. Okay, how do you miss that? I don't know why this stupid jar of peanut butter lives rent-free in my brain. I think it's just like, how did you miss that? Like, how? But it very much does slowly more and more come out of like how incompetent the Pennsylvania police force are in these hearings, and we're only on week 1. I just want to add that here. And it's good for Luigi Mangioni's legal team, but on the other hand, it's infuriating to read. And Officer Detler asked Luigi Mangione, is he staying in Pennsylvania to see family, or is he like a university student or college? You guys in America say. Luigi Mangione says no, and Luigi Mangione said he was homeless. And again, that's like very sad and heartbreaking to hear, and just learning Luigi Mangione was homeless. Like, I think we all kind of thought Luigi Mangione was just staying in hostels and stuff, compared to like sleeping quite rough. It does come out quite later. Something else with Luigi Mangione's living situation. It is also very sad and heartbreaking to hear. Again, like we already know and seen, there is CCTV coverage from Luigi Mangione walking away from a hotel asking if he could like rent a room, and then afterwards he said he got told no by the person who worked at the hotel. He wasn't allowed to rent a room or even stay in the lobby because they didn't have any rooms ready, and then Luigi Mangione walked out, and that's when he went to the McDonald's. Again, it just adds another layer of like how sad and heartbreaking learning about what Luigi Mangione's living situation was before all this happened. Again, it does kind of sound like Luigi Mangione was very much alone in the world for a while, and again, it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear as well. Q150 men being mad at me dressing feminine and showing sympathy towards a man. Also, it comes out in the body cam footage, they said to Luigi Mangione this would be all over once they verified Luigi Mangione's ID and then they would move on. In reality, that is not true whatsoever. They basically lied to Luigi Mangione, giving him a false idea of what is going on at the McDonald's. This also came out on the body cam cam footage on this day, but we're here on a different person's body cam footage. But basically, what Luigi Mangione said, it was quite muffled on this body cam footage, but the officer Detler just came out and said, oh, you should not stay at McDonald's as long. But it comes out later, Luigi Mangione said but it comes out later in a different body cam footage of basically what Luigi Mangione said. Basically, Luigi Mangione said, what can he do next time? And Officer Detler said, don't stay at McDonald's as long. And I do want to note this here. People at McDonald's, they don't give a shit. You can stay at McDonald's as long as you want. They're open 24/7. Just don't be mean or don't be disruptive to everyone and customers. Just be chill. They don't give a shit. They don't get paid enough to kick you out at McDonald's. They don't care, okay? Just don't be a nuisance to society. It also comes out on this day about the body cam footage. They definitely moved Luigi Mangione's backpack really far away from him, making sure he can't get to his backpack, and also making sure to box Luigi Mangione in with the officers between him and his backpack, like we've seen many times before in other documents in the past. And basically it also comes out confirming the officers 100% knew what they were doing, trapping Luigi Mangione in, moving his backpack really far away from him. They exactly knew what they were doing at the McDonald's. And it also comes out as well when Officer Detler was questioned, is it common for people in Pennsylvania to wear masks? And Officer Detler said no, they have, not the word, but basically stuff that helps you fight bacteria and stuff like that. Again, then like everyone laughed. Again, it very much comes off of like them not taking this seriously whatsoever when they absolutely should. Like in the police car with Officer Fry and Officer Detler, they were very much joking around saying, oh, we're gonna catch the CEO shooter. In reality, again, they should be taking this seriously when they're not. Officer Detler also admits he never told Luigi Mangione he was under arrest or under investigation of the shooting of Brian Thompson whatsoever. He literally admitted that, saying no, he never told Luigi Mangione that whatsoever. It's infuriating. Again, there's so many little things that came out that we didn't hear about before that are just adding more and more layers to basically when Luigi Mangione was arrested. Again, it's infuriating. I do want to keep bringing up these little moments that, again, add more layers and things in this case that the Pennsylvania officers did, and again, it does come out more and more how goddamn incompetent these officers are. It also comes out Officer Detler, when he was verifying Luigi Mangione's fake ID at the McDonald's, he turned off his body cam footage, and they bring up multiple times in this hearing, basically there are rules of like why officers need to keep their body cam footage on. It is meant to be there to protect people and also them as well, but in reality, like we all know, officers love turning off their body cam. Officers love turning off their body cams if they want to do something suspicious. And it also comes out Officer Detler does not remember what the conversation he had over the phone when his body cam was muted as well at that point in time. Again, he does not remember from a year ago. It also comes out from another officer in body cam footage saying to Luigi Mangione they will not arrest him if Luigi Mangione gives him his real name instead of the fake name he had given them. Again, that is a lie. They did arrest Luigi Mangione. Again, they went in with a unfair bias once they got to the McDonald's. Again, unfair bias 100%. So no matter what Luigi Mangione said, they were going to arrest him no matter what. And they also kept asking Luigi Mangione, was he in New York multiple times. Again, whatever Luigi Mangione said, they would have gonna pin it on him no matter what. Fact is, again, this is just a little note thing here. Sad fact is, I felt like with the police officers kind of learning Luigi Mangione was homeless, sad fact is I felt like they kind of thought it will be easy to pin this on him, because sad fact about society, they don't give a shit about homeless people, so they probably thought, oh, this will be easy, we'll just pin it on this homeless guy. No one will worry about him, no one will care about him, he's homeless. That's not the case. But, again, my little note opinion thing here, again, it's very annoying and very infuriating. It comes out on this day of like how many layers Luigi Mangione was wearing. He was wearing about 3 different types of puffer jackets over regular clothing, so it does sound like Luigi Mangione was sleeping quite rough. Again, just the amount of layers Luigi Mangione was wearing, and I do know for a fact over there in Pennsylvania and New York and that kind of part of the world, it does get insanely fucking cold there. And again, if you saw the pictures of Luigi Mangione's jeans before they got erased from the internet, because like we know, I will cover it over later in the video, but basically they released evidence to the public, and before Reddit and the internet erased it, the picture of Luigi Mangione's jeans were quite dirty, the ones he was wearing, and it does seem like if you connect things together, Luigi Mangione was sleeping quite rough, and just because of like how dirty his jeans were and how many layers he was wearing, and it does come out there was food and stuff in his backpack as well. Again, it does sound like Luigi Mangione was sleeping quite rough than what we all kind of thought. He was just staying at hostels. Again, it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear of like how horribly Luigi Mangione's living situation was at the time. Again, it's very sad and heartbreaking. Again, just connecting the dots, it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear what Luigi Mangione was living like before this all happened, if that makes sense. As well, Karen Arcofilo basically said they did not show certain evidence that they were meant to share at the suppression hearing when they were meant to share it, because again, it is all classified as evidence, but they did not share that when they were at the suppression hearing on this day. Karen Arcofilo asked Officer Detler, was he there in the body cam footage of B4 and B5, and Officer Detler says he doesn't remember, and then Karen Arcofilo says can they like discard it, and then it was rejected. Mark Arcofilo requests can they have this noted down in writing. These is not in business records if they are going to be discarding it. So this is faintly heard in the background of one of the body cam footage at 10:03 a.m. at the McDonald's of another officer saying, do they need a search warrant in the McDonald's? And it was rejected by the prosecution, but that was overruled, so his answer stays. So Detler confirms yes, that was said at the McDonald's and he heard that, but the prosecution objects that because Officer Detler wasn't in the footage, but court overrules that, so his answer stays. So basically, Officer Detler confirms he heard someone ask, do they need a search warrant, when in reality, yes they do. But yeah, little pieces like this are just slowly adding up to like things to a bigger picture of the incompetence in this entire case, just little things like this. Also, Karen Arcofilo also brings up as well about the fake ID charges should be dropped because Luigi Mangione did admit he did have a fake ID, so those charges should be dropped because he admitted he had a fake ID and told them his real identity. Also, I could tell when I was reading the live tweets of how much Officer Detler was talking down to Karen Arcofilo when she was doing the cross-examination towards him. Again, it was infuriating. I hate those men. You know, they just talk down to women, are more inferior to the woman itself. In reality, Karen Arcofilo's way more inferior than that officer. My opinion anyway, but again, I fucking hate those men. You infuriate me. So again, it was very infuriating to hear how much Officer Detler was talking down to Karen Arcofilo. The Detler also says he didn't know McDonald's has a loitering policy. They do not. He also said he'd never been called to go to McDonald's for a loitering charge as well. Again, people at McDonald's, they don't give a shit. Just don't be a nuisance to society. When Karen Arcofilo was questioning Officer Detler definitely called someone else to make sure to block Luigi Mangione in when he went out to go check the fake ID that Luigi Mangione handed over. Again, they knew exactly what they were doing when they were at the McDonald's. So Officer Detler basically admits the reason why he turned off his body cam is because he didn't want his audio to be recorded, and then Karen Arcofilo asks why did he not just turn it on mute if he didn't want it to be recorded, and it also comes out he doesn't remember what they talked about as well around that time. It also comes out as well we previously heard in the past Luigi Mangione's backpack was 6 feet away from him. In reality, between those two tables it was 13 feet away from Luigi Mangione, and Luigi Mangione had basically 2 officers in front of him, between him and his backpack, and basically Luigi Mangione's backpack was 10 feet away from Luigi Mangione than what we previously heard that was 6 feet. It was a lot further away from Luigi Mangione than we heard in the past. It comes out in the body cam footage when the officers said, why did Luigi Mangione hand over a fake ID? And then Karen Acafillo questions, did they do that so they could get more evidence? And that was objected by the prosecution. Luigi Mangione's Miranda rights were read to him much later than they should have. Like we already know, Luigi Mangione has been questioned and maintained for a long time at this point, and it came out Luigi Mangione was read his Miranda rights at 9:50 a.m. at the McDonald's, and like we already know, he was questioned and detained way before then as well. Again, it comes out by another officer. It's exactly what they were doing by Officer Fry. Again, I'm hyping you up for Officer Fry, but basically a lot what Officer Fry said, I'm fast forwarding, I'm sorry, but basically what Officer Fry said, again, just very much confirms what they were doing was wrong. I'm fast forwarding, I'm sorry guys, but again, adding context here. So Karen Acafillo questions about the body cam cameras. When the body cam cameras have a little red light on, that means the camera is on, and when the little red light is off, that means the camera is off. Karen Acafillo asked that question. I think that's very smart. They're probably gonna do a very close look at all the body cam footage, see what cameras are on and off. Also shown in the body cam footage, basically another officer was throwing away Luigi Mangione's rubbish from his McDonald's meal into the bin, and Karen Acafillo questions, why did they not keep that for like evidential purposes? Because you know his DNA could be on the bag or even like in the food he was eating. And Officer Detchler said, oh, they didn't think of that. What the fuck? It also comes out as well, Officer Detchler was made a NYPD officer and also won an award after this arrest. Officer Detchler just said, oh, this is just another arrest to me, and in reality, Karen Acafillo said, oh, are you proud because you won this award? And he said, no, my wife made this Instagram post for me. Is it wrong for my wife to be proud of me? Just I thought this was incredibly interesting. He won a stupid award after this arrest. It comes out as well when Luigi Mangione was in the police car as well. They were making fun of Luigi Mangione's fake name and just saying how ridiculous it was. Luigi Mangione also said something, but it was quite muffled. Again, that will come out later in the video, what that Luigi Mangione said to the officers in the police car. Karen Acafillo asks, did Officer Detchler try to contact the FBI with that phone call with the audio switched off? And Officer Detchler said he does not remember. Like we said before, his audio was turned off, and we do not know what was said around that time. Again, we all know what it means when the officers turn off their body cams. They want to do something sus. I got a lot more how many times the body cam footage was turned off or even muted in this hearing, and this is only the first week. So there's so many missing gaps that we are hearing in this case, because again, body cam is turned off. There are so many gaps we do not know because the time for that is missing, because it is not recorded whatsoever. Again, like we already know, from the McDonald's to the police station, that time frame is missing, and we will go over that in more detail in a minute. The end of Day 2 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing, basically Luigi Mangione's legal team argued they do not want any body cam footage released to the public because it will give him an unfair bias towards witnesses and also an unfair trial. And like we already know, it's already been released. It's infuriating, but again, they just ignored it, and it's fucking infuriating. Again, I won't be playing it, and I won't be having it on the channel out of respect for that. Again, I know I said I'll keep all the important information all in one place, but again, I'm doing this out of respect. Another person in the media was argued, saying they should release it to the public, and then they got kicked out because they were being a nuisance. Again, just don't be a nuisance on places. I think that's the key of things here. So, okay, that was the end of my notes of basically Day 2 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. Now we are moving on to 4th of December 2020. 2025, day 3 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings. On this day, they go a little bit over when Luigi Mangione was at the McDonald's being arrested, and then also once Luigi Mangione got to the police station itself. This day, they did another witness with the rookie officer, Officer Fry. He was the rookie officer that arrested Luigi Mangione, was only been at the police station for 6 months at that point when they arrested Luigi Mangione. If you guys remember him, he was very infused, arrest Luigi Mangione in such a high-profile case, if you guys remember that interview. Now we are moving on to the live tweets of December 4th, 2025, day 3 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. I'll put it up on screen for you guys. Same thing as before, haven't changed anything, just popping it here. Okay, here you go.
The legal team and Joel Seidelman have been talking quite a bit. Supporters have entered the courtroom. LM has arrived. LM is wearing a dark charcoal suit and white button-down shirt. 9:37 a.m. Karen, Mark and Jacob were back in the holding call with LM. Judge Caro has arrived. Caro asks attorneys to approach the bench. LM, watching the attorneys speaking to the judge, leans forward. Karen just said, "I apologize." At the bench, judge just called Al Baker, who handles all press and media for the court, up to the bench. LM was smiling and shaking his head. First state witness of the day, Altoona police officer Tyler Fry. LM watches as Fry is sworn in. Prosecutor asks if Fry is nervous, and he says a little bit. Fry confirms he was with Detweiler on December 9th, 2024, in a patrol car, with Detweiler driving, when they got dispatched to the McDonald's. The dispatch call is played. 5 ADA Joel Seidelman, what were you doing with Officer Detweiler? Fry, we went on a call to the McDonald's. Audio, customer said there's a man in a store that looks like the NYCS word. 10-4 we'll be on it. LM takes his yellow note paper out of the envelope, and is looking down and reading it, flipping through the pages. LM jotting down notes. KFA looking over his shoulder as he writes. Fry confirms that he was given a description of the suspect via the notes from the computer in the patrol car. Medical mask, tan beanie, black jacket. LM is staring at the witness now, with his head tilted to the side. His BWC is played. The angle is inside the car at 9:27 a.m. He points out the license plate reader and CAD system in the angle. Fry confirms via BWC that they enter the McDonald's through what he thinks is the front entrance facing Plank Road. He confirms that they were the only 2 officers on the scene at 9:29 a.m., and that Detweiler asked him to run the Mark Rosario license when suspect hands it over. He confirms that if it's fake, nothing will come up in the system. LM is looking down, taking lots of notes, while occasionally looking back up at the screen at the BWC video footage playing. He's back here, they hear someone say as they walk in footage, video shown inside police car, windshield wipers, white sky. Then, the McDonald's. ADA, what entrance did you just go in through? Fry, the main entrance. Very colourful inside, in contrast to the drab back area where the arrested and backpack search took place. Video, can you take your mask down? Sure. What's your name? Mark. ADA, how did this individual compare to the description you got? Fry, very similar. Video, put your hands above your head, pat down. ADA, this is 9 hours, 31 minutes, and 3 seconds. What did Officer Detweiler do? Fry, he stepped outside of the building. ADA, what was beside your feet? Fry, a backpack. ADA, what did he say to you? Fry, he didn't want to talk to me. In the BWC footage, Fry attempts to make small talk with the suspect, saying he looked suspicious. LM says on the video, I was just trying to use the Wi-Fi. Fry is asked if the suspect on the BWC is in the courtroom, and he identifies LM, sitting at the table with his lawyers. BWC footage. The footage, LM asks the police officer what's going on. He explains they were called because he looked suspicious. I'm just trying to use the Wi-Fi. ADA, did he say, I want to see what you're up to? Fry, yes. Video. ADA, do you recognize that person in the courtroom? Fry, the gentleman right there, between the female and a male, looks like he's wearing a suit. ADA, indicating the defendant. Voice of Detweiler, you been up to New York lately? ADA, what did he say? Fry, I heard him say no. A little head shake is on the video as well. How long you been here? About 40 minutes. They have a policy here, if you're here too long, they call us. ADA, what was on the table in front of you? Fry, a bag of some kind. ADA, did it have a logo on it? Fry, CVS. Video, what brought you here from Jersey? I haven't been in Jersey for a little bit. Are you from Jersey? 9 hours, 34 minutes, and 49 seconds. LM munching on hash brown holding it in his right hand. What brought you to Altoona from Jersey? What's here? I haven't been to Jersey for a little bit. Another hash brown bite. 9:36 LM keeps eating hash brown. My receipt from's 8:55. They should have just told me. I would have gotten up. And LM is jotting down notes. Video, Delaware, Virginia. ADA, what are the two of you waiting for? Fry, for a return on the ID to come back. Video, my receipt is from 8:50. Choose hash brown. Detwiller, come on Blair, they're running other things. Video, phone rings, I'll get back to you. I'm a little busy. ADA, while you were waiting, what was the defendant doing? Fry, eating. Detwiller, is that steak? That's my favorite. After asking for his ID, the officer steps back. They ask him to put his hands behind his head and begin to search his body. Less than a minute later, LM sits with the medical mask hanging off his ear. The officer asks if he's a college student. LM says no. Detwiller, you're MJ. LM, MHMM. Detwiller, what are you doing here? LM, well, I'm up. Detwiller, visiting family down here or what? LM, no, I'm homeless. Detwiller, out in New York lately. LM takes a pause. No. Detwiller, we're just trying to confirm your ID and get you out of here. Detwiller tells LM he'd been called there 6 times for people being in McDonald's too long. Fry says he hadn't been called to McDonald's ever for a call like that. Karen whispers something to LM. Fry says during this time they never told LM that he was under arrest or that he wasn't free to leave. Says they never took their P word out. Detwiller moves LM's black backpack on the ground. It's 9:41 a.m. on the BWC footage, and Fry confirms that Detwiller has now moved the backpack. He says he was aware of the backpack from the moment he walked in. Lieutenant Hanley's voice is in the background trying to run the Rosario ID again. They hear Detwiller call to McCoy to replace where he was standing by the backpack and suspect so he could step outside. Fry confirms. McCoy approaches suspect, and they hear him ask him if he has any W word on him. They can't make out the answer. Video, next time, what should I do? Detwiller, maybe don't stay so long. ADA, did you ask him about the S word of United Health CEO Brian Thompson? Fry, no. ADA, did you ever take your P word out? Fry, no. Eating the sandwich at this moment, a yellow wrapper in his lap. He puts it up on the table as another officer arrives to take ID from Detwiller. 9 hours, 41 minutes, and 1 second. Did you ever tell him he was under arrest? No. Did you ever tell him he wasn't free to leave? No. 9 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds. They see Detwiller grab the black backpack from the ground and move it. LM starts jotting down notes. He goes back and starts reading his notes, which are written in 2 columns it looks like. Do you know what all this nonsense is about? McCoy, we're going to find out, I guess. LM. More police officers are arriving at the scene. 9:45. LM is calmly sitting with his arms crossed, back against the corner of the wall, looking down. On screen, LM shifts around in his seat. Detwiller walks up to him. You're under official police investigation right now. Tells him he shouldn't give another false name again. LM tells him his real name, spelling it out. Video, Detwiller, McCoy, over here. McCoy, do you have any W word on you? ADA, do you recall what he said? Fry, I do not recall. ADA, now he's giving you the name LM, Dob 5, 698. Video, Fry, why did you lie? That was the ID I had in my wallet. He picks up the backpack and moved it to another table at 9:43 a.m. He then picks up a laptop and moves it to the table with the bag. McCoy also moves the CVS bag to the table with the laptop and backpack as well. It's 9:44 a.m. Patrolman Fox enters at 9:45 a.m. K9 officer with the ID. You can see customers leaving and walking around in the background of the McDonald's. It's 9:47 a.m., and Detwiller approaches suspect and tells him that he's under investigation, and if he gives a false name, he will be arrested. Mangione provides his real information and Dob, with his arms crossed. He's asked why he lied by Patrolman Fox. LM answers, clearly, I shouldn't have. He's asked again, and answered, "That was the ID I had in my wallet." 9:49 a.m., and LM is being Mirandized. It's explained again that he provides them with anything false, he will be arrested. "You had a fake ID," someone asks. He nods and says yes. Someone says Mirandize him. Detwiller walks over and does that. LM keeps his arms crossed with back to wall. Detwiller asks if he understands the Miranda warning. "Yes, sir," LM says with a nod. He's very solemn. Karen is whispering to LM as footage plays. LM has his hands up against the wall to the left. He mentions he has a pocket K-word on him. "Can I take off my jacket, sir?" They don't let him. Push his hands back and cuff him. LM and Karen whispering to each other. They see a pocket K-word folded up on the table. 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds when Detwiller frisked the defendant. Did he recover anything? He did not. Fridays is now 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 24 seconds. That was in reference to the first frisk. The knife was found on the second frisk. Fry picks up a knife and puts it with his other property. The DA employee comes up in a black hoodie and light baseball hat and takes a photo of LM with his phone. "Ever been in trouble before?" Officer asks LM. He shakes his head no. Can't read the officer's handwriting and LM respells his last name. Cop realizes it had been wrong originally and corrects it to dispatch. LM stands with his chin up, kind of swaying back and forth while cuffed. A lot of police are now at McDonald's. The only thing in front of LM on the table at MCD is a blue medical mask, napkins, brown paper MCD bag with receipt on front and the brown beanie. 9 hours, 56 minutes, and 30 seconds. "Can I ask why there are so many cops here?" LM, "We're just trying to figure it out." It's 9:51 a.m., and LM is instructed to stand up. They frisk again and find the knife for the peanut butter. He's cuffed, and someone from the DA's office takes a photo of LM with a cell phone. Police ask him about his Maryland ID, and how to spell his name etc. He tells them. State asks if the officer's question was asked because of anything he or other officers said. Fry says no. DA, "How many layers did he have on?" Fry, "Multiple layers." ADA, "Who picked up the K-word there?" Fry, "I did." ADA, "Who took the photo?" Fry, "A person from the DA's office." ADA, "Did he ask you why there were so many?" Officer, "Do you know what all this nonsense is about?" LM, "We're gonna find out, I guess." Officer, "You said you walked here." LM, "From the train." "Yeah." Officer, "You don't have a vehicle, it's muffled. Can't hear the rest." Detwiller tells LM that the ID is fake. He asks, "What's your real name?" LM, L. Detwiller, L. LM, M. They ask LM to spell his name and for his dog. He gives both. Officers ask, "Why did you lie?" He says, "That was the ID I had in my wallet." At 9:50 a.m. they begin to arrest him. When Detwiller first frisked LM he did not recover anything, but right after the arrest when a different officer frisked him, they recover what appears to be a pocket K-word. 6H Officer Fox to LM, "Anything in that bag we need to know about?" Did not catch LM's response. They begin to search the bag. He is officially in police custody. Officer Fry puts his hand in LM's right pocket and pulls out one black glove and some type of cord/string. They continue to search him and partially remove his black jacket. A green jacket is underneath. They search his pants pocket and find change. They then partially remove the green jacket and reveal his blue shirt underneath. On the right, officers are searching his bag. Seconds after at exactly 10 a.m., they leave the McDonald's. A different angel is now being played starting at 9:57 a.m. Video from 10 hours, 0 minutes, and 24 seconds. Many jackets being taken off ADA. Let's take a different angle. A jar of peanut butter was also pulled out from him. They see Patrolman Wasa, female officer, searching the bag, in the corner of Fry's BWC angle, going through the backpack as LM removes layers and continues to get frisked. It's 10 a.m. now, and LM is walked outside. They are getting another bodycam view of the search pulled up. LM leans toward left and says something to Mark. Left hand, 2 fingers and thumb on chin. He whispers again to Mark, who is responding. They are watching muted footage from Detwiller. Audio starts at 9:58 back to Fox, asking LM, "Anything in that bag I should know about?" Lots of cops looking on. LM's blue and white Hawaiian floral print wallet taken out of left jacket. To his right on the table, backpack searched. Coy finds a piece of paper folded up multiple times and places it on LM table near LM, faces forward, Solomon chin up. We can see his black scarf, thing that skiers around his neck. As he's searched, LM sipping water, new angle they haven't seen before. McCoy's camera as he is picking up McDonald's trash on table and starts putting it away. We can take him in for custody, McCoy says, citing PA law about forgery. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 5 seconds. McCoy called into dispatch and marked LM in custody. LM is about 2 feet away from backpack which is starting to be searched by Wasa. He glances over to his right while they unzip, then faces forward again. LM whispering to Karen. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 5 seconds. McCoy called into dispatch and marked LM in custody. LM is about 2 feet away from backpack which is starting to be searched by Wasa. He glances over to his right while they unzip, then faces forward again. LM whispering to Karen. Christy Wafa wearing blue gloves as she's searching. LM kind of looks over to the backpack search and then shakes his head a little and faces forward while the 3 cops search him. Christy Wafa wearing blue gloves as searching backpack with Fox. LM faces forward and then looks over briefly to right again as they search. LM keeps talking to Karen. This is from a long time ago, a cop say on screen. Don't know about what 1317. The FA says LM asked for officers' names in car. I believe he apologized for the inconvenience caused at McDonald's. Fry said he responded by telling LM the fake ID was ridiculous. 5-min recess. LM led outside door. Fry confirms they had little conversation in the car in the 10-minute ride from McDonald's to the station. Fry, Patrolman McCoy took a piece of paper out of the defendant's pocket. JDA, what did he say to you on the ride back to the police station? Fry, he asked about names and seemed to say he was sorry for time in the McDonald's. ADA, may we take a break? Karen and Jacob are speaking during the recess. She is smiling quite a bit. Back from the recess, including LM. 11:32 p.m., they're back. ADA, this is a screenshot from 9 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds. See where the back is. How was the bag from the defendant at that point? Fry, about a foot. ADA, and when you got to the precinct, who was there? Fry, the turnkey officer. They do an inventory sheet. LM looking down at his yellow legal pad as Fry is talking about assigned parking for cop cars at Altoona PD. Direct exam of Officer Fry continues. They are shown a still from 9:43 a.m. where he indicates the backpack is a foot away from LM, where he is sitting at the table. State asks where he parked at the station, and he indicates that they have assigned spots to park. They parked in Station 6. Fry says they walk LM inside to intake. He is asked about the intake officer at the front desk, and if they help with searches or inventory. He says yes. Fry then explains that searches are standard once at intake. Prisoners are allowed 1 layer of clothing, and anything additional gets stored in a locker. Fry is asked about necklaces, watches or jewelry. Prisoners are not allowed. Fry is asked about where searches take place, and he says in front of the defendant or detainee, so they can confirm nothing was stolen. He confirms this is standard operating procedure. We're about to watch BWC from the turnkey officer Holman at 10:10 a.m. There is an ambulance in the background for a homeless person unrelated to the case. Austin Holman bodycam footage starts on screen. He was the turnkey officer at Altoona. They see LM's shoes off and placed underneath a table at the intake area as an officer fills out a form. We were given 2 different names, so they are asking if someone has a real name on him. LM still has all of his jackets on, zipped open. He is placed up against the wall of the precinct. On screen we see him glancing over his right shoulder back at a police officer speaking. What is your name? L what? M. The medical patient is removed. No, they have the passport. LM, it's in the bag. Police, yeah. LM. Ask LM for his job and if he knows his social security. Yes, sir. Muted for privacy. He says he's right-handed. What color are your eyes? Brown. See LM, it's facing the shoes which are sneakers, white, black and maybe grey with red orange inside. Cop tells him he can only have 1 jacket on. 10 hours, 13 minutes, and 57 seconds. They are taking his jacket layers off. He's now in blue sweater. He's like pulling out his blue long sleeve shirt and kind of like moving it around, maybe to air it out. They are trying to get him down to 1 layer. LM is making notes. You married at all? No. Single? Yeah. You have all your teeth? MMMHMM. Military service? No. Have you been arrested before? No. LM instructed by Fry to remove necklace. What was on the necklace? A USB. Where did he place it? On the table. Has watch and placed it on table. What's your home address? Pause. Or somewhere you get mail. Mute/redacted as LM responds. Bodycam footage still facing down at form. Are you employed anywhere? Not currently. Do you have any scars, marks or tattoos? Wasa comes up and tells someone they found a G word. 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 26 seconds. Is that the only scar? Any other tattoos? Do you have an emergency contact? Pause. No. Do you have any medical conditions? Can't see if LM leans on wall. He's taking off his pants and there are blue jeans underneath. Blue peanut butter jar on table. LM holds his left hand 2 fingers to his neck and watches the courtroom monitor. What are you doing there? Asks Siedelman, unshackling the defendant's legs. Why would you doing that? To get him down to 1 layer of clothing. Do you prefer your long johns or your blue jeans? Blue jeans, responds LM. You're going to have to switch em, says the cop. Okay, you can only have 1 pair. I can't do that without my hands. Cop helps LM take his jeans off and he has black leggings on. LM is still cuffed as screen is blurred and they change his pants. He is spelling his last name once again. Cop walks up, says they can take LM's handcuffs off him. He has his hands up on the wall in front of him. Light blue, maybe boxers, blurred out at the bottom, and they are talking about doing an in-depth search. In-depth search means he'd be taken into another room naked, no body cams. Fry says they don't do in-depth searches very often. On screen, someone says something like he had multiple pants on. Do you want one? Footage now of Herman outside of Altoona PD looking at rainy parking lot. Presumably, LM being searched inside. LM takes notes. We hear cop outside cough and spit, then reun inside as LM has long sleeve shirt on and jeans and is barefoot. Ask him again for an emergency contact and another officer says he didn't have one. They ask him something else and he gives his mom's name.
Redacted Mrs. Mangione, because his family deserves not to be harassed and be dragged into this.
Where she actually lives. I don't know the new address. LM's family had moved over the summer. Apparently there's something else. They asked him was if something were to happen to him, who they could contact. They also asked him to spell her last name, and he said same as mine, and then he had to respell it again. What was your last employer? True Car. It's a software engineering company. Unemployed. How long has that been since? Like about a year. The homeless man that was taken out defecated in the cell and we were not going to put the defendant in that cell. Sounds like they called him poopy pants on video. Someone adds, his poop pants are still in the. After handing LM black socks he puts on and discussing what cell to put him in, we see LM laid out. Now Detwiller's bodycam footage starts from when LM gets to station. PM is dressed again, shown on BWC footage at 10:23 a.m. He's asked about an emergency contact, and he provides his mother's information. LM says he doesn't know her address, but knows her phone number. ADA, are there rules for prisoners' clothing in the holding cell? Fry, 1 layer of clothing including underwear. ADA, chains. Fry, no. Shocking hazard. Video in precinct. Loud. ADA, what's that? Fry, the homeless gentleman. ADA, nothing to do with this case. No. ADA, what's that on the table? Fry, his clothing and the contents of the beanie. ADA, that you redacted at the court's direction. Fry, yes. Video, are you employed anywhere? Not currently. ADA, what's the blue thing in the center? Fry, the jar of peanut butter. ADA, what is an in-depth search? Fry, the defendant is made naked, and search is made. ADA, are the cameras turned off? Fry, the body-worn cameras are turned off. ADA, 10 hours, 36 minutes, and 40 seconds, was the intake process complete? PDA, that you redacted at the court's direction. Fry, yes. Video, are you employed anywhere? Not currently. ADA, 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 26 seconds. ADA, what's the blue thing in the center? Fry, the jar of peanut butter. ADA, what is an in-depth search? Fry, the defendant is made naked, and search is made. ADA, are the cameras turned off? Fry, the body-worn cameras are turned off. ADA, 10 hours, 36 minutes, and 40 seconds, was the intake process complete? Fry, complete. At 10 hours, 13 minutes, and 22 seconds. Fry testifies that policy is his handcuffs can be removed once his ankle cuffs are on if the prisoner is being cooperative. LM gets his handcuffs removed. LM says he's 5 feet 11 and then says he's about 160 ibs, and I think adds that he's not really sure about the weight, but he speaks quickly and mumbles, so it was hard for me to tell. He has also said he had 3 layers of clothes on, maybe said it's cold. Then he removes his dicky, black scarf thing. They are back to when his hands were free. Cop says his stuff will be in the locker. Someone else is coughing. They ask LM where he was born. He said Maryland. Different angle of body-worn camera footage is being shown of the routine intake process where they ask LM for his DOB, SSN, etc. But this angle shows they shackle his ankles. They remove his handcuffs. When asked about his weight, he said, "Thought I went down to 160 lbs. LM leans over to tell Mark something. Video. It's in the bag. ADA. What was he referring to? Fry. His passport. Video. Another view of entering the police station. Voice. There's a W-word courtroom. ADA. Did you hear that at the time? Fry. No. We need to get you down to 1 layer of pant. I'm going to keep just the jeans. LM. He pulls his jeans down to his ankles, but can't fully take them off because his ankles are shackled. Then they cuff his hands so they can unshackle his ankles. Back to LM not knowing his mom's new address. The reason we're asking is if something were to happen and you were to D-word here, need to know how to notify her. He gives them her phone number. Redacted. Fry finds a paper in back right pocket in jeans LM was wearing, but are now off of him. Bus ticket. Some kind of bus pass information for Pittsburgh. LM again says he's been unemployed from True Car for about a year. We're not going to put him in poopy pants cell, the police says on screen. Now new footage. Fry bodycam footage is currently muted. People are counting money that it's believed to be from the blue Hawaiian wallet. Looks like USD, can't see the foreign currency. They pick up LM's black jacket and remove a blue medical mask. Unmuted at 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 0 seconds. DA says they agreed with counsel to mute the sound for a couple of seconds at 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 30 seconds. They were talking about LM's black dicky, and then the other man leaving his S-word behind. Then it's muted. ADA, what's this? Fry, some kind of bus pass information for Pittsburgh. At defense table, LM whispering to Karen. Then he is leaning down. Another angle shows LM removing the necklace he's wearing with the USB drive. The USB drive is almost like a pendant on the necklace. At 10:15 a.m., and it's taken into evidence. LM is whispering to Karen again as they both watch the footage. Karen whispers back and smiles, using her hands. LM nodded his head and they continued talking. The screen was showing him putting his clothes back on. Cop holding LM's Maryland license. Then someone hands over NJ. This is the fake one. Someone took his passport or handed his passport to someone Wasa. More likely than not he has a Hanji word. He had a checklist for today. Tomorrow he's supposed to do an intel check-in. Something about a survival kit. Yesterday he went to Best Buy, bought some USB-S digital camera. He had black sneakers they just showed in the picture as showing evidence. With black laces. One additional black lace was found in his pocket. Silver USB with silver chain. In the picture of one of the pants LM was wearing, maybe the black outer pants, it looks like they were wet on one side. The state hands Fry a physical piece of evidence, some kind of hard drive he confirms, and it's entered into evidence. He also confirms via the screen, the string, the watch, the mask, and the change. Video officer, he had a Hanji word and a Faraday bag, hard drives. Best Buy, digital camera courtroom. ADA, did you review the hard drive? Fry, yes. ADA, I offer it as evidence. Karen Friedman and Philo, may we have a moment? Confers with Mark and Jacob Kaplan. Count, the checklist was numbered 12-8 and 12-9, had things like AAA batteries on list and hot meal and water bottles, trash bag. It said something about archiving LNM, and maybe said 51, X presumably about archiving his social media. New bus ticket says Sam Dawson 8C, 1 carry-on and 1 stored bag. It's for December 4th. Sceptical ticket, the 12th of April 2024, Drexel Station, at 30th Street, 1:06 p.m. There is also a Visa gift card, credit card looks like. One of the pairs of pants again, same as before, but they don't look wet, just dirty. At the ADA Siegerman, I made an error in numbering the exhibits, but I don't think it will matter. What is 8B15? Frey, it is a piece of paper taken off the defendant by Patrolman McCoy. I've never seen the inside before. On screen, Pittsburgh Intermodal. Bus ticket, December 4th, Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, arriving 11:55 p.m., name of Sam Dawson, septic key, $2.50. Then, 8 photographs of 2 shoes shown, clothing packed into a Lowe's bag. ADA, where did you take him? Fry, Blair County Courthouse for arraignment. Now asking Fry about his PA report if he was connected to anybody in city of NY. Fry has testified to the grand jury in the past, said he'd never been to NY before that. LM leaning his head to the left onto his 2 fingers as Fry testifies. Nothing further from prosecution for Fry. Witness dismissed. DA is providing some exhibits from today shortly, judge says. Lunch break. This criminal complained. Why was this exhibit being sealed? Why the 911 audio? And why? ADA, did PA charge him for D-word of Brian Thompson? Frey, no. ADA, do you know Detective Oscar Diaz? Frey, no. ADA, did you testify to the NY grand jury? Yes. ADA, did you know Brian Thompson? Frey, not personally. ADA, nothing further. Eagle team is back in the courtroom. A prosecutor is here. LM is back as well, and his yellow notepad is open to a mark. I just found out they are not calling Officer Fox next, and I am the one to cross-examine. Tomorrow I have to be before Judge Caproni. Case U.S. versus Alexander. Justice Caro, federal judges don't defer. Mark says there is gamesmanship happening because the prosecution rescheduled Officer Fox for tomorrow when he has to leave early. Sederman says it's not gamesmanship. Sederman says the witness after Fry, who is female, Wasa, he's trying to get her home to her family. They are debating when Wasa and Fox are going to testify because Mark Anafilo is handling Wasa. Both witnesses are here. Sederman says things are going slowly. There should be flexibility in how they approach the scheduling. We'll do the best we can. Caro. Fry comes back in for cross. Sederman is asking some more questions of Fry. LM raises his eyebrows and huffs. Jacob objects to Sederman giving Fry a transcript from his bodicum. He doesn't need a transcript someone else wrote to recall what happened. Jacob. Sederman plays footage from bodicum where LM responds and it's muffled and hard to hear. Should this body-worn camera transcript assist you in refreshing your recollection? Justice Caro, federal judges don't accept affirmations about scheduling. Mark Anafilo, that's above my pay grade. I want to cross Fox. ADA, we want to get Wasa, SP, home to her family. Justice Caro, put Fox on first. ADA, there should be flexibility. He said, I don't know what you guys are up to. I'm just going to wait. ADA, nothing further. Justice Caro, cross-examination. Jacob Kaplan, over lunch. Did you speak to the DA's office? No. Fry at McDonald's has asked LM what's going on and asks him why he is in NJ. I don't know what you guys are up to. I'm just going to wait. What's going on? LM responds. Jacob heads up for cross and asks Fry if he's heard the DA's questions before. Fry said he's heard them several times before, confirms he spoke to DA about his testimony in the morning before questioning. Jacob asks when Fry finished training at Altoona, which was 6 months before LM's arrest. LM, hand on his chin, is looking back and forth between Fry testifying and Jacob's rapid-fire questions. Jacob is talking about how Fry was training under Detwiller. Fry responds it wasn't official training, it was more learning about traffic law. Jacob points out the difference in years on the job between Fry, 6 months, and Detwiller, 14 plus years, at the time of the arrest. Jacob, because of that discrepancy, you would often follow his lead. Jacob Kaplan, did you practice your direct? Fry, can you elaborate on that? JK, had you heard the questions before? Fry, yes. JK, when were you hired by Altoona PD? Fry, 2024. JK, on December 9th, 2024, you already knew about the NYCS word. Fry, a little bit. Jacob asks Fry if he thought when going to McDonald's he was possibly approaching NYC sword. Possibly, responds Fry. When you entered McDonald's, did anybody point where you should go? No. Fry. Jacob establishing there are walls behind and to left of LM and a table in front of him. There is space between patrolman Detwiller and the wall, a small space. Jacob tries to ask if a man could get around the officer in that space and ADA's objection sustained. I had a very high suspicion, at that point, Fry on whether he thought LM resembled the UHCS word when LM pulled down his mask. Jacob is calling out Fry for mispronouncing Mark Rosario's last name when first calling it in. Fry says he had the driver license ID number. Jacob says still, you mispronounced Rosario. Kaplan asks if at the time Fry believed he was a UHCS word. Would it be a big deal to you if you were the man that arrested the NYCS word ? Objection. Sustained. Kaplan, after he gave you a name, you called him Mark Roggiano. Fry, I made a mistake. JK, you believed he was the NYC sword. You weren't going to let him leave ADA. Objection to his mental state. Judge Caro, sustained. JK, Altoona is small. Fry, 40,000. Did you hear Patrolman Detwiller ask him why are you nervous? Is that the same question ADA asked you when you first sat down this morning? Objection. Sustained. LM is speaking to Karen and gesturing with his hands in a lively fashion. She smiles at him and they keep talking. Jacob asks if anything prevented himself or Detwiller from moving the backpack at the time. It was 9:31 a.m. after the frisk. He asks Fry if it's sane to assume he didn't move from his spot next to the table for the next 25 minutes. He says yes. Did they tell you? You can lie to a subject to get a statement. Jacob asks Fry. Fry confirms they are trained to be able to use a ruse. Jacob asks if he was trying to get information from LM. Fry says he was trying to talk to him. Jacob points out that when Fry's talking to LM, there are no suspicions of a fake ID yet. Jacob points out that when Fry's talking to LM, there are no suspicions of a fake ID yet. Jacob points out that Fry asks LM about traveling to Altoona, and points out it's not a crime to travel. He asks if Fry had training on how to question or interrogate subjects. He says yes. It was a 6-month training course at the police academy. Kaplan, did they teach you it was okay to lie when talking to a suspect at the police academy? Fry, technically speaking, yes. Kaplan, but when you were speaking to him you yourself had information that he could be the NYCS word. Fry, yes Kaplan, but at that point, you weren't investigating him for a fake or fraud ID. Fry, correct. BWC continues to play Fry's small talk with LM. Jacob points out a McDonald's employee walking around, as well as customers. Kaplan asks if at no point did they stop anyone from walking around in back, and he confirms they did not. Jacob asks Fry if he's ever heard about a loitering policy at McDonald's, which Fry confirms he has not. Video. Been down to New York lately. In court. Jacob Kaplan, is it a crime to travel between NY and Altoona? Fry, no. Video. Detwiller, they called because you stayed too long. Only been 40 minutes in court. JK, do they have that policy? Fry, I don't know. Jacob shows footage and confirms with Fry that after LM reached down near backpack, in footage, neither Fry nor Detwiller moved the backpack away. Officer asks LM if he's from Jersey. He says DMV, and the officers don't know what he's saying, so he says yes. Surrounding states. Fry says you mean Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and LM nods and kind of like shakes his hand at them to yes, something like that. Detwiller is overheard on BWC telling LM he was at the McDonald's 6X in the last week. Jacob asks Fry if he knew that to be true. He's not sure. The man is not acting aggressively. Correct. He's just cleaning his McDonald's trash and wiping his mouth. Yes. Kaplan and Fry. It's 9:41 a.m., and Detwiller has now moved the backpack, and Jacob asks Fry if the suspect tried to prevent them from moving it or touching it. He confirms the suspect did not. It's now 9:43 a.m., and Jacob states they've been there for 13 minutes and asks if they are primarily there is because of the resemblance of the NYCS word, that's why they were called there, although the ID is currently being run. Fry says yes. They were called because he was suspected to be the NYCS word. Kaplan asks if any of LM's movements at McDonald's, eating and wiping his mouth, sitting, would give him any concern for his own safety in those 13 minutes. Fry says no. Another customer is visible walking out. LM was taking more notes than usual before lunch. He's chatting on and off with Karen post-lunch. Jacob points out the man, LM, never said don't move my backpack or don't touch my backpack. Fry confirms. In video LM says 9 hours, 44 minutes, and 8 seconds you guys calling a couple more cars. Then LM says he's not that big, he's just wearing a puffy jacket. Also pointed out that the backpack wasn't moved significantly far away, being placed on a neighboring table behind them when initially moved. Jacob is now pointing out how many officers are on the scene at 9:45 a.m. They count 9 officers. The court is replaying body-worn camera footage. An officer asks LM why he lied about his name. LM, ooh, I clearly shouldn't have. Confirmed. Reporters will receive a link to a Danny box with all unsealed exhibits from the ongoing pre-trial hearings made available as directed by the judge. They will receive a link once the exhibits are agreed upon and uploaded. 9 hours, 49 minutes, and 22 seconds. Officer Fox asks LM why he used a fake ID, and he invokes his right to remain silent. Soon after he's searched, it's 9:47 a.m., and LM is giving his real information to police on the BWC. After being told if he lied again he would be arrested, name and job. Officer Fox is heard in the background asking why he lied. Officer Trent is heard in the background saying Mirandize him, and Fry confirms. Jacob has another angle of another officer's BWC pulled up from 9:48 a.m., and you can hear the Mirandize him again. It's confirmed to be Trent telling this to Fox. When LM is asked again about why he gave a false ID, he replied that he's going to remain silent. LM is staring intently at Jacob, sometimes shifting his gaze to Fry on the stand from the defense table and taking notes occasionally. Jacob pointed out earlier that there are 10 members of the police department in the McDonald's. Fox asks him if he had any W word. LMA says no, just a jar of peanut butter. Fox still frisking him, and LM says he has a pocket K word on him. Jacob asks Fry to confirm this was before the pocket K word was found. 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 24 seconds. Pocket K word placed on table in front of him at 9:52 a.m. on the BWC, and Jacob points out at this time, LM has been detained. However, had given officers his real information/identity. Officers had the incorrect spelling of his last name for some reason. Jacob stops the footage to point out Officer Wasser laughing with another officer. Jacob points out that out of the now 12 officers, no one has moved the backpack that is now across from where LM is behind the table. LM's hands are also cuffed behind him. Jacob asks Fry how many officers were on shift that morning. He says less than 30. Jacob then asks, and 13 of them were at the McDonald's. Fry answers yes. Jacob says if court wants to take a break at any time, he's amenable. Caro says yes, take a break. LM puts his pen down and places his hands behind him as he's handcuffed and led back out to the holding cell. Short break. LM uncuffed. This is going longer than I thought, says Caro, adding that he doesn't think it helps either side to have witnesses recount what's happening on video. This isn't trial, asks to try to move it along. Jacob continues his cross, and BWC footage is being played from 9:57 a.m. onwards. Jacob points out that Officer Wasser and another officer walked towards the table where the backpack was placed. Jacob points out that Officer Fox asked LM, is there anything in the bag we need to know about? Again, LM's risk, points out, is that he's going to remain silent. It's 9:58 a.m. Jacob points out that LM is 2 feet away from the backpack. Judge Caro, this is going longer than I thought. Both sides are being duplicative. This isn't the trial, so tried to move it in reference to questioning witnesses with replayed footage. It's 10 a.m. on the BWC, and Jacob confirms that as Fry is escorting LM out of the McDonald's in handcuffs, Fox and Wasser are inside searching the backpack. He confirms. LM's 3D lawyer Jacob Kaplan still cross-examining Altoona PD's Fry video. Backpack is searched courtroom. Jacob Kaplan, were Wasser and Fry searching the bag? Fry, I'm Fry JK, sorry. Jacob Kaplan, I meant Wasser and Fox. Did you see Officer Fox trying to cut into something? Fry, no. JK, you drove to the precinct and conduct the search of LM there, correct? Fry, yes. Video, stand over there and take off your shoes. Jacob Kaplan, if we could fast forward to 10:16, does Officer Wasser have the backpack on a folding chair? Fry, yes. JK, that's when she said, there's a W word. Fry, yes. JK, and that blue thing next to his jeans, does it say NYPD? Fry, it does. Jacob points out that the photos of LM's black sneakers have an NYPD tag/sticker next to them. He asks Fry if it's standard operating procedure that the Altoona police have NY police taking their pictures. Paraphrasing, 97 Eiley 475. Jacob, did the NYPD take that picture, with the NYPD sticker in it? Now LM's shoes are pictured with the same blue label. Fry says he doesn't know. Jacob, is it part of the Altoona PD procedure for the NYPD to take pictures? Do you recall ever being part of an in-depth search or strip search for an arrest in regards to a forgery? JK, I do not. Fry acted belligerent to you, did he? No, he didn't argue with police, did he? No, he never reached for his backpack at the McDonald's, did he? No, he never reached for the pocket K-word. He even told Fox that he had a pocket K-word even after Fox had already patted that section in his pat down. Correct. I think so. We just watched video. Correct. Right now they are watching Fry place clothes in Drillow's bag. He testifies at this point he didn't think this clothing was part of evidence, that they were personal property instead. Fry said when NYPD showed up, all of the items were turned over to Patrolman Featherstone. Seidemann asks if he knew what was of evidentiary value. Evidence versus inventory for NYC purposes in M. Word of Thompson. You're calling out what is in the bag, correct? This is the moment that was muted before. Jacob goes over to whisper something to Seidemann. Starting at 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 8 seconds. The Altoona cops on footage are talking about what is inventory or evidence. Karen hands LM what looks like a blue post-it note. Altoona cops are confused about which of the ID is fake or real, as they are dividing LM's clothes into the inventory versus evidence bags. Did anybody suggest to you what to tell this court as to what you saw? Seidemann. No. Old 234 Officer Fry on the stand says there was an issue locating LM's passport when they were at the station. Jacob Kaplan, is it part of the policy of Altoona PD to take photos for NYPD? Fry. No. JK, you asked if they got everything of an evidentiary nature, but the patrol guide says inventory everything. Right. Fry, could you elaborate? JK, let me short-circuit this. Jacob Kaplan, did you ever participate in a strip search for a forgery? Fry, no. JK, no further questions. Justice Caro, redirect. ADA, did there come a time NYPD showed up? Fry, yes. We turned items over to them. Seidemann now asking if at any point in MCD cops surrounded the table. Fry says no. Now we are going back to when LM asks if they are calling more cop cars. Can I ask why there's so many cops here? LM, who asked that defendant, was that well after he said send a couple more cop cars. Yes, Seidemann points out that even though LM told Fox about the K-word in his pocket, for 17 minutes he sat there with a K-word in his pocket. Yes, Fry. And began communicating. LM is head down once again writing notes. Seidemann asks how long LM was there before he told Fry who he really was. 10 plus minutes. J. Kaplan goes back up. Do you recall being asked on redirect about LM, saying, send more cop cars? JK, he more asked. He didn't give a directive to send more cop cars. JK, he asked if more cop cars were coming. JK, yes, Fry. P. Kaplan is talking about the pocket K-word and asked if LM ever reached for it, which Fry says he never did. At no point in 13 minutes, while you say you feared for your safety, after approaching LM did you move the backpack that was near his feet? TL 180. If you were concerned for your safety, wouldn't you have moved the backpack? Fry says after frisk he wasn't concerned. Seidemann asked something about the E-word of Brian Thompson. J. Kaplan objects to use of the word E-word. Seidemann trying to establish Fry's feelings about the Thompson arrest when he walked into McDonald's, but after a Jacob objection, judge instructs him to move on. Jacob has Fry reiterate he never moved backpack while in MCD. Caro has all attorneys approach bench. We have had 7 witnesses in 3 days, and there are supposed to be about 31 total. Officer Fry is dismissed. Cross, you weren't worried about the backpack for 10 minutes. Fry, no. Redirect. Does it change the fact that you recognized him as the man who E-word Brian Thompson? Objection to the word E-word. ADA, after you saw the video, what was your worry? G-word Caro says they'll be back here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Judge, adjourned. And paper currencies found on LM were 20 Thai baht, 100 Thai baht, 500 Indian rupee, 1,000 Japanese yen.
So that was the end of the live tweets from December 4th, 2025 of day 3 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. So now we are going to be moving on to my little notes and things I want to bring up that I think deserve more attention. I know I'm repeating myself every time, but like they go for a while, these audio bits. I need you guys to remember. So on this day, basically it came out what type of brand of peanut butter that was found on Luigi Mangione, but still no photos. But the brand of peanut butter that was found on Luigi Mangione was the Skippy brand. Again, I don't have that brand in Australia, so I don't know. But if you guys live in America, you guys can like give an idea of like how big the jar of peanut butter was compared to here in Australia. I know I need to stop saying what country I live in as like a woman on the internet, but I need to give you guys context of like sometimes I don't have access to certain information. It also comes out on this day. Luigi Mangione was asked twice, does he have an emergency contact? Luigi Mangione says no, he does not have an emergency contact. And then he was asked what is his mom's name, and he gave him his mom's name. Thanks. Okay, and then Luigi Mangione gave over his mom's phone number to the officers, and then he was asked, does he know his mom's address? And Luigi Mangione replied with, he does not know his mom's address. Again, another heartbreaking thing to hear, basically knowing Luigi Mangione did not know where his parents live, and again, just adding another layer of sadness to how Luigi Mangione was living. Like, Luigi Mangione, like, it did kind of sound like Luigi Mangione's parents kind of abandoned him. I think it's a shitty thing to do if you move as an adult and you have adult children and you just don't tell them that you've moved. That's like a shitty thing to do. It's like, it's just out of like obligation, man. Like, it's so shitty of people to do that. You know, move and just not tell their kids. I think it's a really shitty thing to do, so I think it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear Luigi Mangione didn't know where his parents' address is. Again, it does sound like they moved and just didn't tell him. Again, it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear, like, they kind of abandoned him. Again, it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear, I think, especially with what we know now, compared to before where Luigi Mangione said he was homeless, and then the amount of clothing he was wearing, like he was sleeping quite rough, and how dirty his jeans were as well. Again, just every little thing here is just adding up to like how heartbreaking. Again, it's just very heartbreaking and sad just hearing everything coming out of like how Luigi Mangione was living beforehand, like the things with him not knowing his parents are, again, him just being alone in the world, him just not having a emergency contact. Again, it's just very sad and heartbreaking to hear. Just, it kind of just sounds like Luigi Mangione was just a little bit alone in the world, and it's very sad and heartbreaking. And it made me feel very sad after learning that fact. Luigi Mangione didn't know where his parents were. Again, it just, again, all these little things are just adding up, and it again just makes me feel very sad. Just, again, just connecting the dots. And it's very sad and heartbreaking to hear, I think. It made me feel very sad after learning that fact when all of this was coming out. It also came out on this day. They rescheduled for another day for these hearings to happen because prosecution and also Luigi Mangione's defense team took a lot longer than expected. It also came out the Judge Requiro was very much annoyed by this. He did bring it up twice of like how annoyed he was of like, why is this taking as long as it should? He also says this isn't trial. This shouldn't be taking as long as it is. Again, foreshadowing. Right there. The suppression hearing, like we already know, this turned into a mini trial. Again, I just find that incredibly ironic he said that. But again, Judge Requiro was quite annoyed. He could not have this done and dusted in the span of 3 days, when here they covered about 7 witnesses in the span of 3 days, and they have about 30 to 32 witnesses to question and cross-examine. But it's totally understandable why they're taking their time with this on both sides, just because of like how big and important this case is. And like we already know, the Altoona police officers very much are very incompetent in this, and there's so many little things that were them slipping up to find out and know about again, and them to focus their attention on here. So the next day was scheduled for December 5th, 2025 for Luigi Mangione to appear in court for his suppression hearing. Again, we will go over that when that day appears in this. Fry says he wanted to make small talk with Luigi when he was at the McDonald's, and Officer Fry said they were there because Luigi Mangione looked suspicious, and Luigi Mangione responded with, he was just trying to use the Wi-Fi. Again, like we already know, Luigi Mangione had his laptop, and he was just trying to use the Wi-Fi. Again, not really a big deal using the Wi-Fi at McDonald's, you're allowed to. One thing I do find it interesting, I don't think it's common try to make small talk with like someone you're trying to arrest. Small talk is just for like your work colleagues and strangers and other people in your life. Not like when you're going to arrest someone. A little bit odd. Again, on this day we go over the body cam footage. It's pretty similar over the last couple of days. You'll probably notice that. But again, different angles. We can hear things better in certain body cam footage compared to others in this. But basically, it was mentioned when Luigi Mangione was at the McDonald's, he asked Officer Fry what's going on. And Officer Fry responded to Luigi Mangione saying he was there. They were there because he looked suspicious. And Luigi Mangione replied with he was just trying to use the Wi-Fi there at the McDonald's. And it also comes out when Luigi Mangione said when it was quite muffled beforehand in Officer Dettler's footage. It came out Luigi Mangione said I'm homeless. When Luigi Mangione was questioned if he was seeing family, it came out Luigi Mangione said I'm homeless. It also comes out on this day Luigi Mangione shows his receipt of like how long he was at the McDonald's, and on his receipt it said Luigi Mangione was at the McDonald's at 8:50 a.m. and again, I'm very surprised they did not take this into evidence because again, it shows the amount of time Luigi Mangione was at the McDonald's. Again, you have to order your food, wait for it to be cooked, and then you pick it up, and then you go sit down. Again, that all takes time. So again, Luigi Mangione was not at the McDonald's for that long. Officer Fry has never really heard of a loitering charge put on someone for being at McDonald's, or even a loitering policy at McDonald's. He said he's never really heard anything of that beforehand. But he's never really heard of anything like that before. Again, adding the false claim, them saying Luigi Mangione was at McDonald's for way too long as a lie. Because again, a loitering thing doesn't really exist at McDonald's. Like I've said before, they don't really care at McDonald's how long you were there. In reality, like we already know, Luigi Mangione was not there for that long. He was only being there at 8:50 a.m. and he was roughly at the McDonald's table around 9 a.m. Again, only a couple of minutes or so. Also shows up in the body cam footage, another officer comes over and takes the fake ID away from Officer Dettler. It also comes out Officer Fry never told Luigi Mangione he was under arrest, and Officer Fry also never told Luigi Mangione he was free to go. Like we already know, anyone in that situation would definitely feel like they wouldn't be not able to free to go. Again, the officers already know what they were doing. It also comes out Officer Dettler was the officer to move Luigi Mangione's backpack away from him. Again, that was 10 feet away from Luigi Mangione, with also in offices between him to get to his backpack. Again, shown in the body cam footage, Luigi Mangione asked can he take some of his jackets off, because like we know, he was wearing about 3 layers of puffer jackets. I don't know what the actual name of these type of jackets. I'm Australian, we know them as puffer jackets. Let me know in the comments down below what else they're called around the world. I just know them as puffer jackets. They refused to let Luigi Mangione to take any of his puffer jackets off because, I don't know, they're jerks. I feel like it would be quite warm wearing 3 puffer jackets in a police car. Again, they refused to let Luigi Mangione take any of his puffer jackets off, and then they put the handcuffs on Luigi Mangione. In this little bit of information I feel like is really interesting. So if you guys remember the first photo we saw of Luigi Mangione that was circulating on the internet before we got his mugshots in Pennsylvania, this photo here, basically this was the photo that was taken at the McDonald's by another police officer, but on his mobile phone, by the way. Great quality, I want to say. What phone do you have? I want to know. We're off topic. This officer that took this photo basically questioned Luigi Mangione saying, have you ever been in trouble before? And then Luigi Mangione shook his head, no. Again, very dehumanizing, just fucking wow. Officer Fry was questioned, did he feel any fear or in danger being around Luigi Mangione when he was at the McDonald's with him, and he replied no. He also said, did he feel like his life was in danger when he was around Luigi Mangione? He said no. He said, did Luigi Mangione show any aggression or anything like that, making him feel like he would be in danger? And Officer Fry said no. He said Luigi Mangione was very polite and very compliant to the officers, and also answered every every single one of their questions very politely and did everything what they said at the McDonald's. And he was questioned why he told Luigi Mangione to put his hands above his head, and he said the only reason why he asked Luigi Mangione to put his hands above his head is because of protocol and making sure he's not in danger or anything like that. And like we already know, he did not feel like he was in danger or anything like that when he was with Luigi Mangione whatsoever. And even with the time frame for 17 minutes when Luigi Mangione had the pocket knife in his pocket, he said he did not feel like he was in danger or anything like that before Luigi Mangione mentioned he had a pocket knife in his pocket. Again, he did not feel like he was in danger whatsoever when he was with Luigi Mangione. Officer Fry was asked, was Luigi Mangione detained at the time? Officer Fry said yes. Officer Fry was also asked, was Luigi Mangione free to go at the time? Officer Fry said no. Officer Fry was asked, when was Luigi Mangione officially not allowed to go? And Officer Fry said once Officer Detula said Luigi Mangione was under arrest. So again, that entire time, Luigi Mangione was free to go. He was not told he was free to go, but he was also told. So basically, Officer Fry basically admits Luigi Mangione was not free to go whatsoever. Luigi Mangione was definitely under investigation and was not free to go whatsoever. But in reality, he was free to go way before that time. Again, little things like this are just adding up here to how much they're fucking up in this entire case. But again, little things like this I want you guys to keep in mind. Officer Fry was also questioned, saying, is it normal for people to spend long periods of time sitting at McDonald's? Officer Fry says yes. He also said, is it normal for people to use Wi-Fi at McDonald's? And he said yes. Again, they don't really care. You can use the Wi-Fi, buy food, and just don't be a nuisance. I keep saying that, sorry guys. And he was also questioned again, was Luigi Mangione free to go? And Officer Fry said no. And I'm not going to repeat myself here like beforehand, but it also comes out Officer Fry said Luigi Mangione wasn't nervous or shaking or anything like that when he was being questioned by police. Officer Fry confirms Luigi wasn't like that whatsoever. He wasn't shaking like what Officer Detler said. He wasn't nervous like Officer Detler said. He was very calm and relaxed and very compliant to the officers. So again, what Officer Detler said was a lie and was bullshit, but I guess you guys are smart enough to see the key. A lot of these officers are lying and bullshitting. You guys are smart enough, you can tell that. I'm just the messenger here. Fry was questioned, was Luigi Mangione compliant and very polite and respectful to the officers, and also did Luigi Mangione answer their questions? And Officer Fry said yes to every single one of those questions. So again, Luigi Mangione was very calm, compliant, and very polite to the officers and answered their questions. And also Officer Fry admits Luigi Mangione was put in handcuffs before his Miranda rights were even read to him. Again, little things like this are really interesting to hear and keep notes on here. So Officer Fry admits as well Luigi Mangione was not told he was free to leave before his Miranda rights were read to him. Again, like we all know, he definitely was not. But in reality, he should have been free to leave whatsoever. But like we've heard, Luigi Mangione was not free to leave whatsoever. Because again, like I mentioned before, the officers knew exactly what they were doing when they were at the McDonald's. Officer Fry was also asked, was Luigi Mangione's backpack searched before his Miranda rights were read to him? He said yes, but like we already know, Luigi Mangione was already in handcuffs when they were searching his backpack, like we've seen in the body cam screenshots. And also, Officer Fry also admits Luigi Mangione was very much outnumbered once the officers kept going into the McDonald's, and also even beforehand, it was like 2 against 1, then 3 against 1, and then I think 12 or 10 against 1. And Officer Fry did admit Luigi Mangione was very much outnumbered. Officer Fry was also questioned, did Luigi Mangione ever request to leave? He said no. He also was questioned, did Luigi Mangione ever refuse any questions? He said no. Did Luigi Mangione ever ask for an attorney in that moment in time? He said no. Again, little things like this that I want to keep adding here, because again, they are very important, even if they are very small. And if I'm repeating myself, I'm just repeating what was said, so you can guys get a better context, if that makes sense. Was Luigi Mangione questioned multiple times before his Miranda rights were read to him? Officer Fry said yes. very important because, again, like we know, your Miranda rights are meant to be read to you before you are questioned or anything like that. It is very important. And basically, Officer Fry basically admitted saying yes, they questioned Luigi Mangione before his Miranda rights were read to him, again, multiple times, confirming this, like we already know way back in the beginning when Karen Akafinu wrote her motion. I'll put it up here if I remember when I'm editing this, but again, it's mentioned there, it's mentioned multiple times after that, and it's very much admitted here now. And there's so many little bits and pieces coming out from these hearings that are very important to Luigi Mangione's case that will impact Luigi Mangione's case in a big way. Just these little details that are incredibly important. Officer Fry was also questioned, was Luigi Mangione being detained before his Miranda rights were read to him for extended period of time? Officer Fry said yes. That's when they end their cross-examination of Officer Fry, and now we are moving on to the next officer that was at the McDonald's with Luigi Mangione. Honestly, all this literally just shows the goddamn incompetence of the Altoona police force. I've said that 5 times already, but again, more and more things coming out of these December hearings shows how goddamn incompetent the Altoona police force are doing their job, and that should be alarming for people who live Altoona. They're meant to protect you, but in reality they're not, and just incredibly incompetent. It also comes out once Luigi Mangione got to the police station, the only thing people are allowed to wear once they are being arrested and being detained in that specific police station is they're only allowed to wear 1 layer of clothing, including underwear, and they are meant to be chained. In the description it says chained, not handcuffed, so a little bit dark. Also brought up Luigi Mangione once he got to the police station and he was only wearing his 1 set of clothing. He wasn't wearing his puffer jackets or anything like that. Luigi Mangione mentioned he lost about 160 pounds. Again, that's incredibly alarming, and like we saw in photos we saw in the past when Luigi Mangione was first arrested compared to now, Luigi Mangione was very thin at the time, and it was very alarming to see. So sorry if that was triggering to anyone, my apologies. And it was very alarming to see how thin he was back then once we saw the mugshots of Luigi Mangione. So hearing that the amount of weight he lost is, again, very alarming. And also note here, Luigi Mangione's hands weren't handcuffed at the police station, but his ankles were. And if you don't know what a strip search is, it's basically where you are completely naked and then they look everywhere, making sure you don't have anything hidden somewhere. And then Luigi Mangione was dressed, but the officer did say his body camera was turned off, but like we already know, they love turning their cameras on and off as well, like we already know. So basically, a couple of minutes later after they did the strip search to Luigi Mangione, this is on body cam footage. So basically Luigi Mangione took his jeans off and they didn't fully come up because his ankles were handcuffed. They had to unhandcuff Luigi Mangione's ankles so he could fully take off his jeans. After they unhandcuffed his ankles, they handcuffed his wrists so he could fully take off his jeans. That is on body cam footage, and I really hope that does not get released to the public, because again, it will be a way to humiliate Luigi Mangione, and there's a lot of crazy fangirls and fanboys out there, and they would probably do anything with that, and I really hope that does not get released to the public. And also I really hope that officer was telling the truth when they were doing the strip search for Luigi Mangione. I really hope they weren't recording that. I really hope their body cam was actually turned off and they were telling the truth for that, instead of them saying no when it was actually on. So again, that is quite alarming. I really hope cam footage I mentioned before does not get released to the public, and it's very alarming. I really hope they don't release it. It would be another way for them to humiliate Luigi Mangione if they did that, and crazy fangirls and crazy fanboys will run wild with that. I won't make a little short bit for this, but I really want to have this in point here, but again, I feel like if I bring that up, it will immediately get taken down. Like, I said strip search and naked in the same sentence. It also comes out on this day, the Pennsylvania police force do not understand what foreign currency is, and it does not equal up to the same American dollar. So because they found foreign currency on Luigi Mangione, they thought the Asian currency they found on Luigi Mangione equaled up to the same to the American dollar. In reality, it did not. So that's why Luigi Mangione was denied bail, because they thought he was going to flee the country because the amount of money they thought Luigi Mangione had. In reality, no, the Argentine police force are like a little bit stupid and did not realize foreign currency does not always equal to the same to the American dollar. And for a fact, I know this from coming back from holiday from overseas, you don't always spend all the foreign currency you have on you. You always at least have a little bit you take home with you. And like we already know, the evidence was released to the public and we saw the foreign currency, and people did rough calculations to basically how much that equaled up to. Basically it equaled up to $12. Not much at all. What can you buy with $12 these days? Nothing. A kid's meal somewhere. Maybe a candy bar. I don't know. You can't buy much with $12 these days. But again, because the notes were like from a couple of different Asian countries, not just one. So that was the rough calculations. And the Argentine police force are a little bit stupid and did not realize it did not equal up to the American dollar. And a couple of items on Luigi Mangione, like on him, like there was a little memory stick on Luigi Mangione's necklace that he was wearing, and basically I thought when I heard that, I kind of assumed on that memory stick was just like legal documents you kind of need, you really don't want to lose, like copies of your like birth certificate, passport, driver's license, etc., just important documents. And it did come out that was basically what was on the memory stick on Luigi Mangione. Just in the contents on the memory stick was basically called LNM Archives, and it basically just had all of that on it on Luigi Mangione's memory stick. Again, nothing important, just important documents to Luigi Mangione that you need in life. Document called LI, so I'm assuming his Instagram, and then also LX, I'm assuming that's his Twitter account. And it also came out, there was a little list on Luigi Mangione's memory stick that they found on him. Basically, it just said, and basically what was on the list was basically just AAA batteries, more food, black bin bags, water bottle. Again, nothing interesting and worth talking about. And also they found a bus ticket on Luigi Mangione, but the bus ticket doesn't where he came from that bus ticket. They did not release that for some reason. And it also came out it was for one person and one bag on the bus ticket, and we don't really know where the bus ticket was coming from. Hi, it's voice over me. So I realized this when I was recording the audio for the live tweets. They also found a train ticket from Luigi Mangione from him coming from Pittsburgh. We have a little bit more information about the train ticket than the bus ticket. Again, I could be wrong if it's from Pittsburgh or a different part, but it is around that area. There's also a lot of other little things that came out. I realized looking over the live tweets again when I was doing the audio that I missed, but there's lots of little details in these live tweets. Officer Fry about his PA report, and basically does he have any connections to anyone in New York. Officer Fry says he has no connections to anyone in New York. He said he has testified to a grand jury before, but he has never testified before in the past. Officer Fry, he also said he has testified to a grand jury before, but he has never been to New York before. This was on the body cam footage just before the lunch break happened. Basically, it was overheard on the body cam footage. Basically, they were very much celebrating, saying, oh my god, we caught the right guy. It's him. When, in reality, again, they're very much acting like very giddy children and joking around this entire case. All the officers in Pennsylvania when they were arresting Luigi Mangione. Again, did we hear any investigation work whatsoever? Nope. Just vibes that we're going off with. That's it. Also comes up as well, Mark Flo was meant to cross-examine Officer Fox and also Officer Waza. I hope I'm saying her last name right. They're American, it's how you say it. But Mark Flo is the one who's meant to cross-examination Officer Fox and also Officer Waza, but they are scheduled for their cross-examination the next day, and Officer Waza and Officer Fox have been called to be a witness for the next day, and Mark Flo argues the prosecution has done this on purpose because he's the one who's meant to cross-examination Officer Fox and also Officer Waza, and they clearly know Mark Ruffalo is busy working on another case and he won't be able to attend that day, and he argues they did that on purpose, and in reality I feel like they did, just to fuck up their plans. Again, it's very annoying, I feel like, on both ends for them to do that, a bit of a shitty thing to do. And Mark Ruffalo argues why can't they do it on that day, because Officer Waza and also Officer Fox are there on that day where he is there and available to do the cross-examination instead of doing it the next day where he's clearly not available. Again, it's very annoying and very infuriating, so fuck you guys for doing that to Mark. I actually really liked the cross-examination towards Officer Fry, the rookie officer. I think it was amazingly done. I think it was great, and I did really enjoy just hearing every single question that was asked towards Officer Fry was objected by the prosecution, and then that was denied. So I really enjoyed that, actually. Aaron Piccolo asked Officer Fry, do they get taught at the academy to lie to people, to question and get something out of them? Officer Fry says, kind of. But then also, yes. So basically, yeah, they get taught to lie to get anything out of you. Friedler asked basically, oh, so you had information thinking Luigi Mangione could be the video shooter, and Officer Fry said yes. Again, they went in with the unfair bias at the McDonald's right off the bat. And Karen Okafalu says they weren't investigating or looking at Luigi Mangione for a fake ID in that moment in time, and Officer Fry says correct. I thought this was funny, so this was also in body cam footage. So apparently Luigi Mangione said, are you calling in a couple more cars? I'm not that big, I'm just wearing a couple of jackets. It also comes up, Officer Fox does Luigi, blah blah, it also comes up, Officer Fox questions Luigi Mangione, does he have any weapons on him? Luigi Mangione says no, just a jar of peanut butter. Also brought up, there was a NYPD sticker or tag on Luigi Mangione's sneakers when they were showing evidence, and one of Luigi Mangione's legal team pointed that out and asked basically, is it common for the NYPD to do Pennsylvania police force job? Officer Fry said no, it isn't really common for them to do that. And also Officer Fry was questioned, did they take the photo of Luigi Mangione's black sneakers? Because literally, why is there a little NYPD tag or sticker isn't really verified Luigi Mangione's sneakers when they're meant to be doing it in Pennsylvania? Why are they involved? That's my question. Officer Fry said no, they did not take the photo of the Luigi Mangione's black sneakers. But why is the tag there? Officer Fry was questioned, has he ever done a strip search over someone over fake ID? And sadly there was a cutoff here and we don't know what Officer Fry said here. But I thought that was incredibly interesting. I do want to bring this up here. So I found it incredibly interesting. Why did the NYPD had a sticker on Luigi Mangione's black sneakers before they handed over that evidence to the NYPD? That's my question. Why were they doing the Pennsylvania's job? That's my question. Again, very interesting and suspicious stuff happening just ever since from the beginning in this entire case, and little things like this just keep coming out, just making things sound more and more suspicious for what the Pennsylvania police and also New York police are doing in this case. Again, very suspicious. Well, basically, once the NYPD got involved, they basically just handed over all the evidence at this point in time. But we didn't hear anything more out of it because, again, it was put on pause, and then one of Luigi Mangione's legal team went up to the bench to talk to Judge Requiro. So that is the end of my little notes of basically things I wanted to bring up on the... So now we are moving on to the 5th of December 2025, and of day 4 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. The 5th of December 2025, this is day 4 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. So on this day, basically, Luigi Mangione did not show up to court for 30 minutes, and everyone was really worried and really concerned at the time. I was very worried and concerned at the time. And it came out Luigi Mangione was sick, and he wasn't able to attend this hearing. And honestly, it's totally understandable Luigi Mangione got sick, because literally dealing with the stress of the hearings and then also dealing with the New York winter, that would definitely make you prone to get a lot sicker a lot faster than over normal circumstances. And also, I feel like, because again, we did not see Luigi Mangione walking into the courthouse itself, but I feel like they definitely let him in just, in the bare elements without a puffer jacket or anything like that, because again, they don't care whatsoever, the police or what. That would definitely make Luigi Mangione get very sick very quickly. But like, being at MDC is not the best place to be sick. You already feel terrible, and then the conditions at MDC are also terrible, so not the best place to be sick at. This hearing was rescheduled to the 8th of December 2025, basically that Monday at 9:30 a.m. And I remember when this came out, a lot of people were really concerned for Luigi Mangione because he did not show up for 30 minutes. Again, very concerning, very worried, but we did see Luigi Mangione that following Monday. A couple of things did come out on this day, even if we didn't see Luigi Mangione, but a couple of things did come out on this day that do relate to Luigi Mangione's hearings. Like, on this day, some of the evidence was released to the public on the 5th of December 2025, and also the recording of the 911 call. I did listen to the McDonald's 911 call briefly. Again, it doesn't go for too long. The customers were upset and she didn't want to approach him, and she overheard someone saying someone said he kind of looks like the CEO shooter, and that's really it, and a vague description of what he looks like. Again, we discussed that earlier, but that came out on this day. Very annoying hearing. They said they didn't want that kind of stuff to be released, and then it did. It's infuriating. Honestly, sounds like the prosecutors are trying to get the public on their side, but it's not working that well. The 6th of December 2025, more evidence was released to the public, what was found in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and then also on the 7th of December 2025, more evidence was released to the public. I did see some of the photos circling around on Reddit before they got erased from the internet, and again, it is the most normal shit you would have in your backpack while traveling anywhere. Like, I'm pretty sure I have some of that stuff in my own backpack when I go traveling. It is the most normal shit you've ever seen, but they do not release photos of the 3D printed gun they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione, or even the 3D printed silencer they found on Luigi Mangione, and they did not release pictures of the alleged notes they found in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and also the alleged writing they found in Luigi Mangione's backpack, because again, like we saw, Luigi Mangione's legal team specifically said, please do not take and show photos of anything in the alleged writing in that book. They are only allowed to use the front and back of the cover of that book, nothing in the actual writing itself. So those are some things that came out in that time frame. Again, we did not see Luigi Mangione. Things did come out in that time frame when we didn't see Luigi Mangione, but did relate to the suppression hearings. Just thought I should add this here. The 8th of December 2025. This is day 5 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings. On this day, we did see Luigi Mangione back in court again because, like I said earlier, on the 5th of December, Luigi Mangione was sick, so he wasn't able to attend, but he is back in person again. I have a lot of things I want to say before we get into showing you guys the live tweets here. So on this day, I did bring this up in my last video on Luigi Mangione, but basically on this day we saw a little glimpse of Luigi Mangione's wrist, and basically we could see dints from the handcuffs, so basically how tight they had the handcuffs on Luigi Mangione. Again, it's very worrying how tight they have the handcuffs on him, but they did take off the handcuffs of Luigi Mangione in this entire hearing, so that's really nice to hear and see. On this day, it goes quite a bit over when Luigi Mangione's backpack was searched at the McDonald's, and once it was being taken from the McDonald's all the way to the police station, and also once it got to the police station itself. I'm going to show you guys the live tweets of the 8th of December 2025, so I'm going to pop that up on screen for you guys.
Still photographers are let into court. Joel and Jacob are chatting at the front. Shackles are heard clattering from the side room where the holding cell is. LM arrived. He's in grey suit, blue button down. Gazes back at courtroom audience while getting handcuffs off. LM is chatting with Karen and Jacob. LM smiles to Karen as the photographers leave. LM is speaking with his right hand animatedly, moving his head, leaning toward Jacob. They have come to order. Attorneys approach bench. LM moves the microphone around by defense and then stares at the judge. Conversation with hands on his chin. Judge Caro is shaking his head, not seeming amusing. Caro was talking about scheduling it, apparently, before that they were talking about someone's testimony. Karen comes back and updates LM. Prosecution calls First Assistant DA Nicole Smith. LM was leaning into Karen and chatting. Stopped when the witness entered. LM flips his yellow legal pad to a fresh page as the first witness speaks. Justice Caro, people, call your first witness. ADA, the people call Nicole Smith. What do you do for a living? Smith, I am a prosecutor with Blair County. I'm the first assistant DA to Peter Weeks. It's an elected position. ADA Joel Seidemann, what were you doing on December 9th, 2024? Smith, in a proceeding in the Blair County Courthouse. Then I got a call from Lieutenant Hanley. He said he was in the McDonald's and they were engaging with LM, who had given a fake name and ID. Hanley asked her what charges would be appropriate. Smith clarifies that she stepped back in the courtroom to ask DA Weeks to step outside with her and provide Hanley with the charges. She confirms these charges were lodged by PA and not NY. I knew very little about the UHC manhunt. LM had down writing. Smith, I went back into the courtroom and asked the judge's indulgence. I called DA Weeks out. We suggested forgery charges under Pennsylvania law. ADA, did Lieutenant Hanley take him into custody? Smith, I believe he did. State asks Smith about her knowledge of the NY case that morning. Objection, relevance, overruled. Smith says she didn't know much, just about a S-word in Manhattan. She is now describing the criminal complaint and how it's prepared by the affiant or arresting officer. LM is still writing. Smith says she knew this might be multi-jurisdictional effort. Joel showing evidence. People's 11. Criminal complaint filed in PA against LM. LM is looking at some typed up pages or photocopies of something in 2 columns. ADA, what was prepared? Smith, a criminal complaint. DA Weeks approved it at 5:13 p.m. on December 9th. ADA, what were the charges? Smith, forgery and F-word not to be carried without a license, also tampering with record, possession of instruments of a crime, and false ID. Joel is asking Smith to go through the criminal complaint and explain what she is looking at. He asks her to guesstimate when the arraignment took place. Smith says there were multiple members of the media that filled the Altoona courtroom and pews in it for LM's Altoona arraignment. LM is still and keeping his eyes down, reading papers. ADA, when was he arraigned? Smith, 6:30 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Blair County Court, recently renovated. A lot of media attention had accrued. They were in the pews. ADA, can you ID the defendant? Smith, blue button-down shirt and grey suit jacket. I also reviewed a search warrant in regards to this case. Detective Houston was tasked with compiling search warrant of LM's belongings. Smith says she believes Houston was assisted by Altoona cops plus a member of NYPD when drafting the warrant, to additionally seek court's permission to transfer custody of evidence to NY Police Department. He did not have permit to carry those items concealed. G-word, silencer. The other items, digital devices, the handwritten notes that might have been in that bag would not have been inherently contraband, might have been put aside to transfer WLM, unless we obtain search warrant to seize them as evidence of potential crime. Seidemann asks how would the search warrant prevent the manifesto and other writings being released to the defendant's relatives. Seidemann repeatedly calls LM's writings a manifesto. The third time he says that Karen objects to characterization, it's overruled. LM defense team has repeatedly rejected the description of this note as a manifesto. They keep talking for a bit about why they needed search warrant for writings to avoid them being transferred as defendant's inventory, and then Jacob asks to approach. ADA, what property was seized pursuant to the local charges? Smith, the G-word, for example. ADA, what about the manifesto? Karen Friedman Anafilo, objection to the characterization. Justice ADA, let me show you 12A, copy of the search warrant. What is 12A? Joel's search warrant that was prepared and e-word by Altoona PD Houston on December 9th. Smith, Jacob is chatting with LM. Detective Oscar Diaz, SP, from NYPD was someone Houston consulted with. Warrant was for every bit of property on the defendant to seize it and transfer to NYPD. ASA, what's this? Smith, the warrant. ASA, what role did your office have in the 2D search warrant? Smith, reviewed by our office and signed by DA Weeks Ada, now 12B. What is this? Smith, the second warrant for the clothing he wore into SCI prison evidence, suppressor, hand G-word ammunition, NJ fake ID. Everything else would be considered personal in regards to PA. Personal could be released to family, which is why they wanted it under warrant in order to seize it. I approved it 1714 on December 9th, Smith on when she approved the search warrant. Altoona PD drafted a second search warrant governed the clothing LM was wearing at the time he was preliminarily arraigned. LM looking down, maybe writing, or reading. Hard to see. 12B is looking at the second search warrant for LM's clothing on December 10th, while LM was being held at Huntington. DA Weeks approved this one, which was about seizing LM clothing as evidence and transferring to NYPD. When you received the call from McDonald's, was there any joint investigation between Blair County and NY in regards to the E-word of Brian Thompson Seiderman? No. Smith, Seiderman withdraws any comments about the PA arraignment. Time for cross-examination. Karen and Jacob chatting before they begin. Smith has been dismissed. Attorneys talking to Caro at bench. Karen and Jacob are showing Kaplan. Prosecution, something on a tablet. LM is heads down, maybe taking notes. Now they're approaching the judge with the tablet when Joel called a note, a manifesto. LM stopped reading, smiled and looked up, whispering something to Karen. The defense is at the prosecution's table, examining a picture of a handwriting note on an iPad. Wasser explained she has worked at Altoona PD for 19 years, and worked at 2 smaller departments in the Blair County Sheriff prior. Wasser is asked about her higher-ups that day, December 9th, and she answers Hanley as a higher-up, and confirms she was working patrol by herself that day. She was assigned to a specific region that day, but doesn't recall exactly where. She was on the north side of the city. LM looking over to the left at Karen, who may be writing down something. Wasser said she'd known Detwiller for 15 years. 9:35 a.m. called Detwiller, said it was because of the call he'd been dispatched to, about someone she said who resembled CEO's word. ADA, the people call police officer Christy Wasser. Have you studied the PA rules of criminal procedure? Wasser, yes. ADA, let me play you this video of McDonald's with Christmas music at 9:35 a.m. Wasser calls Detwiller because she hadn't heard from anyone and knew he was dispatched to the McDonald's. The BWC camera is played at 9:37 a.m. of Detwiller radioing Wasser back, saying he was a little busy. He is standing by the table at the McDonald's. Wasser says she began to head towards the McDonald's as Detwiller always answers her call, and she thought something was up. Wasser said she thought something was up when Detwiller told her over the radio he couldn't talk, because he usually answers her. Seiderman asks what she knew about shooting in NY prior to showing up at scene. LM looks at her while she talks. Did Wasser get her info? Fox News, what did she know about victim? I didn't know his name, but I knew he was a CEO of a healthcare. Seiderman pulls up Thompson's word video. LM looks down at notepad. KFA objects to Seiderman asking for characterization of Thompson's word. Sustained. Seiderman asks if the video showed any evidence of why suspect S-word Thompson in the back. Objection. Sustained. Seiderman asks if video shows it was premeditated crime. Objection. Sustained. LM still looking down. Seiderman moves on to another piece of evidence. 1J. It's the photo of the UHC suspect smiling at the hostel. Had you seen that prior to December 9th? Yes, on Fox News. LM is reading the typed pages in front of him. Jacob whispering to him. ADA, what did you know about the charge? Wasser, S-word of a healthcare CEO in NYC. ADA, where did you learn about it? Wasser, Fox News, still of Manhattan. Sidewalk goes up. ADA, what can you say about this S-word? Karen Friedman. Anafilo. Objection. Sustained. Pulling up bodycam footage at 9:44:27 from McDonald's. LM is sitting with his arms crossed looking down in footage. Mask and McDonald's trash in front of him. Who was that who came in and said woo? That was me. What was the woo for? I almost slipped on the wet floor. Did not activate her bodycam right when she came in. She says rules she has to activate it when she is interacting with the public. She says Fry was interacting with LM. 9:45 9:49 Detwiller bodycam footage. LM watching courtroom monitor off to his right. Detwiller asks Wasa to check the female bathroom. Wasa says she checked it. Nobody was in there. Back to video in McDonald's as Wasa walks in. ADA, who walked and said Roo. Wasa, Miada, why did you say Roo? Wasa, I almost slipped on the wet floor. ADA, ranking officer. Wasa, Lieutenant Hanley. ADA, did you activate your body-worn camera? Not right away. 9:53 Detwiller bodycam. On camera LM is standing and swaying with hands cuffed behind him. LM is looking down now. Wasa confirms she was wearing her BWC, but did not activate it upon entering. She activated later. She says that normally when interacting with a suspect, she would activate it, and she was not interacting yet. Wasa points to LM and identifies him at the defense table as the defendant. BWC continues to play, and we hear Detwiller ask her to check the female bathroom. She does, and confirms nothing was out of the ordinary. She is handed the false ID from Detwiller, and confirms after being shown the evidence exhibit of the Mark Rosario ID. That is what she was handed and holding. Giant Mark Rosario fake ID reproduction back up in court. Now they are seeing Detwiller bodycam where he says, did you hear me call for you? Detwiller, I heard you. That's why I started over. Wasa Detwiller asking if he knew what she meant when he said he was busy. She said yes, that's why I started out. Cederman asking Wasa what the dispatcher is saying in the video. Hard to hear. At 9 hours, 55 minutes, and 59 seconds we see Wasa start to say something, then look down at Detwiller bodycam and stop herself. 9:57 they got to Fry's bodycam footage. Sleigh bells, are you listening? They see Wasa standing by the trash can by herself. Detwiller approaches LM chatting with Jacob. Or did you play after defendant placed in custody? Wasa walks over to the backpack. It was heavy. ADA, did patrolman Detwiller ask you to check the women's bathroom? Wasa, yes. ADA, did you pick up the defendant's backpack? Wasa, yes. ADA, was it light or heavy? Wasa, it was heavy. LM is looking over at Jacob's laptop while the BWC plays. Then he takes notes. Officer McCoy is overheard saying, that's fine, and we're going to take him in at 9:58 a.m. Wasa is seen putting on gloves in the corner, and State asks her to confirm she put the gloves on after his arrest. Officer McCoy is overheard saying, that's fine, and we're going to take him in at 9:58 a.m. Wasa is seen putting on gloves in the corner, and State asks her to confirm she put the gloves on after his arrest. LM is heads down writing. Jacob looking as he does. Wasa on video is putting on blue gloves. 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 4 seconds. She says she did this after he was placed under arrest. They keep replaying bodycam footage so that Cederman can ask Wasa to say what is happening. She can't always hear it, so we play it again. Fox asks 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 15 seconds. Anything in this bag I need to know about? Wasa looks up toward LM as she holds strap. LM shakes his head and says, I choose to be silent. Pulls out what looks like food, hoagie and bread. Wasa, she says something and makes a neat face while holding something. Grey State, did his answer have an effect on the search of the bag? Wasa, it heightened it. Like there was something we should be aware of. They are now watching the search from Fox's BWC, where she starts with the top part of the bag. Wasa confirms she first removes a K word. Apparently the next 2 items were a hoagie and bread. 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 51 seconds. Officer Fox and Corporal Trent walk over to Wasa off camera. I don't know. We need to make sure. Is there anything in there that's going to? She frowns in footage. Fox says he'd rather it go off here instead of there. Here, McDonald's instead of at police station. I said I didn't want to pull a Moser. Wasa testifies. Moser was an officer of our department, Moser brought a B word back to our police station and placed a B word inside our cell. Wasa kind of laughed as she said I didn't want to pull a Moser. Holly Jolly Christmas playing. Wasa is very expressive as she searches bag. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds pulling out cell phone, passport, small wallet from Faraday bag. Wasa kind of laughed as she said I didn't want to pull a Moser. Holly Jolly Christmas playing. Wasa is very expressive as she searches bag. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds pulling out cell phone, passport, small wallet from Faraday bag, designed to hide the signals. Yes, objection, overruled. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 37 seconds. Wasa is taking items out of bag. What this is, destroy it. Fox. ADA, did Corporal Trent ask you to search the bag for a B word? Wowza, yes ADA, you said you didn't want to pull a Moser. What was that? Wowza, Moser brought a B word back into our police station. I did not want to do that. ADA, what are you doing here? Wowza, pulling a wallet and a cell phone out of Faraday bag. ADA, meant to conceal signals. Jacob Kaplan, objection. Fox's destroy it was referring to something wrapped up with tape and cardboard. Fox was cutting it open with a K word. Wowza testifies. And she was holding wet, grey underwear, and when I opened it up it was a magazine. LM looking down. Wowza said, this is, she holds up a magazine with B words and smiles, it's fucking him, 100%, says male voice. Miller told Wowza not to place the magazine on the table for DNA reasons. 10 hours, 1 minute, and 36 seconds, I just want to make sure there's not a B word in here. Wowza said she was looking to make sure there wasn't a B word. She was looking at main compartment and said she was satisfied there wasn't anything new. Fox makes a joke about not wanting to blow glue up but you can blow. 10 hours, 1 minute, and 55 seconds she places items back where she found them. Decision made to take it back to station to search it. LM and Jacob chatting. Seidemann asks about when an inventory search is done. What is searched? Everything. Wowza, as she's placing stuff back in the bag we see a red notebook and a clear zipped bag with something in it. Brett off to the side. Is this his laptop? Yes NYC police I'm pretty sure has the name. Male voice says. This has been all from other people's bodycams. I don't think we have seen Wowza bodycam yet. Wowza is now smiling on camera. ADA, what are you holding there? Wowza, a loaded magazine of B words. ADA, where did you find it? Wowza, in his pants. They were wet. ADA, who is Blue? Wowza, Blue is our canine. We decided to take the bag back to our station to search. ADA, what is it called? Wowza, search incident to arrest. Lacko is whispering in LM's ear at defense table. 5 golden rings, and a partridge in a pear tree. 10:03, 14. Wowza zips up the backpack. LM and Jacob whispering as Seidemann questions Wowza. Everything's soaking wet. Wowza says to the group of male law enforcement. LM now looking at courtroom monitor. We're going to have to finish it back at the station. Fox, referring to the search. Someone mentions a search warrant. He is under arrest. Someone says Trent mentioned about getting a search warrant for the bag. We don't need one. Search incident to the arrest. Cop says computer. Red, hoagie being placed into a brown bag. The only thing we have found so far is a magazine, says I think Fox. Miller says probably need a search warrant because of the severity of the case. Burns disagreed. Burns is superior. Now they are going to a different officer's body-worn camera. They see Fox's, apparently, bodycam footage walking out. Place brown bag into trunk of a grey SUV. 10 hours, 4 minutes, and 42 seconds. Fox puts it in his car. It's the canine vehicle. Officer Luke Yeager 9:58 bodycam. Back to walking in a winter wonderland. See the backpack being searched from a different angle. Trent walks over to ask about a B word. LM's jacket's being searched. And pants pockets. LM watching as Holly Jolly Christmas starts. On camera LM is standing to the left of the backpack search. Sometimes he glances back over his right shoulder to see while they search. Solemn expression. Mostly he looks forward. One more glance but this time to his left at the table he had been sitting at. Then his lead forward. 10:00:59 Burns walks over in a baseball hat. We see Wowza smiling when she grabs the magazine out and Fox saying, it's fucking him 100%, it's fucking him. I'm just making sure there's not a B word in here before we put it in the car. Hear Wowza more clearly. Fox jokes about not wanting to blow the dog up. Now starting Wowza's bodycam footage from when she started search. People's F1 evidence 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 14 seconds. Wowza puts gloves on, CVS bag in front of her and backpack. She does not know what was in CVS bag. Says put gloves on so as to not contaminate the evidence. 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 34 seconds. The fake ID and K-word are off to the side on the table. Maybe there is audio in Wowza's bodycam. They see her pulling out a light grey Eagle, something, bag. Audio starts, puts iPhone down, and what looks like a card holder with maybe a visa in it. Fox is opening a K-word at 10:21 to presumably cut into cardboard thing he was trying to open. They see Wasa pull out a Chase envelope and blue medical mask. Grey Hanes underwear, some type of tool wrapped in the underwear with his magazine. Wasa testifies about what she pulled out. Then she pulls out the magazine, packed up in his underwear. Wasa says she wants to make sure no B-word. Testifies she didn't find a pipe B-word. They see her putting everything back in backpack. NYC police, I'm pretty sure, has a name. It's F. Kingham, 100%. Wasa is going through the backpack. ADA, what does Officer Fox have in this hand? Wasa, the cardboard thing he had been trying to open. ADA, and what do you have in your hand? Wasa, tool wrapped in his underwear, probably came off the bus here, a cop says as they chat by the door. Burns says to Trent, search incident for arrest. This is all Wasa's bodycam footage. CVS bag, computer, ID, hoagie, bread all in Fox's car. Wasa testifies she took backpack to the station. Wasa testifies that while she was driving over to precinct, Fox got a call that he was needed, maybe back at MCD or elsewhere. Officer Fox pulled over and gave me the McDonald's bag. Short break, LM cuffed and walked out. LM had a loaf of bread with a flag of Italy on the front in his bag. When Wasa testified that the magazine was fully loaded, LM didn't show emotion on his face, while she said it. Karen is at the front of the court. Wasa is testifying, saying she's back to precinct now with 2 bags, backpack, and then the brown bag that she testifies she pulled over on street and got from Fox. Wasa states that Fox gives the McDonald's bag to her, as he is dispatched somewhere else, and she transports the MCD bag and backpack to the station. We are watching footage upon her arrival to the Altoona PD, where she is shown in the parking lot, walking with the evidence. Wasa explains the search incident to arrest policy, and confirms everything and every suspect must be searched for every case. She reiterates that LM had layers on, and they had to get him down to 1 layer, per protocol. Wasa is talking about how she would act if this was solely an Altoona case. What would she have taken into evidence? False ID and W-word, writings and clothing would have all been give back to LM. It wasn't done because they believed it was part of another crime. 10:15 a.m. begin inventory search of backpack in intake area. When she first opened the bag, LM was present. LM is taking notes, left hand on his forehead. 10:15:04 they see Wasa's bodycam. She opens her front passenger side door and the brown McDonald's bag is there, that we had previously seen placed by Fox into his trunk. This brown McDonald's bag is a large one with thin, plastic yellow handles. They see Wasa walk into precinct at 10 hours, 15 minutes, and 42 seconds. LM riding on his legal pad. Grey lock is at your right behind where LM is in blue top and hands free, maybe ankles shackled at this time. Wasa places the McDonald's bag on the floor. We see the Mac laptop peeking out. 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 17 seconds. Wasa opens side pocket. Wasa testifies she hadn't opened that side pocket at McDonald's. 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 27 seconds. There's a W-word, she says on camera. She testifies she hadn't seen that before. 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 31 seconds. Do you want me to clear it? Wasa says on camera. She testifies that means to make the W-word safe. Someone asks Wasa to follow them. Defendant's hands free. Yes. Would it be wise or unwise to continue to conduct the search in front of him while his hands free? Wasa takes the backpack and bag outside to hallway of intake area. 10:17 she's told to clear it. ADA, does the officer have any discretion in what to search? Wasa, no. We search everything. ASA, and what did you find in the side pocket? Wasa, a W-word. If you hadn't located the G-word, where would the inventory search have been conducted? In the intake area next to detainee. Camera, she mentions a microchip to a computer that Fox had found. She can be seen removing the magazine, which she says she locked. Judge Kero looks a little checked out. Wasa testifies she found the cell phone in a Faraday bag. LM is jotting notes intently. She testifies they are placing things they believe are evidence into an envelope. This would be evidence they believe is for NYPD, not for Altoona. The other officer says it was in a Faraday bag, and tells her to place it in the NYPD evidence envelope. The W word they found was loaded with another magazine. No B word in chamber. 10 hours, 19 minutes, and 29 seconds she pulls out a silencer. She testifies this is the first time during inventory search she removes silencer. On camera Wasa kind of exclaims and says, "Oh my god." A few seconds after finding silencer she testifies the G word and silencer were found in inventory search for the first time. Now she finds a packaged SanDisk, which she thinks is personal property. Jacob and LM talking. She says something to someone about finding the silencer. Someone off camera whispers holy shit. She says she needs to photograph the bread. LM small smile and whispering to Karen, "I know Fox stuck it in here." Wasa says about fake ID on camera. "Can you send this to Burns please?" Fake ID found in McDonald's bag. ADA, then what did you do? Wasa, took it to another room. They told me to clear it. ADA, what's that? Wasa, take out the magazine. ADA, what else did you find? Wasa, this SanDisk. It wasn't important at the time. The bag is toiletries. Put it back down in backpack. Considered it personal property of defendant. See red notebook peeking out of bag. 10 hours, 22 minutes, and 56 seconds. What are you handling at this point? The manifesto. You read the manifesto at this point? No, son. On camera, Wasa puts the red notebook into the envelope as people on camera are whispering about someone offering to buy Dettol or a hoagie if it was the NYC suspect. When she flips through the red notebook, the like elastic bookmark thing is still around it, so it's not all the way open. Looks like paper folded in there. Someone says New York is going to take everything, then Sederman trying to get Wasa to repeat what's on the video. I'm having a really hard time hearing it with my hearing aids. Sorry. Wasa finds computer things in backpack. 32 GB SIM card. She says something about zip tees in video. Deputy Chief Swoke has told her to clear it, meaning the W word. This means that Wasa was directed to remove the magazine and any B words that were chambered out on footage. Another mask. What kind of mask did he have on? Paper one. But that's what he was wearing there. Cops talking about blue medical masks LM had. They see her pull out a white long sleeve shirt. Looks like it had a brown stain on it on both elbows. She places it back with personal item. At one point, Joel spelled Faraday with 2 R's for the court reporter. Someone corrected him, and he says, "I've been told it is not spelled with 2 R's. LM whispers something to Karen, softly smiling. Things that can be seen from the Bodicum vantage point. Mechanical pencil, a sliced Italian bread that starts with a D. Clothing, hair clipper cutting his hair. We hear Wasa say, "What's his name?" she asks. She reads off a handwritten note. Testifies it's a hand-drawn map of Pittsburgh. Its directions. Wasa says on camera. Sederman has Wasa clarify that there were loose leaf papers in the red notebook, which he continues to refer to as a manifesto. Defense has previously objected to this characterization, but the judge has overruled. I'm still on. Wasa says. Go off. Male voice on camera. Go off. Wasa says and then presses Bodicum. Wasa goes back to McDonald's and says she spoke to the caller. 911 caller. Maybe. Sederman asks about their convo. Karen objects to relevance. Kara calls them to bench. Did you speak to that person who you knew from working with her at a retail outlet? Did she tell you that she had been the impetus to the call for 911? Yes. Did she tell you she had recognized the defendant? Yes. Sederman makes Wasa clarify whether she was serious or joking about being concerned there was a B word in the backpack. Serious nature of the crime itself influenced her concern. It greatened my concern. Sederman asks Wasa about the Thompson S word. She said it was S word, E words. She was searching backpack. Did any of your bosses say stop, get a search warrant? No. She also said a minute ago that she was officially searching the backpack for the Pennsylvania arrest, not the NY arrest. Earlier she testified the stuff was being placed in envelopes in case NYPD may need it. Wasa said she searched hundreds of backpacks after arrests without a search warrant. Given Altoona policy, LM is twirling around blue post-it pad in right hand, doing this with his pen quite a bit. The sandwich said Italian sub, and the loaf, Italian bread. Sederman asks if this were a shoplifter, would she have had legal authority to check the bag after arresting someone for shoplifting? Yes. Wasa. ADA, but did you read the manifesto at the time? Wasa. No. ADA, let's hear on the video what you called it. On video. Wasa. It's like a journal. ADA, and what was said to you? Wasa. I'm having a really hard time hearing it with my hearing aids. Sorry. ADA, what else did you find? Wasa. A hand-drawn map of Pittsburgh. On video. Police voices, a US passport, comes back as L, laughing on the video. ADA, you said, put this all back in. WASA, yes ADA, you separately personal property from evidence. Yes ADA, searches incident to a lawful arrest are permitted. Have you ever sought a warrant for you? WASA, never ADA. Could you search a bag even if you placed someone under arrest for shoplifting? Objection, overruled. WASA, yes. ADA, we offer the handwritten notes into evidence. Karen Friedman Anafilo, objection Justice Caro, overruled. She testifies that evidence she's looking at is the paper with the map of Pittsburgh Siegerman, offers it into evidence. Karen Obchase overruled published 2 sides of a handwritten note, and one of them has a checklist that says pluck eyebrows. Checklist has a bunch on it. Check Pittsburgh red eyes break cam continuity 3+ hours off cam exit of method, egg megabus, rail, maps of other locations Columbus, Pittsburgh Cleveland. Now looking at his wallet, including Whole Foods Visa, gift, card, keep momentum, be slower, overnight, is written on the checklist as well. Now pictures of G-word, silencer, magazine entered into evidence. Karen had objected to showing the checklist but was overruled. Whilst testifying about magazine she pulled out of the wet, grey, Hanes boxer briefs. She says something about Hollow Point magazine. Karen objects, sustained. LM is looking forward at courtroom monitor of photo of the second magazine, allegedly found in underwear as opposed to G-word. Black and white Maui pouch with other electronics admitted into evidence. iPhone and Faraday bag offered into evidence. Computer with another Faraday bag, for the computer specifically. Objection, leading sustained. Size of Faraday bag discussed. WASA points out computer can fit into it. Energizer batteries, headphones, SanDisks were placed back into bag at the time. Photo of it now entered into evidence. USBs and microchips entered into evidence. Zip tees, tool that was found in underwear with magazine, black maybe stylus, and silver pocket knife entered into evidence. Hair clippers, comb, nail clippers, masks entered into evidence. LM whispers to Karen, exclaiming with his hands I'm saying entered into evidence. These are the photos of these items. Also the photo of the hallway where they did the search. Did you have any expectation that the person who would Brian Thompson would walk into your town? Objection sustained. Witness dismissed. I'm going to make a statement to the press. First, I need to correct an inaccuracy. The exhibits at issue were sealed at end of day on December 2nd, which ran into overtime at the request of the defense. Caro explaining the sealing/unsealing of exhibits. Here as in Wiley, this is a suppression hearing where exhibits may be suppressed. That decision will be made at end of this hearing. Press has been able to hear and see all exhibits and discuss them in the press. Only thing they are not permitted to do is obtain and release these exhibits to the public. In any situation where the court finds the defendant's right might be prejudiced, exhibits will be sealed. Now someone testifying about 20 different BWC video clips, and that not all of them are prejudicial. Like Wasser arriving at court in the rain, there is an alternative which is voir dire. It's going to receive very careful voir dire. He submits that is a reasonable alternative, for jury to be asked what they know when selected based on today's media technology. These statements will be permanent fixture in the public before we even start the trial. Caro saying that members of the public and press are here. Mann responds that parties have responsibility to go through and determine which exhibits might be released without prejudice. If intent not to release video clips, should have gotten prior notice so media would have had meaningful opportunity to be heard. Man in suit, see you at 2:15. Caro. LM asks security guard a question pointing to his notes. Hands legal pad to one guard while another cuffs him and he's lead out. More details from before the break. Green, G-word, ADA, now 281. What is it? Wasa, the magazine that was inside the W-word S, not on motion by the people. This was pursuant to Daily News versus Wiley. Here, as in Wiley, this is a suppression hearing. The court has a duty to minimize prejudice. And in suit, there will be voir dire in this case. Justice Caro, given the way people get their information these days, these statements will be permanently out there, and that's prejudicial. More from that note. Check Pittsburgh red eyes ideally to Columbus FBI slower moving. Check reports for current situation. Pittsburgh map, other side. Bus to Penn Station, train goes left. His Maryland ID, passport, wallet, sleeve, Whole Foods visa, another visa, blue digital camera, a black and white woven type of wallet, a small green metallic tool, a laptop, MacBook, and the Faraday bag were also shown. Computer chips or hard drives, pocket K-word, unopened batteries, black headphones, small wired, zip ties, long thin tool, nail clippers, comb, toothpaste, floss and other toiletries were also shown. Another written piece from the note: break cam continuity, LM is back in court, uncuffed Karen whispers something. Joel asks to approach before cross-examination begins. Karen approaches for cross of Wasa. LM is watching Karen as she crosses. Karen asks Wasa if she heard Detwiller called for further assistance. Wasa says she heard him call for an officer. She thought Detwiller was alone and started driving over. She heard Detwiller called for a supervisor. He didn't ask you to come, correct? You decided on your own. Yes, you didn't activate your body worn camera, correct? Karen, correct. Wasa, does your car also have car camera that records front and back of car? Yes. Did you turn it on that day? I did not. Was it raining a lot that day? It was raining. Please play McCoy's body camera at 9 hours, 44 minutes, and 29 seconds. Bella Irwin is sitting at counsel table working the computer. 9:44, 46. That's when you're going and you slipped, correct? Yes. Karen, establish anywhere black backpacker and CVS, and that 2 police officers are between the bag and LM. This was a big case for Altoona, PA. Correct, because this might be the NYCS word. Correct? Yes. That's why I responded. Karen asked Wasa if she looked up any photos of NYCS word on the way. I don't believe so. Karen asks if she knew G word wasn't recovered in NYC. I was unaware that it was not recovered. Karen asks if Wasa asked any customers to leave the McDonald's. I don't believe so. Did you clear the main area of the McDonald's of any employees? No. Did you clear the McDonald's of any customers at all anywhere? No. And you didn't, because when you got there you saw the situation was under control. Yes. LM looking down, blocked by security guards so can just glance. LM is chatting with Jacob. We're awaiting instruction in case any assistance was needed. Correct? Karen, yes. Part of the bodycam footage when they ask LM his middle name and he responds and then adds Nicholas. 9 hours, 48 minutes, and 38 seconds. LM being Mirandized. A customer goes to use the restroom, which KFA highlights on screen. 9 hours, 50 minutes, and 27 seconds. LM being searched with hands on wall and Wasa comes out of women's bathroom. LM asking to take off his jacket. They instruct him to keep his hands on the wall. Fox handcuffs LM. Wasa standing by the trash can utility closet area. Tascaro. Cross-examination. My name is Karen Anafilo. I represent LM. You headed over to the McDonald's. Wasa. Yes. Karen Anafilo. You tried to call Officer Detwiller on his cell phone. Wasa. Yes. Karen Anafilo, you were in full police uniform. Wasa. Yes. Karen Anafilo, your supervisors don't wear body-worn cameras, do they? Wasa. One does, the others don't. Karen Anafilo, and you didn't activate your car camera, nor body-worn. At first, right? Karen asks Wasa about noticing a toilet leak. When she was asked previously, check the ladies' room. She remembers the leak. Wasa confirms she's in the background of the BWC footage awaiting any instructions, with Trent and Hanley in the background. They're at 9:48 a.m., and they hear LM being Mirandized. Going through bodycam footage they've seen repeatedly. 9 hours, 52 minutes, and 39 seconds. Is that a fake ID that LM had handed to officers initially? Yes. Fry's BWC. 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 13 seconds. In addition to 5 supervisors of Altoona PD on scene, there's also a member of DA's office. Yes. Yes. Karen asks how many officers are at the McDonald's upon LM's arrest, and Wasa says 10. On the current freeze frame of the BWC, Karen points out that we see 5 officers between LM and the backpack. Wasa confirms. Karen points out that there is also someone on the scene from the AG's office, and Wasa confirms Karen pointed out a customer walking to the bathroom while LM is in cuffs, with 3 officers standing between him and the backpack. Wasa confirms again. Detwiller's BC again, where Wasa whispers wow, and she seemingly stops herself from saying something more to Detwiller. He didn't say I'm so glad you came. KFA says about Wasa saying she started over. I don't believe so. You came because you wanted to be there. Correct. I came over there to assist Officer Detwiller even though he said he was busy and didn't ask for you to come. Correct. 7 hours, 0 minutes, and 28 seconds, she unzips what looks like the part of the bag that is all the way at the back. Chase envelope, blue medical mask. Now they get to the grey Hanes boxer briefs again. Karen asks if Wowser unrolled the underwear. There was something hard inside it. Wowser Fox was joking about not blowing his dog up, correct? You said you were making sure there was no B word in there. The two of you were laughing, correct? Possibly. There are 2 waterproof Faraday bags found on LM, one with a passport, telephone, and IDs. The other one, larger, with a computer. Show that magazine to your lieutenant because you found something important. Yes, a magazine with B word S inside. Correct, yes. Karen quotes Fox saying it's F on him and says he means the NYCS word, correct. Yes, Siedelman objects. Caro tells her she can answer what she thought Fox meant. Now that you found the magazine, it's time to go back to the station. Objection. Overruled. Now that we found that, let's just take it back. Fox. Aaron confirms Wowser heard that. Confirms Fox meant now that we found the magazine, yes. The red notebook is on the table. Karen point out that they hadn't put down magazine on table because of possible DNA contamination, but notebook on there. She tries to make point that the magazine was treated differently because it was part of NYC evidence, but objection is sustained. Then Wowser says she kept searching with her hand for a B word, and Karen points out silencer wasn't found until precinct and asks if silencer could be shape of pipe B word, and Wowser says yes. But as soon as you found magazine, it was time to go back to precinct. You stopped because you found evidence in the night case. Isn't that true? I stopped because I was ordered to. Wowser testifies Trent and Miller told her to take it back to station. KFA says they're overhearing investigatory steps being discussed. Wowser says yes, they are talking about questioning someone and checking out an establishment called Sheets in Altoona, PA. That was to try to retrace LM's footsteps, correct? Objection. Sustained. Saying the New York City Police having his name. Karen is asking, may we hear supervisors talking about taking investigatory steps, going to Sheets, and bus stop. Wowser tells them the bag was wet. Wowser maybe says something about him walking. I understood at this point we probably need a search warrant. Trent Chris from PA Attorney General Office say if FBI is going to take it, they can do their thing when you go back to the precinct, just leave it. Trent Officer Fox then says, but it's search incident to arrest. Trent says yeah, but we are aware of that crime, so we are not going to do it. Wowser says she knew they were discussing whether they were going to wait for search warrant. Karen asks if when they say they know about that crime, you understood it to be the NYCS word. Objection. Sustained. Miller says I would still play it safe because of the severity of it. Correct. Karen withdraws question, then plays video, and we hear Miller say that in response to Fox saying all they found was magazine. Fox holding McDonald's bag with evidence in it. Can you get the old lady's info? Somebody says. Meet you at the station. Wowser says to Fox on camera, what break details from before the break? Karen Anafilo. Then Corporal Miller said, I would still get a search warrant, given the severity of the case. Right, Wowser, I heard him say at KFA, and you carried the backpack to the car. Wowser, yes KFA, Your Honor. Wowser, I was ordered to. I believe Corporals Trent and Miller told me to take it back to the station. The silencer, come to order. LM steps out, gets uncuffed. Jacob hands him new glass of water, and the witness enters going to Fox's body-worn camera. Jacob talks to LM. They are watching Fox put the paper McDonald's bag with the laptop and other evidence in the back seat of his car, trunk of his car. Actually, we know you arrived at precinct approximately 11 minutes later. At that point, we see you taking McDonald's bag and backpack out of your car. You testified that you and Officer Fox stopped along the way to precinct. How did you communicate with Officer Fox that you were going to pull over? Possibly on our cell phones. You don't recall what you said to one another and who called who. I don't recall. Did you have a meeting point or were you following one another? I don't recall. Believe, we pulled over somewhere on Union Avenue. Wowser says her police lights weren't on and they were driving normal rate of traffic. Wowser says they stopped 30-40 seconds and doesn't recall if they talked. Wowser says she believed the McDonald's bag was put in her passenger seat. She had placed backpack in hatch of her car. 10:15 they see Wowser taking McDonald's bag out of front. They don't see her take the backpack out from this view. Wowser says she turned her BWC when she stepped out of her car. We are required to turn our bodicam on in the intake area while we are doing searches. You were told by Corporal Trent to leave the bag there. He made a suggestion that we were told to get a search warrant. Karen asks if Wasa turned on her bodycam footage to get what she was doing on camera, but you didn't turn on your BWC when you got the bag from Officer Fox, correct? Correct. They can't see the backpack on camera, but Wasa says she had it in her left hand or over left shoulder. Karen Anafilo, did you pull over on your way to the precinct? Wasa, yes, on Union Avenue KFA, were your sirens activated? Wasa, no KFA, you transferred the bag to your car? Wasa, yes KFA, where was the backpack? Wasa, in the hatch. Karen Anafilo, what car number were you that day? Wasa, 110 KFA, you turned on your camera to carry the backpack to the precinct. Wasa, we are required to in connection with searches. Wasa puts backpack on chair and MCD bag on floor, LM shackled by his ankles to the floor. Karen asking about Wasa opening the bag to do inventory search, any evidence bags at that time. Not at this point. Karen establishes that Wasa knew there were a lot of items in that bag, but there wasn't a table nearby to do inventory search. Somehow at the station there it was right at the top. Karen asked it true that you searched the backpack when stopped. That was so you could search backpack, not on camera. Wasa denies any of that. LM takes his coat off. Karen, isn't it true that it took you longer than Detailer to get there because you stopped to search backpack? Paraphrasing, that is not accurate. Wasa testified earlier that she doesn't usually drive with her blue medical gloves on. Karen speculates this is because she didn't want to contaminate evidence. Wasa says she just hadn't taken them off. When you got to precinct, did you tell anyone that Trent had said to get a warrant? No. Karen points out that Wasa took both bags out when leaving to clear the G word away from LM. Karen Anafilo, and suddenly, the F word was right there when you got there at the precinct. Wasa, I hadn't searched that pocket. KFA, isn't it true you found the G word when you stopped your car with Fox? Wasa, no, that's false. KFA. Karen Anafilo, it took you 11 minutes to get from McDonald's to the precinct, but it took Officer Detwiller only 9 minutes because you searched the backpack, right? ADA. Objection. Justice Caro, you can answer. Wasa, that's false. They see Wasa search the bag. Now at intake, Karen asks if Wasa searched the backpack when she stopped the patrol car, as she still had her gloves on, and turned her BWC off. Karen says that's why she made sure to turn her camera back on at the precinct. Wasa states it's not accurate. Wasa can be heard asking if she should be touching the W word when she retrieved it during the intake search. Karen asks why she asked that when she already knows the answer, meaning no, she shouldn't touch it. Wasa says she was just following protocol. It's 10:18 a.m., and Wasa is searching for the fake ID in the backpack and handing over evidence she removes to another officer. She's looking inside various pockets and pouches inside the bag. Is that you laughing that you found the silencer? KFA, yes. Wasa, Jacob and LM quick chat. They are seeing Wasa's BWC as she arrives to police station. She is carrying the McDonald's bag with the laptop inside. The backpack is in her other hand. Wasa turned her body cam off in the car and turned it back on in the police station. I was asked by SGT Burns to photograph the barcode of the sandwich and the bread and send it to him. Wasa, is anyone writing down inventory of this backpack now? No. And you were asked to send barcode? Yes. Did you just hear you say that you were taking photographs of those items to try and figure out what Sheets he went to? Yes. Sheets is a gas station and made to order food, like a convenience store. Wasa, multiple and RPA, correct? Yes. Karen Anafilo, why did you take the backpack into another room? Wasa, my supervisor told me to. Video. Wasa says there was another magazine hiding in his underwear. Oh, here's the silencer. Laughs. KFA, that's you laughing. Wasa, yes. Karen Anafilo, is that you photographing the sandwich? Wasa, I was asked to photograph the barcode on the sandwich and on the break and sent to Sergeant Burns. KFA, Sheets, what is it? Wasa, gas station convenience store, made to order food. 10 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Have you ever participated in an inventory search? Correct. Yes. Purpose to catalog every item? Yes. At this point they see red journal in the back section of the backpack, not the middle section. They also see that there's a white pouch. 10 hours, 22 minutes, and 35 seconds. What's that? Pills. On Karen points out nobody inventories there are pills. You open red notebook, flip through it. Someone in background calls it manifesto. Correct. It's like a journal wasa. You believe this had evidentiary value, correct? Yes. Say, isn't it awesome? Yes. I think it's awesome and I'm very proud of our department wasa. You are looking for values that may have evidentiary value in the NYC case, correct? I'm looking at all items, 10 hours, 28 minutes, and 40 seconds. You haven't itemized anything, correct? Correct. Then you turn your body camera off at this point, correct? Yes, 10 hours, 28 minutes, and 47 seconds. At a certain point put everything back, correct? Yes. Before anyone wrote anything down, correct? Evidence taken somewhere else prior to labeling everything for inventory. Only items taken out were things that had evidentiary value for NYC case, correct? Yes, the W word would have been held for our evidence/charges. Yes. Talking about Altoona policy, Karen reading it to Wasa. Did Mr. Seidemann prepare you for your testimony today? Yes. How many times have you met with prosecutors? 2 times in Altoona and 3x here. You don't have this memorized, correct? Seidemann asked me if I'm familiar with it. Yes. KFA, how come you turned your body worn camera at that point, at the end of the search? Had you finished searching? Yes, I was done searching. I shut it off. Karen Anafilo, you flipped through pages of the notebook. ADN, someone else in the background calls it a manifesto, but you called it a journal, correct? Wasa, correct. ADN, let me say, the W word would have been held for our charges. Karen Anafilo, are you familiar with Altoona Regulation 1.2? It's a dozen pages long. If you know Wasa, I don't know KFA. It talks about search and seizure, incident to arrest. Did you meet with ADA Seidemann to prepare? Wasa, yes. KFA, he prepared you. Yes. Karen goes back to consult with Jacob and is talking to LM. Seidemann walked back to grab folder from evidence. LM turns page to fresh part of legal pad. No further questions. Karen. Seidemann redirects. Seidemann goes back to him. Detwiller says he's busy. Asks if she thought something was going on. He said yes because he usually takes calls. Seidemann asks if she received B-word T-word at MCD. No, would have called B-word squad. No need to evacuate unless we found something. She says still concerned about B-word on direct. Wasa says that she didn't turn on her BWC for a while in the McDonald's because she wasn't interacting with LM herself. Karen Anafilo, you turned off your body cam when the search was done. Wasa, yes. To take it to Officer Featherstone. KFA, where? Wasa, I don't recall. KFA, one moment. Walks over to confer with Jacob Kaplan. KFA, nothing further. Justice Caro, redirect. ADA, did you have any interaction with the defendant at McDonald's? Wasa, no. Ada, had you received a bomb threat? Wasa, no. So I didn't clear the building, but I was still concerned, thought he had a weapon. He kept looking at the bag. Did video of crime affect your concern that there may be W word in that bag? Yes. How did it? I knew that he used the W word to S word MR. Thompson in the back. Would Faraday bag prevent detection of location? Yes. Seidemann brings back evidence where Karen asked if Wasa had mentioned B-word in supplemental report references characterization of her search. Jacob and LM say something to Karen and she objects. Seidemann asks something about E-word meaning B-word. Seidemann asks if Red Journal was opened at MCD. She says she doesn't think so. ADA, let me hear you report. Karen Anafilo, objection. This is not in evidence. ADA, does this refresh? KFA, she didn't say she didn't remember. ADA, did you reference an E-word in your report? Wasa, yes. Wasa testifies that Corporal Trent said that they probably need a search warrant, but also asked her to check the bag for B-word. DA, counsel asked you a lot of questions about items that were taken out were not items not placed in evidence, but rather put back in the bag. Wasa, yes. It was personal property. ADA, were there stickers on the bag? Wasa, yes. Evidence labels. ADA, who put the evidence stickers on? Wasa, Featherstone. I think. ADA, counsel asked you a lot of questions. Waves hands in air. Karen Anafilo, objection to characterization. Justice Arrow, counsel asked you a few questions found in LM in another exhibit. Small bottle, like a mini alcohol bottle, several hair combs, packets of sauce, one pair of black socks, lighter, AirPods, power bar, several blue masks, pin, black backpack, multiple items of clothing, white shirt, with 3 dark buttons at the top, light grey underwear, dark grey hat and scarf, Black Gloves ADA, about this personal property, the D categories for your case or the NY case, WASA, some for the NY case ADA, C179, what is it, WASA, clothing, personal property ADA, let me end on this, it's 5:25 p.m, did you find the G word on the way to the precinct? DA, let me show you, waits for video to come up, it's 5:27 p.m, this is 683, do you see Detwell at ADA, objection Karen Anafilo, and in the precinct LM was shackled to the floor, correct, WASA, yes KFA, and you chose to put the backpack where you did, WASA, yes KFA, the NYCS word did not involve a B word, WASA, it did not. Sederman, were you aware that the NYCS word involved a premeditated E-word objection sustained WASA off of witness stand Karen Anafilo, nothing further ADA, in other searches, were defendants handcuffed, WASA, yes ADA, nothing further Justice Caro, give me a moment, picks up desk/bench phone, see you tomorrow the hearing will be at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, so that was the end of the live tweets of what we got from the 8th of December 2025, and now we are going to be moving on to my little notes and things I want to bring up and talk about more. So the first witness of the day was Nicole Smith. She is a attorney and also a first assistant DA to Peter Weeks. It's spelled like week, but it's pronounced Weeks. It's who she is, and basically she is the person, one of the officers, Hanley, basically stepped out of the McDonald's to call her and basically ask her what charges should they put against Luigi Mangione, and she does confirm these charges they were putting against Luigi Mangione were just strictly for Pennsylvania, not the New York case in this moment in time. They're strictly the charges they put against Luigi Mangione. By the way, they're still at the McDonald's, I want to add here, are just the false ID charges in this moment in time, and nothing relating to the shooting of Brian Thompson. And I do want to add, I find this incredibly interesting, by the way, this was still going on at the McDonald's. Like, why is she on speed dial with one of the out in Pennsylvania? That's my question. She's also the person who signed off for the search warrant to search through Luigi Mangione's backpack, and I do want to add, his backpack was searched multiple times without a search warrant at the McDonald's, and even once it got to the police station itself. And like we know, that was several hours later, they finally got a search warrant after receiving Luigi Mangione's backpack. It also comes out as well, they requested 2 search warrants, one for Luigi Mangione's backpack and another one to search Luigi Mangione's clothing the next day on the 10th of December 2024. Again, so like we already know, they already searched Luigi Mangione's clothing once they got to the police station, so again, they searched him again, without a search warrant, by the way, again. But this is very important. So the first search warrant, the one for the backpack they got from Luigi Mangione, I do want to add here, they searched his backpack multiple times, without a search warrant, for several hours, once it got to the police station, again, multiple times, and we have a time now when the search warrant was granted for them to actually look into Luigi Mangione's backpack at the police station. So basically, the search warrant was granted at 17:14, and that is 24-hour time. And if you guys don't understand 24-hour time, that's okay. I don't understand it, but it's pretty easy to wrap your head around it. Basically, it was granted at 5:14 p.m. on the 9th of December 2025. That's when they officially got the search warrant. Now, when was Luigi Mangione questioned? Around 9 a.m. Then Luigi Mangione got to the police station at the 10 a.m. Again, Luigi Mangione's backpack was searched multiple times without a search warrant at the McDonald's. Once it got to the police station, they literally got a search warrant for Luigi Mangione's backpack at 5:14 p.m. Smith basically says she believes Officer Houston was helped to get a search warrant by Pennsylvania cops and also helped by the NYPD to get a search warrant to look through Luigi Mangione's backpack, but she's also the one who looked over and signed off for the search warrant to go through Luigi Mangione's backpack. It also comes out as well the same officer who was doing the search warrant and all that and getting help from Pennsylvania and also the NYPD this officer did not have a permit to basically carry the 3D printed gun they allegedly found in Luigi Mangione's backpack and give it to New York, and same thing with the 3D printed silencer to send to New York, and very suspicious shit happening. And again, as we go forward, you will very much see the goddamn incompetence we've seen with the Altoona police force, and so much is coming out more and more, just little things like that. The guy did not have a permit to send those 2 items they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione, and it also comes out basically the reason why they requested for a search warrant is because they wanted to keep in evidence the alleged writing they found on Luigi Mangione, and also same thing with the alleged notes they found on Luigi Mangione. Also, it comes out as well in this the reason why they wanted a search warrant just so they could keep the alleged writing they found in Luigi Mangione's backpack and also the alleged notes they found in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and instead of it just being sent to his family members like his phone and technology, they decided, oh, we should get a search warrant so that can be put into evidence instead of it being just sent to his family as classified as personal stuff. And when that statement was said, basically one of Luigi Mangione's legal team asked, how did getting a search warrant affect them getting Luigi Mangione's alleged writing and also alleged note? Like, how did that affect them getting it, if that makes sense? It did get cut off, so we don't truly know what the answer was after that. Again, this is just from the live tweets, but I thought that was incredibly interesting. Like, the only reason why they got one in the first place, so they could keep those alleged writings they found on Luigi Mangione. What if they didn't? Would they just not get a search warrant? Like, so very interesting stuff coming out here. Again, like, what the fuck? Smith also mentioned the alleged writing they found in Luigi Mangione's backpack might have been found in his backpack, and I found that incredibly interesting, and I want to note that here. Said that, so it does kind of get that indication of like, maybe it was in his backpack, maybe it wasn't. Again, very small things here. Maybe I'm reading way too much into that, but I just kind of wanted to add that here too. It also comes out basically every time Luigi Mangione's alleged writings come up, Smith keeps saying it is a manifesto. Karen Alcafillo objects it, the judge denies it, but also reminds Smith, saying, do not call it a manifesto, don't do that when the trial actually happens. And she's like, okay. They literally requested for it not to be called a manifesto when they also have it approved and have written down. We saw in the updates in Luigi Mangione's case around November, they requested for it not to be called a manifesto when they keep calling it a manifesto, and they also got that granted for it not to be called a manifesto, but they keep calling it a manifesto. It's not just Smith, all the officers keep doing that. It's very frustrating. Same thing with the shooting of Brian Thompson. Smith keeps calling it the execution, and Karen Alcafillo also objects that, and again, the judge doesn't really care. It's infuriating. It's not either of those things. One of Luigi Mangione's lawyers questioned Smith, asking, was there any joint investigation from New York of the shooting of Brian Thompson involvement when she got the call from the McDonald's? And she said no. Again, this is from Twitter, so I don't truly know which lawyer said this, so I'm not sure it was like Karen Alcafillo, I don't know, it was one of other Luigi Mangione's lawyers, I don't know, I'm not too sure, I'm sorry about that. Again, this is from Twitter, there are things missing, but I just thought that was incredibly interesting to have there. It also comes out Cinnamon withdraws all the statements that were said at the PA arraignment that happened in 2024. So that was the end of the cross-examination of Smith. Again, I think everything that came out there was very interesting and something to think about. And we have a time when they officially got the search warrant to search Luigi Mangioni's backpack. Again, a very long time before they officially got one. And like we already know, his backpack was searched multiple times. And it's literally shown on body cam footage as well. Again, the cameras don't lie. No matter how well you can type to your AI bots to tell you to make things look good, we can still tell it looks bad and it's fake. AI discussion, we're not going to talk about that today. And the person who did the cross-examination to Officer Waza and also Officer Fox was Karen Arcafillo instead of Mark Arcafillo. The next officer that was called as a witness was Officer Waza. Officer Waza is the female officer that searched Luigi Mangioni's backpack at the McDonald's itself and also at the police station itself as well. And a lot of things came out from Officer Waza that we didn't know before that add more fucking layers to how fucking sus this entire thing is. So I'm not sure if I'm saying Officer Waza's last name correctly. Every time I've heard it, it's incredibly American with about 4 R's hearing it pronounced, so sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I am Australian with a British sounding accent. We don't pronounce our R's here, so my bad if I'm saying it wrong. Also comes out Officer Waza has only seen photos of the CEO shooter only on Fox News, and like we already know what it means when people only watch Fox News in the United States, they lean one way more than the other. Again, what's with these officers only getting photos from Fox News? Why? Why have you guys not got any official photos of the CEO shooter to your actual office itself? Like, why did you only see the photos from that was released to the public? Like, why is that your only reference? That's my question. Also comes out Officer Waza admits she did not have her car camera on. I don't know what it's called. And also comes out Officer Waza also admits she did not have her body camera on for the longest time. Even once she got to the McDonald's, or even when she was driving to the McDonald's, and even once she got to the McDonald's, she didn't even have her body camera on. And literally the only reason why she was at the McDonald's is literally because she did not hear from Officer Detla whatsoever, when she just thought that was a little bit odd. I'd not hear back from him. That's not like him. And then she just decided to go to the McDonald's, and she was not called there for backup. She was not asked to come to the McDonald's. She just went on a whim. It's like, I haven't heard from him, I should go. Like, she wasn't even meant to be there whatsoever. She just went there. And once she got to the McDonald's, she still did not have her body cam on, and she said the reason why I have a body cam on is when she's talking to a suspect. And you're meant to keep your body camera on at all times, not just when you're speaking to a suspect. Here's my question: what's with all these officers loving turning off their body cams and also turning their body cams on mute when they're at that McDonald's, when they're supposedly arresting the alleged CEO shooter? Why are they turning it off and on again so much? Like, it's not a broken computer.
Hello, IT? Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Leave it on. At 9:50 a.m, there is a shot of Officer Waza standing by a bin, and at this moment in time she still doesn't have her body cam on at the McDonald's. And this was from Officer Fry's body cam. In this moment in time, she realizes she needs to turn her body cam on once she was at the McDonald's. Again, she was already there for like a good couple of minutes before she realizes, maybe I should turn it on. You're meant to leave it at all times. Give me a moment, need to turn the light on. It's getting dark. It absolutely did nothing. So luckily her body cam was actually on when she was illegally searching Luigi Mangioni's backpack, and a lot of things came out that make this entire thing incredibly suspicious when Luigi Mangioni's backpack was being searched. And like I said before, the officers weren't really taking this thing seriously compared to when they actually should. She was very much joking around with Officer Fox, saying, oh, I don't want to pull one of these officer things, I don't want to bring the bomb back to the police station. And then Officer Fox also said, I don't want to blow up my police car, my police dog's in there. Understandable, we all love our dogs. But how they were talking about when they were searching Luigi Mangioni's backpack illegally, they were very much talking about it in such a jokey, unserious tone when they were arresting Luigi Mangione. Again, in this moment in time, Luigi Mangione was being handcuffed and also patted down multiple times. This situation is incredibly serious, and they were joking around like it's nothing. And also hearing about how much they were just messing around and joking about when they were illegally searching Luigi Mangione's backpack made me fucking infuriated when I was reading that. It's like, why are you joking about this like this is nothing? This is serious. Why are you taking this as a fucking joke? So basically this I found incredibly interesting. So we do not know what this item looks like whatsoever. Basically an item was pulled out of Luigi Mangione's backpack and Officer Fox basically said destroy it, and we do not know what that item was. We do not know what it looks like. All we know, it was like wrapped up in something, but what was literally the item, Officer Fox said, and his immediate reaction was just say to destroy it. Like, that is incredibly suspicious. Like, what was it? And your immediate action was to say destroy it. By the way, you guys are illegally searching Luigi Mangione's backpack, by the way. What was that you said to destroy? Like, incredibly suspicious shit going on here. So it comes out again, she changes her story for the reason why she was illegally searching for Luigi Mangione's backpack, and she says basically the reason why she was illegally searching Luigi Mangione's backpack is because she got told by someone that is higher up she needs to go search for Luigi Mangione's backpack because there could be a bomb in it. Again, she's changing her story again and just playing the blame game again. I do find it incredibly interesting. She's like doubling down on this bomb story. Like, I feel like she's gone so far she can't turn back now for like making up the bomb excuse of like why she was searching for Luigi Mangione's backpack illegally, and now she's just playing the blame game. Felt type of bags, one with Luigi Mangione, a big one with Luigi Mangione's laptop in it, and then also a smaller one with Luigi Mangione's mobile phone and earbuds and stuff in it. And basically they said the reason those little bags were there, it was for to affect signals. In reality, no, I'm pretty sure those little bags are just there to protect technology. Like, I'm pretty sure I have one just there to protect technology. It's not there to like affect signals whatsoever. Again, it's bullshit. She still has not found the alleged 3D printed gun she found in Luigi Mangione's backpack at the McDonald's. She only found that at the police station. It magically appeared there. Amazing. It's like magic. Holy shit. And also the 3D printed silencer. By the way, at the McDonald's either gun magazine in Luigi Mangioni's backpack, and that was the moment she decided, yes, we caught the right guy. This is it. Just over a fucking magazine. Also comes out basically Officer Waza did a search of the main part of Luigi Mangioni's backpack again, letting on basically thorough search of Luigi Mangioni's backpack. Then she led on, like she said in the past, it kind of sounded like she got halfway through Luigi Mangioni's backpack and she came across the gun magazine and then said, oh yes, this is him. But it does sound like she did a much thorough search than she's letting on, like I said before. Again, Officer Waza was told by Officer Fox, do not put the gun magazine on the table because that might contaminate the gun magazine. Again, they literally made this assumption Luigi Mangioni's the right guy just over a dumb fucking magazine. Again, he could be into guns or not into guns. Maybe there was just an interesting thing and he just wanted to read it. It's literally a fucking magazine. Literally, that was your clue. It was him. Again, there's so much terrible investigation work going on here. It's a magazine, guys. And also Officer Waza said basically she was checking there was no bombs in there, and then Officer Fox was joking around saying, no, do not blow up my dog, but you can blow up me. Again, dumb jokes. It also comes out, you could hear it in the body cam footage as well. Basically, one of the officers said, hey, we need a search warrant to search through Luigi's backpack, and basically another officer came out and said, no, we don't. What the fuck? Yes, you do. And it also comes out, it's overheard in the body cam footage, basically over the gun magazine. You could hear one of the officers saying, it's him, it's fucking him, and they literally had that response over the goddamn gun magazine. It's a magazine, guys, calm down. I do want to add this here. I feel like they would have had the exact same reaction if they actually found the 3D printed gun at the McDonald's, and also 3D printed silencer they allegedly found in Luigi Mangione's backpack. If they found that at the McDonald's, like the exact same reaction, or even a better reaction if they did find those two items they allegedly found in Luigi Mangione's backpack at the McDonald's. Like I said earlier, Officer Waza did a lot more of a thorough search than she's letting on in Luigi Mangione's backpack than she's letting on. Again, do want to keep adding that here. Again, she still does not have the search warrant when she definitely needs one. Again, so much excitement over a stupid magazine. So basically, this is incredibly important, and I want to let you guys know about this. So basically, what came out, basically there were 2 bags taken from the McDonald's into the police station, not just one bag like we thought. We just thought it was Luigi Mangione's backpack taken to the police station, and like we already know, that time frame from the McDonald's all the way to the police station is gone. So Waza's body cam was not on whatsoever in that time frame. Now, there were 2 bags, like I mentioned before. There was a brown paper bag with some of Luigi Mangione's items in it. It does not come out and say which ones. Maybe it does and I just did not have them in my notes. But Officer Fox, the other officer that was joking around and illegally searching for Luigi Mangione's backpack, Officer Fox had that bag in his police car and took that brown paper bag with Luigi Mangione's items in it in his own police car. And Officer Waza, the female officer that was also looking for Luigi Mangione's backpack and said there was a bomb in it, took Luigi Mangione's backpack and took that in her police car. Now, Officer Waza and also Officer Fox, they pulled over to the side of the road, and Officer Fox handed over to Officer Waza the brown paper bag he had with some of Luigi Mangione's items in it. Now, this entire interaction was not recorded by either Officer Fox or Officer Waza whatsoever, and Officer Waza does not remember whatsoever what the conversation was whatsoever. Again, that time frame is missing, and that shit is incredibly suspicious. Like, why did you need 2 people to carry 2 really small bags? Backpacks aren't big. Brown paper bags aren't that big. Why was it 2 cars? 2 separate police officers. That interaction was not recorded whatsoever. And also, it comes out as well, Officer Waza got to the police station a couple of minutes later after Officer Fox, and she walked into the police station with the brown paper bag that Officer Fox gave her, and also the backpack from Luigi Mangione from the McDonald's. Again, very suspicious shit going on. So that is a really big piece of information, and like I said beforehand, we do not know what happened in that window. So anything could have been put into Luigi Mangione's backpack, or anything could have been taken out of Luigi Mangione's backpack, because again, her body cam footage was turned off. Same thing with her car camera, that was also turned off. Again, incredibly suspicious. I did not breathe in that entire sentence, oh my god. So Waza still did not have her body cam on when she got to the police station carrying the 2 bags. She only turned on her body cam once she was searching through Luigi Mangione's backpack, and that's when she magically discovered the 3D printed gun and 3D printed silencer. Again, it just magically appeared. Very suspicious shit. Like, how did it magically appear? Again, time is missing. And also things, so again, I just want to keep saying this here, things aren't adding up. Like, again, like we already know, she would have made a bigger deal about that 3D printed gun when she was searching for Luigi Mangione's backpack. It just magically appeared, like we already know, and then it just magically appeared at the police station when she had her body cam on. Things aren't adding up. Make it make sense. And sad fact is, with dodgy cops out there, it is a sad fact the most common thing they plant on people is weapons, drugs, and money. That is the most common thing they plant on people, and it's a sad fact that is common. There's so many little things coming out of these hearings of when Luigi Mangione was arrested, just so many little itty bitty things that are like adding up to a bigger picture of what the hell was going on when Luigi Mangione was arrested, and showing how much goddamn incompetence from the Altoona police force. It's insane. Officer Waza also went back to the McDonald's and questioned the McDonald's worker about identifying Luigi Mangione and the alleged shooter. Again, I found that incredibly interesting. That was never brought up any time Officer Waza went back to the McDonald's and questioned the McDonald's worker. I found that incredibly interesting. So Officer Waza does slip up and actually say when she was sorting out the evidence, the evidence she found in Luigi Mangione's backpack, she was originally sorting it only for Pennsylvania, and then a couple of minutes later she slips up and says she was sorting it for Pennsylvania and also New York. That was a couple of minutes later. Again, this was not in separate times, this was only in the one time. Again, very interesting and suspicious. And it also comes out basically Officer Waza admitted she searched through Luigi Mangione's illegally without a search warrant, and she's done it many times beforehand in the past. Again, what the fuck, she literally just admitted she did it without a search warrant. You're meant to get one, by the way. As a film student who studied in a pandemic, I'm pretty sure you need a goddamn search warrant. Why do I know this? I'm not even in the police force. How do I know this? You're an officer. You need to know this. Karen Arcafillo also questions Officer Waza. Did she look at any photos before she got to the police station of the CEO shooter? Officer Waza said no. She only relied on the photos she saw on Fox News. And who knows at this point, when was the last time she watched Fox News? Was that 3 days ago? Was that a week ago? Was it 2 days ago? Who knows? She's just relying on those photos she saw on Fox News and her memory. Again, why are these officers just relying off vibes? Relying on their memory of photos they saw on Fox News, like, why? What I found incredibly interesting, so basically, Karen Arcafillo asks Officer Waza, did she know they did not find the gun in New York? And Officer Waza said no, they did not know that whatsoever. So again, how would they would have known the gun was not in New York if she did not know? Like, what if they did find the gun in New York and a gun magically appeared in Luigi Mangione's backpack? Like, something to think about there. And also, Officer Karen Arcafillo asks why did she not have her body cam on, or even her car body cam on, and she doesn't really have a exact answer why she did not keep her body cam on when she was going to the McDonald's, when she wasn't even told to go to the McDonald's whatsoever. She just went there because, you know, oh, it's odd, I haven't heard from my other officer in a while, that's weird, it's not the thing he does, and just went there anyway. Like, she wasn't even called to go there in the first place, she just went there. She wasn't meant to be there in the first place. There we go, that's a lot better. I don't know what this lighting is. It's a very much giving off vintage film / I'm being interrogated vibes. Anyway, it's better than before. How long I can last with this light. This light I'm using gives me a migraine. That's why I don't lose lights in my videos. I use the sun like old Hollywood. Karen Akafulu also asks, "Oh, did you turn your body cam on once you got to the police station when you were going through his backpack, and that's when you found the 3D printed gun?" Officer Waza said yes. Then Karen Akafulu questions her again, did she find the 3D printed gun in Luigi Mangione's backpack when she pulled to the side of the road once she got that brown paper bag by Officer Fox? And Officer Waza said no, that's not true. But literally, I'm pretty sure she's lying. Everything what we saw in the beforehand was incredibly suspicious. Like, why did both of you need to bring 2 bags? You can both put it in one bag. You can both put it in one car. Why did you both separately have to do it? Again, whatever those 2 did is incredibly suspicious. Like, what's going on? Also shown, Officer Waza's body cam was turned off once she got into her police car when she was carrying Luigi Mangione's backpack, and also it was turned on only once she started doing the search of when she was going through Luigi Mangione's backpack again at the police station. They were the only 2 times she had her body cam on. Again, what happened in that time frame? We do not know. That is missing. Anything could have happened. I keep saying that, but it's true though. Karen Rockefeller asks, "So Waza, do you need to write down every single little thing when you're doing a inventory search?" And Officer Waza said yes. And also, like you guys know, the reason why Officer Waza was searching Luigi Mangione's backpack once she got to the police station, I do want to add here, still does not have the search warrant. This was around 10 a.m. When did they officially get the search warrant for Luigi Mangione's backpack? At 5:14 p.m. that day. Now, this was around 10 a.m., probably 11, and the reason why Officer Waza was going through Luigi Mangione's backpack, like she claimed she was doing it because there was an inventory search, and Karen Rockefeller asked her, "So you're meant to write every single thing down?" And like we already know, she did not write anything down when she was doing the inventory search that she claimed she was doing when she got to the police station. She did not do that whatsoever. She only wrote down receipt numbers that were on the sandwiches that were found in Luigi Mangione's backpack when they were at the McDonald's. I should have brought that earlier, but it wasn't really important. They found sandwiches in Luigi Mangione's backpack once it was on the body cam footage at the McDonald's. Again, she did not write anything else down whatsoever when she was doing the inventory search. And it also comes up, no one just writes pills in a inventory search, because apparently they found some pills in Luigi Mangione's backpack and she just wrote pills. Normally when you're doing inventory searches, I feel like you're meant to write every little thing, like brand, what type, what is it made of, what color it is, and all that. I feel like that's what you're meant to do with an inventory search instead of just writing pills. What do pills mean? Pills could be anything. Is it painkillers? Is it medication? Is it anxiety medication? Is it depression medication? Is it sleeping medication? Who knows? It could be anything. In reality, she just wrote pills. No one really writes that. Again, what's with these Altoona police officers being so goddamn incompetent? Rockefeller also asks Officer Waza about Altoona's Regulation 1.2, and it is about 12 pages long about the body cam regulations, and she said she is not really that familiar about it, and basically those rules are just basically talking about the body cam rules. Basically, you're meant to be leaving it on at all times and not turn it off whatsoever. And it basically comes out when Officer Waza was questioned why did she not evacuate the McDonald's if she thought there was a bomb in it. She didn't really give a direct answer and kind of fumbled and didn't really give a direct answer why she did not do that. Again, she lied about the bomb. She didn't really have a direct answer why she evacuated the McDonald's, and like we already know, she was very much just messing around and joking with Officer Fox about the entire thing, not taking it seriously. And basically comes out, the only reason why she was worried there was a bomb in the backpack was literally what she saw on Fox News, and that is literally the only reason. What a shitty reason. that is the end of my little notes of December 8th, 2025 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing. This is basically the end of part 1 of Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings that happened in December in 2025, and in my next video will be part 2, and I'll be going over December 9th, 2025 suppression hearing, and then also December 11th, 2025, and then also December 12th, 2025 in Luigi Mangione's suppression hearings. That will be part 2, and that will be my next video. So now we are going to be moving on. I'm just going to say a couple of things and then let you guys go to do whatever you want for the rest of your day. This was a big video. I don't know how long this will be. Hopefully it will be 3 hours. Less will be even better. I do want to say, honestly, the other day when I was making this video and I was halfway through it, I did actually think to myself, it's like, what did I get myself into? I don't know why, I just thought that. But I'm this far, I'm gonna keep going. But I did think that, it's like, what did I get myself into? This is gonna be big. But sadly, no one else has done this, and the vague timeline we got from the Reddit threads don't really work anymore. And again, I do these videos for the people that don't have time to go looking for things in Luigi Mangione's case or search for it, or they only have time to listen to this kind of stuff when they're at work or they're driving home because they have to look after their kids or grandparent or someone else, or they're just busy, or they have 2 jobs or anything like that. So I make it for those kind of people, and also people who can't read as well. So I make it for those kind of people, this kind of stuff. So I hope you guys find this video useful. I hope this gives you a vague timeline of what we got in Luigi Mangione's suppression hearing in December 2025. Even if it's like a rough one, it's probably the best we're gonna do right now. Again, I'm trying to get as much information as possible of what exactly was said. Again, we won't get that until we get the official transcripts, or even if the official transcripts on the free Luigi Mangione subreddit are real. If the transcripts are real, I will eat my words and apologize profusely, like I said at the beginning of the video, but again, I'm still a bit iffy about that. I also was thinking, when I was away being busy with everything, I was thinking about Luigi Mangione's case and my little channel here. I did think about like, man, I wish I had someone else here where I could like hand this over to when I'm insanely busy and I can't sit down and do this. I wish I could like hand this over to someone and go, okay, do exactly what I do. Read every single document and highlight every single insanely important thing, and then sit down in front of a camera and explain it the best way you can to make it understandable, and then do all the editing and make shorts. Can you do that for me? But just so I could keep you guys informed and updated in Luigi Mangione's case, but sadly I could not. Again, I'm the only one here who makes all these videos, so I kind of wish that at the time when I was away being busy in my own personal life with all this, and I did kind of wish that it's the right thing, I think, doing all this. And I do want to say thank you to all the people that were DMing me all the information and documents when I was away, when I could not actually do it myself. So thank you to the people out there that were like DMing me documents in Luigi Mangione's case when I was away. Again, I was very busy doing a lot of things. Moving's insanely hectic, and then on top of that, dealing with other shit I need to deal with as well. So thank you to those people that were very kindly DMing me documents on all sorts of online platforms I'm on. So thank you very, very much. I do very much appreciate it. A lot more than you think. It is very helpful to me, so thank you so much for doing that. Again, I do very much appreciate you all sticking around and being patient with me. Again, I am one person on this channel doing all these videos. And again, this stuff isn't hard work, it just takes a while. Thank you for sticking around and being patient and understandable. I do appreciate you guys a lot. I do like this little community. I'm slowly growing here. You're all like really nice and understandable people. I do appreciate you guys a lot, even if there's only 50 of you. You are all very nice people and I do appreciate it a lot. Again, I'm so surprised 50 people in the world want to wait and see what I have to say about things. I'm very surprised about that, because surprisingly in my own life not a lot of people care about what I have to say, so it's very nice to hear some people out there do want to hear what I have to say about things. So yeah, I'm gonna move on. Thank you for watching this week's video. You can subscribe if you want to, it's okay if not. I upload every week, sometimes 3 times a month, depends what I'm working on, unless I'm moving or I need to do something else that takes me a lot more time and energy. And if you guys want to keep up to date with the channel, you can follow the channel social medias. That's where I post little updates, what's going on with the channel, and just little updates in general in Luigi Mangione's case, what's going on, and also little bits and bobs of what's going on in the world as well that I think are important to know about. And that will be in the description down below, and if you guys want to follow me personally, all of my social medias are down below. And yeah, would you guys believe me, I started making this video at 9 a.m. It's now currently 9 p.m. right now. I've been recording this video for so long. I need to get ready for bed. But I was excited to record this video again, I can say that. Okay, bye.